Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are back for day 3 of the test match between Australia and the West Indies. And this one is certainly heating up, not just because it's a heat wave in Brisbane, but because we sit here, West Indies leading by 35. Second innings for their batting has just got underway. We saw that late wicket fall in the evening session of Tangerine Chanderpaul. And now the West Indies need to try and gain a decent enough total they feel confident being able to defend. Australia sent the West Indies in for 30 minutes last night. There were 13 runs scored, but once again, some very efficient bowling from Mitchell Starc and Josh Hazlewood meant that the pressure was fully on the West Indies openers. For now, Brathwaite is still there. There was a drop catch of Steve Smith, which meant that Brathwaite gets to continue. Now has to try and make the absolute most of it. We have got there, let's go Australia, says Jason. Let's go England, says George. And Cordo has got the flags. And therefore Antigua and Barbuda, as well as high all from Robert. And there as well. But I hope you guys are all excited for day 3. The weather conditions for the third day in Brisbane overall are supposed to be very nice. Now, very nice from an outside perspective. Playing in Brisbane, it's going to suck, is the best way of describing it. 34 degrees Celsius. They are currently dealing with. The high of 36 luckily has already passed for the day, but it is still going to be extremely warm. It's going to be tough conditions to be able to field in, which is why West Indies, I feel they're actually in a very good position here with the fact that they are going to be batting rather than being in the field. It currently feels like 43 degrees Celsius, and that is because of the extra bit of humidity. They've got an extreme heat warning in Brisbane. You probably shouldn't be doing strenuous exercise, but here we are, day 3 of this test match. Good night, test cricket lovers. Windies batters have to be very positive, says Michael Murray. And I think that the perfect example of positivity turning into runs was actually last night with the Australians. We saw Pat Cummins get himself a new high score in test match cricket, 64 not out. We saw some quick fire runs from Alzarri Joseph the night prior, 32 runs off 22 deliveries. So it just shows on this wicket, if you are willing to play your strokes, you can get rewarded with runs. It's just about picking the right ball to go after for this West Indies batting lineup. Chanderpaul unfortunately did not pick the right ball to try and block. Did end up getting caught behind very late in the day as well, during the final over, maybe about 1 minute remaining in the day at the time that he was dismissed. Hi everyone, hi Kiwi Man, says Vaughan, welcome in mate, hope you are doing extremely well. Only about 7 minutes away from the first ball being bowled for day 3 in this test match. I can feel the excitement already because there's a lot on the line, and this session here, this is going to shape the test match. The reason I say that is if the West Indies can back through, build a good partnership between Brathwaite and the man coming in at 3, Kirk McKenzie, they will be in the box seat. They've already got that 35-run lead. The Australians were willing to declare with 9 down rather than getting those extra runs on the board. They wanted to have the crack at the West Indies, and they did manage to reap some of the reward. They got the 1 wicket. I'm sure they would have liked maybe 1 or 2. They managed to get themselves the 1. But if Australia in this session, these next 2 hours, if they can pick up, I dread to say it, but 3 or 4 wickets, maybe 5, that could be a sign of things to come for the West Indies. But the good news is their top order throughout this series, it's good and bad news, their top order have not performed throughout this series as of yet, which means that the tail and the middle order are actually the men who are getting a majority of the runs. They were 64 for 5 in their first innings, and I feel like that is just a sign. Australia, they were 24 for 4 in their first innings, where they still got to 289. So neither side are out of this until they've been bowled out. And the West Indies, they are still a long way off being bowled out here. Just the 1 wicket falling of Chanderpaul. We'll get to see a relatively fresh Pat Cummins, Hazlewood, Starc, and also that spin option of Nathan Lyon, which eventually broke that 149-run partnership between De Silva and also Hodge. And howdy peeps, go the Windies, says Naz Williams. I should mention, in terms of betting odds, I know that we've been talking about them quite a bit throughout this game, but that is because of the drastic changes that we have seen just in little moments from this test match. At the moment, the West Indies are sitting with a 9% chance of winning this test match. Now, yesterday, they sat with a 51% chance of winning this test match, but then they allowed a lot of runs to be scored by Australia. They cut down on that deficit, and now Australia back in the contest. As long as West Indies can make around 250 plus today, they have a very good chance in this game. Says Govindra, exactly right. West Indies, I believe the way that they can beat Australia here is if they have a lead of 300 plus with Australia's final batting innings. And good morning. You ready for one of the great games on earth cricket, says Patrick. I certainly am. Hi, says Max. Welcome in. And hi, kid. Windies still in this game, says Sinclair. They certainly are. Chanderpaul, he'll be disappointed with the way that he went out. Will Ireland get good at cricket ever, says Dennis? They've had their moments, to be honest. Like Ireland, of course, some quite big upsets in the past. Unfortunately, they do have more times than not quite the form that they would like. But, you know, they've had some decent performances, Ireland, over the years. Good morning, mate. Bad all day, West Indies, says Jermaine. In year 250-ish, won't cut it, says Nars Williams. And yet, to be honest, like the ideal scenario for the West Indies would have been to bowl the Australians out when they were still behind by 100, put on an extra 250-ish in this innings, and then have that lead of 350 runs. That would be, for me, a box seat position for the West Indies. They are just showing the replay. It was only half a feather for Chanderpaul. The thinnest of edges means that it is the end of the day for him, and also the end of this test match in terms of his batting. Unfortunately, has been pretty disappointing throughout his first two innings. I don't like that. Out by Chanderpaul, says Baboleko, and 300 plus, and we can win it, says Vaughan there. But they are just showing on field. It is 35 degrees. I mentioned earlier on, though, on my weather report, it said that the real feel is over 40 degrees Celsius out there because of the high humidity. These players are going to be struggling. It is not a day you want to spend all of your time in the field. And at the moment, that could be where the Australians find themselves if West Indies are strategic and they bat time. And because West Indies have all day to bat, but you have to get runs too, says Govindra. Exactly right. They can't find themselves in a negative mindset. Because if they are only getting themselves 1 or 2 runs and over, then all of a sudden, if they lose those few wickets, you haven't really progressed the test match that far. And that was not out, says Baboleko. And also, hey bro, good night. I'm locked in from Tobago, says Sean there. West Indies going to win this match, says Patrick. And to be honest, I know that it sounds crazy to say, but this test match has a chance of being over by today. Now, the only way that that can happen is if the West Indies, of course, were bowled out and then proceeded to either bowl out Australia or Australia proceeded to chase down the amount of runs that the West Indies have. I'd like to think that this one is going a minimum of 4 days with where we have got ourselves situated in this test. I will mention tomorrow they are supposed to have 80% chance of rain. The day after is also supposed to have 80% chance of the rain. And that is actually supposed to continue all throughout tomorrow for the day. And Bago in the house, says Vaughan. And then good morning, bro, says Rakesh, welcome in. And that would be winter weather for the Windies, wouldn't it? Says Nas, yeah, the Caribbean, it gets pretty hot. And at the moment, I'm sure they will much prefer batting. And I know that it's no fear for the guys who are batting as well. When you've got that helmet on, when the sweat is dripping, when your vision's blurring because you're just feeling like you're about to pass out, it can be extremely challenging for a batsman. But I would much rather have 2 of my side out in the middle rather than the full 11. And Australia at the moment, this will be a good test for them because they have been looking fatigued after day one, mainly because of the strenuous activity they found themselves having to take part in with the West Indies batting so long in their first innings. Like Kirk McKenzie, he's only had 3 matches. He has 150 to his name. He managed to score the 50 and then go out very close after. But a good start to his test match career. At the other end, it is Brathwaite, still sitting on the 3 runs of 20 deliveries. He was dropped early on from Steve Smith, a man who really would drop catches. So he has to now take that opportunity, similar to what we saw with Alex Carey and his bail being hit while he was batting. He wasn't out, needs to now turn it into some runs like Alex Carey was able to do. But Josh Hazlewood, efficient bowling, 1 wicket taken, 2 runs he's gone for off his 3.3 overs. Already had 2 maidens, but we've got 3 balls remaining in this over, ladies and gents. And he is just about to run in for day 3 to get underway, ladies and gents. Josh Hazlewood bowling to Kirk McKenzie, the first delivery. He does not want a Travis Head scenario, I can tell you that right now. It works it off the leg side. Down for a single. And I believe it is going to be a leg bye for Kirk McKenzie. Because of that, means that he is yet to get himself off the mark. The early run in the day for the West Indies, of course, will build a little bit of confidence, even if they are byes, if they are wides, no balls, anything like that. You'll take every extra run that you can find in this test match if you are the West Indies, because it could come down to the wire and it could be a matter of runs right at the end. Australia, they make the decision to declare rather than batting out for their starting 11, so that could also come back to backfire for them. Great ball from Hazlewood, perfectly bowled, second ball on the money. Braithwaite lucky to not find the outside edge. And it's just one of those scenarios for Josh Hazlewood that when he gets that ball talking, he picks up a lot of wickets from Guyana. Says Orlando, welcome in, mate. Must be around midnight for yourself, if I'm not wrong, Orlando. So it's hugely appreciate you being here for day 3 of this test match. Braithwaite sitting on 3 off 21 deliveries. A little bit of a slow start. He enjoys playing test match cricket batting time, which is all well and good if he gets runs. But unfortunately, his last few innings, he hasn't been able to convert any real numbers, to be honest. Nothing over 20 I can think of in recent time for Braithwaite. Every once in a while, though, he will have a very good innings. And this is probably one of those times that he needs it. But that is the end of Hazlewood's over. 8 overs bowled now, 1 for 14. I should mention in the West Indies' first innings, they actually found themselves sitting on 10 runs for 1 wicket off 9 overs. So not scoring a huge amount of runs. Just showing that tiny edge that Chanderpaul had. Did lead to the first wicket falling for the West Indies last night. They declared because they feared being embarrassed, being bowled out for a lower score than the West Indies, says Truth. I mean, that could have been something to do with it. But then also alongside that, it was because they wanted to have a crack at the West Indies in the evening session, mainly because Australia are known for, even with 30 minutes of bowling, picking up 3 or so wickets. So they wanted to do that, similar to what they've done up against past sides in pink ball tests, but they only got the 1 wicket. And Orlando, watching from Jamaica, says Orlando, and a nice big full toss for Kirk McKenzie on his legs from Mitchell Starc, so actually manages to turn that one and gets 4 runs for his first scoring shot of the day. I'm watching from Queens, New York, and it is just after 11 a.m. here, says Govindra. Starc needs to find his radar early. If Hazlewood is going to be efficient with his bowling, needs to make sure that he's got the backup of the other end from Starc. This first session is very important, from Boston, originally from Trinidad, says Michael. And also 11 p.m. in Jamaica. West Indies currently leading by 40. By the end of the session, they want to turn that into, I would say, 110, 120. I know that the West Indies have been scoring a lot slower than Australia have been scoring. I'm back, man, says John. You must have the cricket bug, John. All of a sudden, you'll find yourself watching every match that is available. Hopefully not betting on every match, because that might get very expensive. From Jamaica, says Dwight. Pitched up outside off stump, left alone by Kirk McKenzie. Was given enough width, and the captain has to stay in until deep into the second session, says Vaughan. I agree. If he isn't able to stay in for a long time here, he just exposes that top order to a little bit more dangerous bowling from the Australians. Like, the ball's still new. We've got to remember, only 8.3 overs old. And the humidity, it will have a little bit of swing, but players also dealing with 40-degree heat. I know they underestimated the West Indies, says Leicester. and also 3:04 p.m. And that bail by Kerry was rigged. I don't know if it was rigged. It was just very unfortunate. We've seen bails. In fact, we've seen stumps be hit before. Cam Green actually had one, I believe it was 2 series ago, that ended up clipping the stump. And I believe in some cases the bail even lights up. When it gets hit, it just doesn't fall off. Or fall off, I should say. I agree. I should start watching more, says John. And also we have got there, do you think Australia is likely to drop anybody in the top 6 for their next series, says Claude? I think that they really need to decide what their plan is with the Cam Green, Mitchell Marsh, and Steve Smith triangle. Because I honestly feel like you can only have 2 of those men in the team. And you've got to start looking at the future if you're Australia. Because unfortunately, half their players are going to retire around the same time. The umpire's call yesterday on Chanderpaul was terrible. There was nothing on the flicker, says Winston. Yeah, I did get to see the replay. We didn't get to cover it live, seeing as we were doing the 7s. But from what I've heard, like, if anything, the faintest of lines. So then they actually went with, well, it was weird, wasn't it? Because the umpire didn't give it out. So, yeah, theoretically, umpire's call should have meant that it was not out rather than change to out if there was a little bit of indecision in the outcome. And great commentary, bro. Second night here, says Orlando. So I do appreciate you coming back, mate. All driven by Kirk McKenzie. He's timed that one well. And that'll be another boundary for that man. 2 boundaries in the over coming from Kirk McKenzie. 1 off the first ball, 1 off the last. And it now makes the score 1 for 22 for the West Indies. West Indies all the way, says Balewa. A little bit of an awkward angle for Kirk McKenzie in the way that he played it. He actually looked like the bat was angled towards mid-on. May have rotated in his hands as he played the shot. Still timed it very well. Got it out of the middle of the bat. And Blessing says, All-Star, welcome in. Hazelwood will continue 4 overs bowled, 1 for 2. At the moment, his figures do sit. And those 2 boundaries from Kirk McKenzie in the last over are actually the only boundaries we have seen for the West Indies in this inning so far. He's ready to go now, facing off with Josh Hazelwood, pitched up outside off stump, left alone by Braithwaite, who is a leading young up-and-coming bowler that can replace Stark next 3 or 5 years' time. Bowling is good, but unfortunately to the later end of his career. It's a good question, because Australia, when you look through at their squad, even Michael Nessa, I believe, is about 30-something. So the other 2 quicks that they've got as backup are also on the verge of retirement as well. So for Australia, younger players to look at, who would be their next bowler like Stark? Nicely punched down the ground. They will get just the single, well fielded by Pat Cummins. Please go into the ground and take over from those on commentary, says Truth. I think they would kick me out if I tried to do that, Truth. And McKenzie has the right attitude. He has watched his shot selections and doesn't get carried away. So here's Michael, and good morning, host. And everyone around the world coming from Trinidad and Tobago. And also West Indies have to play positive cricket and believe in themselves, says Dale. The on-field said not out. To overturn the decision was on a questionable call. Like that was unjust, says Winston. Shot. McKenzie has timed that one again. It's looking very strong, although that one hasn't raced to the boundary. I was wrong with Boland. Nothing at all at the moment. He is once again a little bit older. Just like Mitchell Stark. So, yeah, I don't know if he'd be the straight replacement. I feel like he is much more of a replacement for someone like a Hazelwood, if he was to be replaced. Good night from Jamaica, says Nikhil. And Kirk will make a century today, says Aubrey, and it will certainly help the West Indies get into a good position in this test match. He was the leading run scorer in the first and second innings of the last test match. Short ball, gets the hands out of the way of it, and well avoided. The West Indies leading by 47 runs in this test match. Already we've seen 3 runs off this Hazelwood over, and that just shows the benefit of rotating the strike. Because Braithwaite, yes, he has been scoring slowly, but the fact that he was able to get that single then opened up the door for Kirk McKenzie to be able to score some runs. And just keep the West Indies scoreboard ticking over. Anyone who's wondering why I was smiling there, it is because I just dropped that cricket ball that I was playing with earlier on. 47 for 1. Says Vaughan, and Kirk will make a century if you put away the flash out of off-stump shot. Says Winston. I saw the T20 squad. No Steve Smith. Says Truth there. Yeah, a few changes in the shorter format for the Australians. We're actually hoping to cover the ODI and T20 series on the channel as well, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. And hello from Guyana, says Zubia. Or Zubaya. Hopefully I've said that correctly. Yeah, welcome in. Hope you are doing extremely well. Pitched up from Hazelwood, close to the off stump. A good leave in the end from Kirk McKenzie. Felt like he could leave it on the length of the ball. Does close out another good Hazelwood over. Just the 3 runs off it. And Kirk is from Jamaica, says Nikhil. And I know we will do well today, says Sinclair Mayers. And good night to all cricket fans all over the world watching from New York, says Winston. And why did Australia declare, says Zubaya. Now, there's a few theories going around. One of which, I believe, mainly from West Indian supporters, is Australia didn't want to be bowled out for a second time, seeing as West Indies hadn't bowled Australia out in 15 years. And now that they were able to do it last test match, some people think that Australia didn't want to be bowled out again. My reasoning behind it, I believe, is because they wanted to have that last 30 minutes of bowling with the pink ball when it's swinging the most, hard ball in the evening session. Normally for the Australians, that is when they are able to pick up wickets, and they were able to get the 1 breakthrough of Chanderpaul. Now, they would have liked 1 or 2 extra, but it's a bit of a risk for Australia to take the declaration while they are still down in runs. But it's a bold choice, but you'd expect it from the best test side in the world to have a few tactics up their sleeve to try their absolute best to, I guess, see what they can do to win. Was that a sentence? I kind of got distracted because they were showing that replay of Alex Carey's bail when it didn't come off. And I remember me, says Singler family. I certainly do. You are doing well. And good night, Trini, in New York. Victory for the West Indies. And why did you not continue with your cricketing journey? I mean, I currently play cricket. I was never going to be able to play anything higher than just social cricket, though. I feel like the pressure would get to me too much. But if you want to see some of our cricketing footage, that pinned comment is actually when I scored 50 runs. We've also got a few more helmet cam videos coming up in the near future on the channel as well. So, yeah, if you like the more lower level social side of cricket, then I'd recommend giving those a look. Good pitched up delivery from Mitchell Starc, almost on a half volley though. And Braithwaite playing very safe at the moment, not willing to go after any deliveries. And if Braithwaite can score 50 runs, the West Indies will win. And excited to see Sinclair bowl and take wickets. I know he will become a crowd favourite with those cartwheels. Yeah, it was certainly something that I don't think we've seen in Test match cricket for a very long time. Now, Brian Lara, before the start of the day, said it's actually something he's done in the Caribbean a little bit when celebrating wickets. But yeah, international cricket-wise, we don't see that too often at all. It certainly added to the atmosphere of what was already a very exciting day too. Shorter ball, well bowled there from Mitchell Starc, banging it into the turf. Braithwaite still defensive. And thank you. I was thinking the same thing too. Did just want to hear what someone else thinks, says Zabaya. And on behalf of all of us, let's just say a big thank you for giving us the opportunity to up through this tour. We really enjoy your commentary, says Patrick. Oh, thank you very much, mate. At the end of the day, I had no idea how many people were going to be popping in for these test matches. We were still going to be covering as much of them as we could. And yeah, it has been a lot of fun. We met so many new people along the way. Again, well bowled by Mitchell Starc. Braithwaite at the moment, he's just a little bit stuck here. He does a great front flip also. People look at the declaration as a strategic move. I see it as Australian arrogance. Says Winston, although it does need to be thought about as well as, I guess you could say it is down to Australian confidence and the arrogance, like you said, but with Australia, and you look at the statistics from pink ball test matches and how many times Australia only need 30 minutes at the end of a day, even without pink ball test matches in consideration, red ball cricket, when Australia give themselves 10 overs at the end of a day, they normally pick up 2 or 3 wickets. And it's just a trend that no matter what, they seem to be able to do, and they seem to do very well. Now, the West Indies only losing 1 wicket last night, I actually think is pretty impressive, because normally sides, whether that's New Zealand, England, Pakistan, India, they will lose a couple wickets in their evening session when the Australians are steaming in. So there's also that side of things. Australia wanted 1 quick crack at them before the end of the day. How long before you become a millionaire from these live streams, says Explore? Probably after I'm dead. To be honest, I don't think there would ever be a stage that we reach millionaire status. If there's ever a stage that we go from doing this as a hobby to a job, that would be great, but that is still probably at least another 5 years away, at least. You're doing a great job, bro. Keep it up. Says Leicester and Brathwaite boring. Says Nikhil, yeah, he hasn't scored a huge amount of runs at the moment, sitting on 4 runs off 27 deliveries. Will we be here for the white ball matches? I am hoping to be. And I think there will be a couple rugby games that we are slightly covering alongside it, but we are still doing a majority of the ODI and T20 series for the West Indies. So if you guys are new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. They don't think much of the batting, but today I feel that it will not be business as usual, says Vaughan. West Indies really putting up a good fight here. And Brathwaite should have put that ball away, says Mikel, sorry. We have got there, come on man, you're too good for not being a millionaire, says Explore. Unfortunately, there's just like, there's not a lot of money in doing this kind of commentary, if that makes sense. Like for me, I always say any money made off the channel, we put back into the channel, whether that's for new equipment or subscription services, but I still work a full-time job alongside it so that I can continue doing this without, I guess, running out of money. Is Joe Schmidt the man, or is all hope lost for you with Aussie Rugby? I mean, it will be interesting to see how Schmidt goes when given the opportunity, but I think it's also going to be a case of patience, a little bit similar to Robinson taking over for New Zealand. They can't afford to, I guess, expect change straight away. That is now going to be a lead of 50 for the West Indies. Brathwaite takes another single, sitting now on 6 runs off 33 deliveries. All these great cricketers make no sons to carry on, only Broad and Chanderpaul. No Tendulkar, no Lara, says Truth. West Indies have such good talent, says Sean. And Brathwaite doesn't look confident. He's very tentative. I think that, unfortunately for Brathwaite, that is just how he bats now, isn't it? He's really the man who goes out there and plays his shots. And I guess that is down to the fact that often he will watch the man at the other end go out. We've got to remember, he was dropped on, I believe, 3 runs last night. Steve Smith put the catch down. Brathwaite could have been the man alongside Chanderpaul, who was dismissed. But he got the second chance, so he wants to make the most of it now. Well defended by Kirk McKenzie. And following the cricket all the way from St. Lucia, says Patrick Lambert. And the chat as well, you enjoying the Netflix Six Nations series or you haven't watched it yet? I actually haven't watched it yet. Unfortunately, it's been a pretty busy few weeks, so I haven't really had much of a chance. I'm hoping to maybe see it before the Six Nations, but I also have a feeling I may not get the chance to before the competition gets underway. They just showed there Mitchell Stark, he's actually got a cold towel wrapped around his neck under the collar. So I talked about how hot it was going to be in Brisbane, sitting around 35 degrees Celsius. That's off the outside edge for Kirk McKenzie, but it goes through a gap. Nathan Lyon will not be able to chase it down, and McKenzie now picks up his 3rd boundary of the innings, albeit with a little bit of luck. But he has still got those runs. It would be great if they be on nice, says Nigel. And also we have got there India 425 for 7 against England, a lead of 179 runs. Is there a site to fund? Is that find New Zealand women? I don't think so. To be honest, I think the only sites that are similar to that, you have to be in New Zealand, because or else they're more than likely, she'll ask for money, and if you give her money, you'll find out she's a bloke. So, yeah, I'd be very careful in that regard. And enjoying this coverage from Guyana, says Malia. And while I got Canada versus Spain on, says Robert, of course, the sevens is taking place at the moment, ladies and gents. Be nicely defended there. A little bit uppish from Kirk McKenzie. Tinder, I think, is your only chance, says Xavier. And if McKenzie could stay until the ball gets soft, he could score big today. Just need to be a little bit careful at the beginning of his innings, says Mikkel. And the only cricketing nation that is also good at football soccer is England, says Truth, and watching from Antigua, says Danny in the chat as well. But that is the end of the 12th over. 32 for 1 at the moment is how we are sitting. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is greatly appreciated. You guys all being here for these live streams. Now, I should mention we've got a little bit of a weird scenario coming up in the near future. And that is that we also have a couple sevens live streams that we are going to be commentating on the channel. So what we will be doing during that time is we will have the scoreboard updating. We won't have our commentary here. It will just be an updating scoreboard. And then after those 3 sevens matches that we are covering, we will be back. We are covering the second session in its entirety. We're also going to be covering the last about 15 or so minutes of this session, if that makes sense. So in around 13 minutes time, we actually do have to pop away to do those other sevens live streams. But oh, great shot from Brathwaite. The most aggressive shot we have seen him played so far. And it is going to lead to 4 runs down the ground. But yeah, there's just a little patch where our prior sevens commitments mean that we have to do those streams during this first session. And then we will be back for the last about 15 minutes doing the commentary for this session as well. So there will be about an hour or so that we are away. But we will still have the scoreboard updating and still have it all ticking over. A great shot from Brathwaite. A little bit uppish with that on drive. Also the offside drive, but it's going to take another quick single. Moves up to 13 runs off 35 deliveries. This partnership currently sitting 24 runs off 30 balls, mainly due to McKenzie's 13 off 15 deliveries that he's been able to create. Great rotation of the strike. Gets the boundary, then gets the single so that his teammate now is going to be on strike. And it is the right-hand, left-hand combination, which can work extremely well for sides. And also I hope the boys learn as much and take with them to England in the summer, because England is weaker than before, says Nikhil. And the third umpire, that game turned the ball. Oh, it's another great drive. McKenzie this time with the on drive down the ground. Another 4 runs for the West Indies. They are on fire at the moment with a lead now of 63 runs. And take it with them to England in the summer, because England is weaker than before, says Nikhil. And also good evening, Amy, says Marnus. Welcome in. The third umpire. That game turned the ball out yesterday. Should only umpire blind cricket, says Truth. Set us free. And I like the rotating of the strike by the West Indies. They have to take the fight to Australia, says Winston. McKenzie aggressively tapping his bat. We've already seen 9 runs off 3 balls here from Mitchell Starc. Great Yorker. Oh, not sure what just happened there. I think maybe Kirk McKenzie clipped his pad when he was trying to trap that ball. Could have been a massive mistake. Like they said, got the inside of the knee. Which Sevens Live commentary today will you do, says Marnus. So we have got the Argentina versus South Africa game. That is taking place in 10 minutes time. But like I said, this live stream will continue running while we are away. And then we will be popping back at the end of this first session, covering all of session 2 and a majority of session 3 as well. I like the rotating of the strike by the West Indies. They have to take the fight to Australia, says Winston. And only if Braithwaite can click clear, he will hold up an end. And then also we have got France Samoa in the 7s, followed by Fiji in their game up against New Zealand. Mackenzie, 2 dot balls in a row here. I mentioned that most of the West Indian batsmen have got that abdominal guard in, the rib guard. As Antoine Dupont and Perfy is not, no. I believe Vancouver is the first leg where we will see him and Michael Hooper nicely glided off the hip for Kirk Mackenzie. Gets the single to close out the over, and it is now sitting 1 for 42 here for the West Indies. Of course, adding the extra runs that they already had as the lead, that actually means theoretically they are 64 for 1 here. And hi brother, says Harsh Singh, welcome in and good afternoon from the Trinidad and Japan, says Dane. And way to go, boys. Take the fight to the Aussies, says St. Clair Mayers. And the chat as well. You're doing extremely well, I hear you. However, the commentator said, I haven't said a word about that ridiculous decision. Disgraceful, says Winston. You haven't had too much commentary about it, or any real comments from the Australian commentary panel, but it's a really unfortunate one for Chanderpaul with how light of an edge, if it was an edge, that he got. The wind is starting to blow, which means it's going to be a real hot wind. About 35 degrees Celsius they are currently sitting at. Hazelwood continuing his spell on warm day in Gifu City in Japan, says Dane there. West Indies with a run lead of 64. It's exactly what they need to just keep those runs ticking over. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe like I mentioned just before. In about 8 minutes time, we are actually going to be popping over to do a couple 7s matches, which 7s only takes 14 matches per 14 minutes per game. We have got 3 of those that we are commentating, and then we will be back before the end of session number 1. The scoreboard will be ticking over. You guys will still be able to all chat away, and everyone saw there was no edge, says Winston, and I think they should have batted the whole 10 wickets. What do you think, says Harsh? It may come back to backfire on the Australians with that declaration if the West Indies do build some good runs here and work their way towards a 300 run lead. Two dot balls for Hazelwood to start off his over. 2 slips in play, Kawaja and Smith, the man who did drop the catch of Braithwaite last night. They've got Cam Green in the gully and also a man at short cover. In this case, I believe it is Mitch Marsh who is slotting in there. Oh, driven down the ground. That'll be another 4 runs. Or will it? Labuschagne is chasing after it, putting in the full steam ahead, and he's managed to chase it down. Always intense in the field, and he's managed to save a single there. Oh, yeah, could that happen to you? And BKR podcast randomly came up on my recommendation. Don't mind it. Why did it just stop randomly, says Matt the Ginger? I believe at the time when it stopped, it was after the rugby season had ended. And then we just never really started it back up, I think is the best way of describing it. It's just both of us got busy with different ventures. Him with his rugby league, me with the rugby union side of things and the cricket. So, yeah, it just ended up not quite working schedule-wise for us both to be able to do it. I've got a new rugby podcast at the moment. I should mention it is with Rugby Itch, who you may or may not know. But that has also been very part-time. Oh, Braithwaite chasing the wide ball. That is a bad shot by the captain. He didn't pick the ball to go after. And for someone who's shown so much discipline, yeah, that could have easily been his wicket going away. The only reason they declared was the fear of being bowled out for a lower score than the West Indies. Here's truth. Hazelwood knows that he could be on the verge of picking up a wicket, although he will also be on the verge of ending his bowling spell. mainly because they won't want to gas him out this early on. And the match nicely played again off the back foot for Braithwaite. I'll leave just one ball remaining for me. Two of the greats New Zealand players all time will be Martin Crowe and Jeff Crowe. Here's Patrick. You can see a little bit of a breeze going across the ground. I think it was making Braithwaite's pad, or his arm guard actually, there was a string on it that was shifting around a little bit. Now tapping the bat hard here, Braithwaite. To whack this one away to the boundary if it's there for it. It wasn't though. Great ball from Josh Hazel. Once again, just beating the outside edge. And that'll close out his over. He is already drenched in sweat. 35 degrees Celsius they are playing. And you can see it on the players' faces. They would much rather be in the changing sheds where it is cool, where they've got fans and cold beverages. What did Australia declare in the first innings when they're still trailing by 22 runs? It was to do with the last session of the day. Normally, Australia are able to pick up 3 or 4 wickets in the last 30 minutes of a day. So that is why they decided to try and get those last couple, or get a little bit of an extra bonus at the end of the day. Back from hell. It's hot in there, says Daytime TV. And Ross Taylor is the greatest, says Truth. Looks like Josh Hazelwood now making his way from the field. So it will be a change in the bowling attack. I believe they're actually going to be making a change from Stark's end as well. It will now be Pat Cummins. And Braithwaite has to start showing some confidence. He looked out of sort. There's Winston. But yeah, Pat Cummins into the bowling attack now. The Aussie skipper looking to tear through this West Indies team. Managed to get himself 4 wickets in the second innings of the last test match. So we'll be aiming for somewhere around there, if possible, in this match as well. Couple slips in the gully for Pat Cummins, and he bowls the short ball straight off the bat to Kirk McKenzie. 22 runs off 23 deliveries. At the moment, McKenzie finds himself sitting on. McKenzie has shown some potential. Says Daytime TV, he certainly has. He's got a very good base, and I feel like he's got all the shots in his bag. He just needs to learn how to use them, and I feel like as he gets more experience in international cricket, he will slowly, I guess, put it all together. 5 balls remaining. This over from Pat Cummins. First one was a dot. Oh, almost a caught and bowl, but it does fall short of Pat Cummins. 95 degrees is not that hot, says Sherwin. It depends on what you are used to. Like for the Australians, they're normally used to around that kind of 26-ish. They've also got the humidity. It feels, I believe on the weather report, it said it feels like 41 degrees Celsius. So you're looking at over 100 degrees Fahrenheit for guys who are used to playing in not so hot conditions. Why is Steve Smith not captain of the Australian cricket team anymore? One word, sandpaper. That's actually the simplest answer. Because of that situation, he wasn't allowed to be captain. Oh, almost another chip down the ground. But this time, Kirk McKenzie. Oh, Labuschagne having a little bit of a slip there. West Indies under 19, how are they sitting in the competition? I believe they made it through to the next stage after picking up the win yesterday up against the English. I think they won that game anyway, if I'm not wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, anyone who is just tuning in now, we will have around an hour worth of just having the scoreboard updating on the screen without our commentary. I do apologise, but it is also due to the prior commitments of covering some sevens during this session. Whole of session number 2 we are covering on the channel, as well as a majority of session number 3. Scoreboard, like I said, will still be updating, so you'll be able to see when the runs are being scored, and also alongside that, if there are any wickets falling. And on those sevens live streams that we are going to be covering, we will also keep you updated on if there are any wickets falling. So if you do want a little bit more of the cricketing updates, rather than just seeing the scoreboard, I would recommend also coming over and having a look at that one. It's very unfortunate with the time zones, the fact that they have worked out to have 2 things that we normally would commentate on at the exact same time, and seeing as there's just one of me, it makes it very tricky indeed. But it is only the hour worth. 3 games of sevens, and then we are straight back into the commentary. And like I said, this live stream will still be running So you guys will be able to talk all about what is happening in the game. Brilliant straight drive there from McKenzie, lofted over Pat Cummins' head. He isn't afraid to hit the ball in the air, Kirk McKenzie, but he has been definitely getting it right here in terms of his time. And kitchen him back, says Vaughan. And there as well, but yeah, fantastic drive from Kirk McKenzie, lofting it over the top of the field. Well, we are going to go like this. We are going to go like that as well. But that is now the 50 runs up for the West Indies. And another straight drive, but it does this time find the fielder. So that is going to be the end of the over. 1 for 51. And the people who said West Indies shall not be playing Test cricket, I know you will regret it, says Imran. Exactly right. Like everyone always says that teams shouldn't be playing, but it's having those sides playing that actually adds to the environment of Test match cricket. The West Indies bring so much to the game. Have you ever thought about shaving your face? I have many times. And baseball failed in India from the English. But now, like I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, the live stream will continue flowing. We will have the scoreboard still updating, but we will be popping away to that live stream between Argentina and South Africa. And then we have got a couple more, but we will be back before the end of the session with more commentary. So if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. There we go. We have got that little thing down the bottom that will be popping up. I will see you all in about an hour or so. I do apologize for this, but like I said, prior commitments meant that we were going to have this overlap. But the scoreboard will still be here and will still be updating. Hello ladies and gentlemen, we are back. That live stream, it was not quite working and for some reason it slightly cut out. So we are back for another, I think, 20 minutes. I will quickly mute the song. There we go. Right. That one didn't quite work out. We're going to try again with, of course, the next live stream, which is France versus Samoa. But for now, we are here for another 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for that little bit of confusion. We had South Africa versus Argentina. I tried to start that stream, and then my streaming got confused at why I had two streams going at once. It seemed to work yesterday, but yeah, it didn't seem to like it today. But I should mention Cam Green is going to be bowling now for the Australians. I hope you guys are all still doing very well, even though we only popped away for a very brief amount of time. 15.5 overs have been bowled. 5 dot balls from Cam Green at the start of this over. Oh, slashing at that one for Brathwaite. It has worked out very nicely, beating Nathan Lyon, and that will be a boundary to close out the over. Brathwaite manages to strike, and it is 1 for 55. Slightly shorter there from Cam Green, giving the width to Brathwaite. Has done extremely well there, slashing that one through the gap in the midfield from Nathan Lyon. A rare error from that man in the field, but perhaps the heat and the fatigue of playing in the heat could heavily impact the way that the Australians go out there in the field today. All right, we will go like this and like that. There we go. I think it's all running smoothly. Do let me know if you guys can see me and hear me and all that good stuff. Now Brathwaite. Moved up to 15 runs off 44 deliveries. McKenzie at the other end, he is sitting on 28 off 28. This partnership moving to 42 off 52 deliveries. It's pitched up and driven down the ground. That is the favourite shot of both of these individuals so far today. But I believe McKenzie, he would have scored, I would say at least maybe 20 of his runs that he has got down the ground. What happens is, Robert, so I tried to go over to that Sevens live stream, and for some reason, as soon as I started it, I think it was like 20 seconds in, and then StreamYard came up saying that I couldn't do two at once. And then, which is weird because I did it yesterday, no problems at all. And then it privated that live stream for South Africa, Argentina. So yeah, I was very confused. But hopefully the next one, we are hopefully going to be able to pick up Samoa, France, which is just around the corner. And I refreshed everything, so hopefully it works. But currently, that game between South Africa and Argentina is happening, but we missed the first few minutes from it doing that. So we're still here for another 20 minutes or so. Currently 2 slips and the gully in play for the Australians. Pat Cummins trying to find a way of breaking this partnership, which at the moment has moved very nicely to 46. That is a ripper of a delivery from Cummins just outside of the off stump. I think, oh. Can you guys see me all right? Maybe. One moment. We back? Maybe. Kind of. I'm glitching a little bit. I don't know why. Can you guys still hear me though? Maybe. We'll see. Oh, nicely turned off the hip. Hey, yeah, bro, says Double G. Am I lagging for you guys with my mouth and everything, or is it just for me that it is lagging? Are you here? Says Leicester, but that is going to be now nicely worked for 2 runs to the leg side. You good, bro? Says Double G. Okay, maybe it's just on my end that I see it lagging. You look strange. Oh, I look strange normally, but clearly says, no, bro, you're good. Says Double G. Okay, I'll take it. Another short ball, ducking under it there was Kirk McKenzie. Oh. Yes, you're good, mate. Says Jermaine. Yeah, it just must be on my end then that it's kind of glitching about. It's lagging, says Melvin. Yeah, it looks like it's glitching a little bit. Yes, audio good, no lag here. Just kidding. Says Sinclair Mayers. Glitching, says Robert. So what I might very, very quickly do, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to turn off my camera, plug it in. In fact, what I can do maybe... Did that help? Hello? Maybe. Am I back? No, still glitching. Right, one moment. End of the over. It is 1 for 61. I'm just going to quickly unplug my camera. Right, we're back. Hey, you guys can see my green screen, but hopefully that's worked out now. Yeah, that looks like my mouth is working at the normal rate. There we go. Maybe. Does it work? No, it's still lagging a little bit. Are you all? Are we got? You been heard clearly? Oh, you think about this current West Indies side, says Charles. I think that they've got a lot of potential with what they've been able to do just in this short series. And yeah, I am looking forward to seeing what they do in their next maybe 12 months or so. We might see a nice little change for the West Indies in terms of their momentum. I can see that it's still lagging, by the way. I do apologise for that. The scoreboard, luckily, is still updating itself, kind of, which is good. Okay, so Pat Cummins actually went over to the umpire earlier on and said that West Indies are slowing it down, which is interesting. Saying that there were too many stoppages coming from the West Indies just outside of the Braithwaite edge. Cam Green thinks that he heard something, but none of his teammates are really backing him up here. They won't go upstairs for that one. Right, I've turned off the green screen and that's actually worked a lot better. Like a Japanese dub movie. Says Robert, I might actually have to just have a backdrop of a green screen here because without it, or when I put the green screen on, it seems to glitch. When I don't have the green screen on, it seems to be fine. So that might be what we need to do for a little bit here to stop the lagging. But nicely bowled outside of our stump from Cam Green again. He's just had the one boundary so far. Do you watch anime? I do not, no. But, I mean, I've got nothing against it. Like, at the end of the day, if that's what you like watching, that's what you like watching. I feel like it's the same with certain sports. Some people like sports, some people don't. So, yeah, I think it just depends on what it is you like. That was very close. A little bit lead side-ish, though, for Cam Green. And g'day, says John Mack. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing extremely well. Oh, we will go like this. There we go. Right. I think I've sorted this part of it anyway. With the background, the over rate at the moment, like it's just shown, is -2. And West Indies is my team, and I bet my life on them. Huge wager, but I'll pay in wins, says Jonathan. It's a risky bet. At the moment, it's probably not going too badly, though, because they are getting in a decent position in this test match. Pitched up by Cam Green again. Hi, kid, you ordered lunch yet? I have not, no. It's currently 5:50 here in New Zealand, but I have not had lunch, and I probably won't get to have it until about 1 a.m. after a few of the streams. And good night, everyone, says Daniel. Welcome in, Daniel. And West Indies, says John there. An 84-run lead. Yeah, very nice lead forming here for the West Indies. An important one at this stage of the match. Where should I bet? Nowhere. Betting is too risky. Best way of putting it. Partnership currently 49 of 63 deliveries. For these two, McKenzie ticking over very nicely. He has to evade the short ball. Now 1 for 62. And yeah, another drinks break for the players. And it's just to the extreme heat. Memphis, the West Indies winning, says John. At the moment, they're not doing too badly. They have got themselves at least a bit of a lead forming, which is fantastic news for the West Indies. But they need to keep this flowing and they need to keep it going. If they do let their foot off the gas, that is when they are really going to struggle. If they lose a couple of wickets quickly, then the momentum could change in this match. Pat Cummins, he's been drawing McKenzie into hitting the ball in the air, which in some cases has led to runs being scored by Kirk McKenzie. There's also a chance, though, if the mistakes do start flowing for the West Indies, maybe we could see Australia getting a few wickets in this session. Close to the outside edge, well bowled by Cummins again, Brathwaite. Going to patiently, will this be the last game? It is. Unfortunately, of the Test series, there are only 2 matches. Okay, so the West Indies, they wanted a drink. Okay, this is interesting, ladies and gentlemen. So West Indies pretty much, the umpires told the West Indies they were taking too long, having drinks breaks every over, or for run-out chance for Marnus Labuschagne, well fielded by the man in close. But that now brings up the 50-run partnership. But yeah, pretty much the gist of what just happened was the Australians, they snuck a drinks break while the West Indies were getting told off for trying to take a drinks break. Extreme heat at the moment, so of course that has to be kind of considered when these two sides are calling for drinks and everything along those lines, just to try and keep the players hydrated, player safety and all that good stuff. Now Cummins, another short ball, glided to gully by Kirk McKenzie. I don't actually think he wanted to make connection with that ball, but it's worked out for him as it currently sits. Anyone wondering about that game between Argentina and South Africa? Currently at halftime, Argentina are leading 14 points to 5. How many runs to win? Says John. So currently, I would say the West Indies need over 300 to put themselves in a good position to go on and win this test match. So they're still a wee way off, but if they can continue building, I think there's a decent chance they can stay in this match. Another great ball from Cummins. Kenzie, he's been lured into playing a couple of those outside of the off stump. That was another time that it has happened. And just getting drawn in enough. Cummins very good at luring batsmen into playing. This time it was no different. McKenzie looked frustrated after playing at that ball. He knows that that was a little bit of an error that he shouldn't have made. Charging in again, short ball from Cummins. Remember me, says Singler family? I certainly do. You did ask that maybe about 30 minutes ago, if I did remember you. So is that remembering you from last time you asked, or remembering you from the previous streams that you are asking about? 53 minutes gone so far in this session. The wall is green. Says Simran, it certainly is. We tried to do one of our 7 streams, and technical difficulties meant that it completely cut out. So we now don't have a green screen. Well, we have a green screen, we just don't have anything on it at the moment. It is hot. What the Aussies want or drink milk, says Sinclair Mayers. Well, they'll probably just take hydration beverages, whether that's their Gatorade or Powerade, whatever the sponsor is for the Aussies. End of another Cummins over that has only gone for the single. Is England or India winning? India are in the box seat in that test match. Just showing some of the highlights of McKenzie and Brathwaite's 50-run partnership being brought up. 70 balls faced for these two. I've made the absolute most of this partnership at an important time as well. Like this and like this as well. I'm sorry that technical difficulties happened. They happened. It was going to be expected at some stage, I would say, throughout these live streams. Definitely when we're trying to do multiple at the same time, it was bound to go wrong at some stage. Cam Green continuing his bowling. Nicely played by Braithwaite, getting in behind it. Isn't in a hurry, but the good news about this partnership is Mackenzie has been propelling the run rate forward. So it means that they don't so much have to worry about Braithwaite not attacking. A little bit similar to what we saw yesterday with Usman Khawaja and Alex Carey. Alex Carey, the aggressive batsman, scoring boundaries, and Usman Khawaja just sticking around, tapping it around a little bit, and staying out there. Building the partnership. Hello, Hamish, says Nadro. Welcome in, mate. And let's go the Windies. Says Simran there, and says my session boys. Says Sinclair Mayers. Cam Green not happy with something running in, and that won't help the over rate. I know Australia were complaining because the West Indies were taking drinks, but that probably wouldn't have helped one bit with them. Saying it could have been the robots. Stuart Broad, of course, had some issues with the robot in Australia. Nice drive from Braithwaite. Went straight to Labuschagne, though. His partnership is looking very good. Keep it up, boys. Says Winston and the chat as well. Currently the lead of 85 runs for the Australians. Oh, sorry, for the West Indies. Hazelwood back out on the field. Believe that the Australians will go for short spells across their bowlers. Interesting video on the entertainment channel. Loved it, says Nadro. It's a different concept, I guess you could say, that one that we recently filmed, but it was a lot of fun to film, as weird as it sounds, but yeah, we have fun while doing it. Well, crowd booing at the moment. I'm not sure what's just happened. I know yesterday they had a pitch invader, which was quite annoying for the players. Should mention that this will be the last over for around 45 minutes that we are actually providing the commentary for. I am going to try again with that next Sevens live stream. Oh, the wicket. Labuschagne has taken the catch, but then he threw the ball away extremely quickly. Now, Ben Stokes had one that he threw it away, and they did say that it was not out. How quickly did Labuschagne ditch this one? Nah, he had that one. He actually considered grabbing it afterwards because he thought, hang on, if I chuck that away, but that will be the wicket. Cam Green gets Braithwaite and the breakthrough. After the partnership reaches 50, Braithwaite goes after 54 balls as soon as spoke, and Braithwaite gave it away. Says Winston, and there as well. So that was the partnership that was going to change things, I think, for the West Indies. And now that that partnership has been broken, they now have a little bit of time where they have to try and rebuild it. But yeah, we are going to be returning after, of course, these next two balls that we are going to be watching with the bowling of Cam Green. But he is actually the man who gets the breakthrough, which not many people would have been anticipating. But as you can see down the bottom, 45 minutes we are away for just 2 Sevens live streams, ladies and gents. And then we will be returning straight back to the stream for the final 15 minutes of the session, as well as the whole entirety of session number 2 we are going to be covering on the channel as well. So if you are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe, as it is very greatly appreciated you all being here for this match. And as soon as we spoke, Braithwaite gave it away. Yeah, worst time to lose the wicket as well, to be honest, just before the drinks break. In fact, I believe they will be taking more than likely an early drinks break now in this matchup. Yeah, they are. The players all taking their drinks break, ladies and gents. So we have about 3 minutes of a break there, and then the scoreboard will continue to update while we are away. Some good bowling from Cam Green, picking up the wicket of Braithwaite. We've got our 2 quick Sevens live streams, which will take 45 minutes, and then we are straight back covering some more of this match. But be sure to stay in the chat, keep chatting along with each other, talking about the game as it progresses. I'll be back very, very soon. Hello everyone, we are back. We are all doing extremely well. We are now ready to go for the cricket once more. And I should mention, a little bit's happened since we went away. Unfortunately, did see that dismissal of Kirk McKenzie, which is the last thing that the West Indies wanted. They have still got themselves 10 minutes remaining in this session, and now it's about trying to find this next big partnership. Athanaze on 22 of 40, Hodge sitting on 8 of 15. And Cam Green, the bowler, worked to the leg side by Athanaze. I look for a cheeky 2 here, and I don't know whether or not they'll get it. It's going to be tight, but he does make it good running between the wickets. Cam Green, 1 wicket, 9 runs off his bowling thus far, but he did pick up that massive wicket of Brathwaite. Even though he wasn't scoring at a huge rate, he has still been out there for a relatively long time. It's going to be very important that they don't allow the Australians back into this match. That was half a chance. It was in the air. Only in the air for a very short amount of time, but an extra 4 runs for Athanaze. Now makes this over already a little bit more expensive. Has gone for 7 runs just in the short moment. Cam Green. Athanaze, he did try and drive it, so there was a little bit of uppish behaviour from the ball after it found the edge, but Mitch Marsh unable to reach out and grab it. He does concede the 4 runs. I should mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We have got the next session just around the corner. I reckon I will disseminate at 300. See his Fluffy. Pitched up and solid from Athanaze. And this will give him a lot of confidence. Of course, another one of the younger players for the West Indies who have been brought in here for just this test series. Perhaps if he has a big one, could end up finding himself in the team a little bit more in the future. But still another 8 minutes remaining. So probably 3 overs, I would say. Probably actually more likely 2, because they have been a little bit slower. Oh no, we'll go like this. Back. Session 2. There we go. So the next session, ladies and gentlemen, will be starting at 7:40 p.m. New Zealand time. I believe that that will actually be 1:40 a.m. in Jamaica. So quite a late night for you guys in the West Indies, of course, but we have still got, like I mentioned, those few overs remaining here. Partnership, 20 runs off 34. Of course, Nathan Lyon, the man who got the breakthrough wicket again. He did it in the first innings when De Silva and Hodge were building a massive partnership. Hodge, second highest run scorer in that first innings with his 71 runs and some very impressive shots. Isn't afraid to go after the ball if it's there to be hit as well, which is quite crucial for the West Indies to keep these runs ticking over. Currently with that lead of 128. 2 dot balls in a row from Nathan Lyon. And I am Fiji, good comeback. Now I was watching. Says Brandon, defended off the back foot. Athanaze, welcome back, mate, says Jermaine. It is good to be back. I did mention earlier on, we've had so many technical difficulties today, hence why we haven't got a green screen behind us at the moment. It actually ended up pretty much breaking, I guess is the best way of describing it in terms of the camera. But luckily we're still here, still going. 2 balls remaining and Nathan Lyon's over. I think that they will get through 3 overs because they are bowling spin from one end. We'll see one more Cam Green over and then Nathan Lyon to close out the session. Any wickets to fall now, though, for Australia would be absolutely massive. Nice driving shot off the back foot there for the West Indies. USA try time, says Brandon. 106 for 3. A much better start for the West Indies. And I know that it's probably still not quite as many runs as they would have liked to see from the top order. But the middle order have been one of the most important aspects in the way that the West Indies have gone in this test match, as well as the lower order, those big partnerships coming late in the day. End of the Nathan Lyon over, a good maiden. 32 overs bowled from the Australians, so they could get close to a new ball by the end of today, which of course would be the last thing Australia want. And you're doing a great job, mate. Says Jermaine, thank you very much. Yeah, anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Like I said, we're only 50 away from our goal. So if you do want to help us get there, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Are the West Indies still winning? Says John, they've currently got themselves the lead of 128. So they still aren't considered as heavy favourites yet. But if they can keep on scoring a few more runs here, get a lead of 300, then they would be considered favourites going into the last 2 days. And Fiji France are in the quarterfinal. Fiji versus Springboks. Is that right, says Brandon? I believe so. So yeah, Fiji versus South Africa is the only one that we've got currently confirmed out of the quarterfinal fixtures. And the rest are still a little bit of a wait and see. Cam Green. Oh, that's a good ball. A little bit wider. About half a metre outside of the off stump. Trying to drive that one was Athanaze, but he didn't make connection. It's a good dot ball from Cam Green. Just trying to build that little bit of pressure after the maiden of Nathan Lyon. If Cam Green can get a maiden here, perhaps the West Indies play a silly shot in the last over. Now Athanaze. Oh, he's tried the same shot. And he also still hasn't made connection with it. So getting lured into the shot by Cam Green. Just a little bit further outside of the bat. And will today be the final day of a win? It will not, no. They'll probably still have to play tomorrow and maybe even the next day. I assume you've got a bet on it, John. Normally anyone who's asking about when it will end and who's going to win normally has some sort of money on it. So who have you backed? Have you backed the West Indies or have you backed Australia? Pitched up this time, left alone. That one was probably the easier ball to drive out of the 3 that he's had. I wish I was live on YouTube. Asked how any of your fans are going to go live for Australia versus Ireland. Says Brandon, how much do you think Smith will make in the second innings? Another under 10 or a duck? Says Karaoke Singer. I mean, he'll be frustrated about the effort that he put in for the first innings. He would have loved to get a lot more runs than he did. I bet it on draft picks, says John in there as well. I assume there was some sort of bet in there, mainly because anyone who pops in asking when it's going to end normally has one on. And respectable effort thus far, of course, would have been far more content or more contended with the overall position if Alex Carey's bail would have dislodged yesterday, says Jerome. Yeah, sometimes it's those unknown realities of cricket. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck. Are you trying to talk less about my VC? Says Brandon. And Smithy to retire hurt after making 7, says Fluffy. Last ball, it's off the edge. I think Steve Smith's dropped that. I don't think he got the hand to it as well as he wanted. I don't think it was also going to carry to Usman Khawaja, but a heavy drive at it from Hodge. Doesn't connect. That was close. We're going to get to see a replay of that in the next over, of course, but for now we've got a Nathan Lyon over that is just around the corner from taking place. This will be the last over of the session, ladies and gentlemen. I try talking less about my YouTube channel now, says Brandon. And there as well. But yeah, very close. Steve Smith, he already dropped 1. He'll be gutted if that is a second chance that he could have taken. Now we will get to see on the replay if it would have carried. Unfortunately, I think they just showed the replays while we had ads in New Zealand, so we didn't actually get to see. So anyone who got to see the replay, let me know. Did it carry? I think it did. Hodge is on strike now. I think it was Athanaze actually on strike, but Hodge is now the man on strike. Got the man at slip being Steve Smith. Can't afford to drop any more catches if it was a drop catch for the Australians. Already dropping 2 in their first innings and actually 2 now in this innings if it was the chance. Here we go. We're going to see another replay here. The sad reality is I think it would have carried to Usman Khawaja, who has been doing extremely well with his catching throughout this test match. Yeah, but there's a drop from Steve Smith. Oh, Alex Carrier just having a real long chat with Nathan Lyon. Here we go. Yeah. It would have been an easy catch for Khawaja, who's already drifting to the side. But Steve Smith chucked the hand at it. Hope that it stuck, and it didn't. I get 20 years in Sing Sing, says Fluffy there. They're just talking about the spacing of the Australian slip cord, and it is always talked about in terms of the fact that they are very compact. For such great slip fielders, Smith has poor technique. Somehow he manages to take stunners, says Shahid. And also, Hamish, which game did New Zealand win? Samoa right at Pebbles, or be New Zealand-Argentina, says Brandon. So yeah, New Zealand got the win over Samoa, who have now missed out on the quarter-final. Straight ball, played quite late from Hodge. He's not in any hurry at the moment. It's important, just the one ball left. 2 minutes before lunch, Athanase should leave the ball. And yeah, it could be down to that little bit of a lack of experience. He wanted to get some sort of bat on ball. Unfortunately, he did. But he didn't get it anywhere near the middle. That will now be the end of the over, and that will be the end of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, the West Indies losing the 2 wickets, but they have now built their lead to 120. Aaron Smith is such a bad fielder. Why is he in the slips? He's actually taken, I believe it's 500 catches in the slips. So, yes, he's dropped 2 in this game, but he's also taken some absolute screamers across of his career. But West Indies with the nice lead, 128, like I said. Just the 2 wickets falling. It could have been another one right at the end of the day had it not been for that drop catch of Steve Smith. So the next session, ladies and gents, will be kicking off in around 40 minutes time. So we will be back for the start of it. And yeah, hopefully you guys will be here when we do return. We're going to go have a quick break. And then we will be back ready to go for the next session of this test match. And I'm feeling good about the Windies. Just won $70 on 2 blackjack hands, says Austin. I wouldn't recommend putting any more money on them. But I will see you all in the very near future. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Session number 2 is just about upon us, and technical difficulties look like they have gone away. The green screen is working. Hopefully everything is running smoothly, and we are ready to go for what should be a very entertaining session of Test match cricket. At the moment, the way that the West Indies sit, they are on 106 for 3, currently leading by 128 runs, which is very important. Of course, the closer that they can bring that towards the 200, the better by the end of this session. But there is also potential that we see the West Indies even go above and beyond that number and keep on going, pushing towards 300 by the end of today. It is currently 35 degrees Celsius at the game. It is hot. The players are showing fatigue. Cam Green, he has bowled very well so far. 1 for 13. Nathan Lyon also able to get the breakthrough wicket just before the break. In fact, a little bit before the break, as Athanaze and Hodge now partnering quite nicely in the next one for the West Indies. But Athanaze on 28 runs of 48 deliveries. Hodge sitting there 8 runs of 27 deliveries. So he's slowly ticking up. But it's all about building partnerships, as Hodge is well aware of, because he was a part of that absolutely crucial partnership that we saw between him and De Silva in the first innings. That without that partnership happening, there is also the argument that maybe the West Indies wouldn't even have a shot at the moment. But now, because of that partnership, because of the batting, digging their heels in, making it harder to get those wickets for the Aussies, they are in with a decent shot in this test match. Pat Cummins about to lead his side out. Did see that drop catch from Steve Smith just before the break. And it is actually his second drop catch of this innings. He did drop Craig Braithwaite right at the end of the first session that we saw the West Indies batting. That was last night. Currently in the win viz, it has got the West Indies as 45% likely to win this test match compared to the 55% of the Australians. So they have got the slight advantage at the moment in favour of the Aussies. But I would say another 50 or so runs here for the West Indies, and that will heavily go back in their favour. Definitely if these two batsmen are still there at the time of it happening. But Nathan Lyon, I would expect quite a few overs from him today, mainly because the pace bowlers, they have to try and juggle them and not overwork them. 3 or 4 overs, I think, will be the maximum that they want to give each of the pace bowlers. Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins, Green. And I should mention, Green's bowled 5 on the trot, so maybe they're going to be a bit harsher on the less experienced bowlers. Try and rest those crucial ones. Though I wouldn't be surprised if we see Stark back in the very near future with the ball in hand. It is a very hot afternoon in Brisbane. The heat wave is still hitting. And like they've just said, the difference here for the Australians at the moment is they are dropping catches that normally would be considered sitters for the calibre of Australian fielders. Catches win matches is always a saying that comes to mind. Pakistan in their series up against Australia, they definitely did not use that as their motto. Drop catches mean we have to field for another 30 or so overs is the motto of the Pakistan series. What's happening right now? They are just about to start again. Cam Green will continue with the ball in hand. But session number 2, ladies and gents, is just now getting underway. 2 slips, quite close together once more with Khawaja at first, Steve Smith at second, and then Cam Green to continue his bowling. It's a bit short and pulled away nicely by Athanaze. Get himself the single. Was just jogging that single, so putting a bit more pressure on him was Travis Head with that launching of the ball towards the bowler's end. And good morning, says Donald. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing extremely well. Hope you are excited. Whereabouts are you watching from, Donald? Do let me know. 34 overs through at the moment for the West Indies. They have batted a lot longer in this test match compared to the first test. Batting over the 100 overs for their first innings. Australia don't often have to bowl more than 100 overs, which is why we are seeing so much fatigue on their faces, but also another factor is the heat. Like I said, 35 degrees Celsius. It's also a little tiny breeze, but I believe it's a warm wind rather than a cooling. They need the southerly. Cam Green didn't get a huge amount of bowling in that first innings, or actually, to be fair, in the first test match overall. They didn't really feel like they needed to use them. They actually used 8 bowlers in the first innings for the Australians. The only 3 men not to touch the ball when it came to bowling was Alex Carey, seeing as he was the wicketkeeper, Usman Khawaja, and also Steve Smith. Why Aussie didn't bat fully, why they declared they can add crucial runs with the last wicket, says Coding. Of course, hindsight's a wonderful thing. If they had known that the West Indies were going to bat as well as they have for these first 3 wickets falling, they probably would have batted out with those last partnership. But the reason behind it, I believe anyway, and of course people will disagree, some will agree, some will disagree, but for me, I believe it was because of how lethal Australia can be with a pink ball in hand with 30 minutes remaining in the day. How many times have we seen them finish their batting, send a side in, and clean up 3 or 4 wickets within 10 overs? Similar to what we actually saw for the West Indies when they first started bowling. How they were taking wickets back to back to back. Australia expected that same, I guess, royalty in the evening session, seeing as the ball does swing so much more, about 1.9 degree of swing. Although I think it was only around 1.5 last night, not quite getting as much movement as they had the night prior. But they wanted to try and put the West Indies on the back foot and clean up their top order. They weren't able to do that. Only the 1 wicket falling of Chanderpaul right at the end of the day meant that the West Indies, with Braithwaite today, they were able to start building, which was something that they definitely needed. Cam Green, good speed so far throughout this over. Kind of in the earlies, 130. It's going to take a huge amount of effort. Just showing here, Nathan Lyon actually fielding at mid-off. That is not something you see too often. Normally find themselves at point or backwards point. I think they've left that region open, trying to entice the cut shot for Hodge, but that'll be the end of the first over from Cam Green. Just a 1 run off it for Athanaze, and it is 107 for 3 now for the West Indies. 35 overs in. They are still ticking along at just over 3, or just under, 3 and over, which, I mean, they won't be hugely happy about. They do still need to take it to these bowlers, which I think that Kirk McKenzie did so well. What is the chaseable score in the 4th innings on this pitch? I think anything under 300, Australia will really like their chances. Anything over 300, you start to get into the tricky zone of, is it going to be too much? Nathan Lyon is going to continue bowling. Did pick up the wicket, but also hasn't been too expensive economy-wise. So a good decision here from the Australians as a bit of wind starts to cross the ground. Big swing from Athanaze, looking to cut that one out through point. Doesn't connect with it. We did actually see him slash at one near the end of the last session, and he was dropped by Steve Smith during that session. Pat Cummins here set a field that says if you want to try and slash it through the offside, you're going to have to go through that cover point region, but well played by Athanaze. The straighter delivery gets the bat behind it. Line going around the wicket to the left-hander, trying to open up the opportunity of that LBW. Did see him get the LB of... Oh, hang on, another change here. Put a man in close on the offside, that being Travis Head, only a couple metres from the bat. He's almost had it waxed straight at him. And hi says Tariq and hi says Stanley. Welcome in, guys. We are both doing extremely well. We have got a long way to go before the end of the day, of course. It's going to be running right through another hour and 50 minutes for this session. Then we've got that 20-minute break and then another few hours to close out day 3. And ideally for the West Indies to have a very good chance of winning, they need to be batting at the end of this day. Nicely cut. Almost a bit of a third man region. Cam Green dives across and stops the boundary. And at the moment for Australia, those little moments, they could be the difference. When we think about Marnus Labuschagne chasing after that ball when running down the ground, stopped a run from being scored by the West Indies. Cam Green, he saved 3 runs there, or at least 2. So, does that mean that those runs could help? Can you listen to me, please, says Tariq. I replied to you after you said hi, Tariq. Nicely fielded by Usman Khawaja, who is actually fielding at that point region when Hodge is on strike, sitting on 8 off 33, scoring a little bit slower than he did in his first innings when he managed his 71 runs. A bit dragged down from line, and they'll take the single to close out the over. Total of 2 runs off it. It will be 109 for 3. And come on, West Indies, bat all day, says Stanley. And yeah, theoretically, putting another 60 overs onto the board for the West Indies, if they're going at just under 3 and over, another 60 overs, we'll just say for argument's sake, they get another 170 runs, just under 3 and over. That, at the end of the day, would give them a 300-run lead. So I think that that is exactly where the West Indies will want to see themselves at the end of today. 300-run lead over the Australians, and then still have a little bit of the next session to still be able to bat. Although the other side of things, of course, is what if Australia do bowl the West Indies out? Can the West Indies have that attacking period of the game right near the end of the final session? Whoa, that one's come back in off the seam for Cam Green. It has done a lot. Looks towards the umpire. Half appeal from the Australians. I don't think they were too confident with that one. Was well bowled by Cam Green. Getting that ball to talk off the seam. Let's see the replay here. It has come back, I would say, a good 6 inches. That ball has travelled back towards the batsman Hodge. And 3 runs per over all day, says Stanley. And there will be times, of course, when they slow down, and there will be times when they speed up. But yeah, average around 3 runs per over. That would take them up to that 300 mark. Outside off, left alone by Hodge. All about being disciplined here. Currently going at a strike rate of 25, which is much lower than his first innings. But they still need to make sure that they punish the bad ball, the West Indies, to keep those runs ticking over. And Hodge and De Silva, something that they did extremely well when they were at the middle. Mainly De Silva just tapping that ball to leg side. Easy singles were on offer. The moment for the Australians, they have tightened up their field a little bit. Going quite attacking with 2 men on the leg side. Mid-wicket. Oh, it's off the outside edge. Doesn't carry to Mitchell Marsh, but well fielded in the gully. How much will they regret not taking that chance? Steve Smith's drop catch in the first session. Playing that one with soft hands, Hodge. And I feel like he's almost batting himself into a little bit of a hole here. He doesn't seem intent on scoring runs, which is normally where Hodge actually goes best, when he's willing to play that bad delivery. Aussies need at least a wicket before the West Indies reach 150, I would agree. Another 19 runs for that to happen for the West Indies. Oh, nicely worked to the leg side. And this will be 2 runs for Hodge. Joel Stark having to run right round the boundary, and they'll just take the 2. Stark getting a massive round of applause from the crowd, recognising his efforts to go from fine leg all the way around to be able to cover that one. Luckily for him, though, down at deep fine leg, at this ground anyway, you are in the shade, so that's probably the best place to field, with the exception, of course, when it's hit out there by Hodge and Athanase. Pitched up there from Cam Green. Oh, there's a no. Could have been dangerous. Athanase says no. Hodge wanted it. Athanase holding his ground, taking a little bit more of a, I guess you could call it a senior role out of these two, and really loud call. Luckily for them, there was no run out, but got to remember in that first innings, we did see the run out of Roach when he did overcommit to running the single. It was turned around by Sinclair on debut. But yeah, very good loud calling, which is exactly what the West Indies need. They need clear communication between their players out there in the middle. It's going to be the end of the over. It is 3 for 111. Lead of 133 for the West Indies. No wickets for Australia in this session, says Stanley. It wouldn't be the first time that a second session has become wicketless for the Aussies. We've got to remember that last test match, or the last innings, we actually saw De Silva and Hodge bat right through that second session, which heavily frustrated the Australians. Mindful that Pakistan nearly defied the odds and chased a 490 at this venue some years ago. Mindset and attitude needs to be occupied and accumulate as far as possible, says Jerome. Yeah, they need 300, honestly, by the end of tonight, because if they aren't in an attacking-ish mindset, and I'm not saying they have to go after every ball. They don't have to do what Alex Carey did. They don't have to do what Alzarri Joseph did. But ticking over at just over 3 runs and over, that gets them towards 320 as their lead by the end of the day. Nathan Lyon now bowling to Athanaze, and he slashes at that one. Doesn't quite get it, but it's a misfield from Mitchell Marsh that they will now manage 2 runs. And that is going to be frustrating. Oh. They just got 3 runs. The misfield from Mitch Marsh. He jogged after the ball, assuming that the West Indies would take 2. And the West Indies said, if he's only going to jog, we're going to sprint. And they managed 3 runs. Nathan Lyon livid after going for 3 there. Not only was it a misfield from Marsh, but only jogging after it meant that the West Indies got back for 3. And Nathan Lyon holds his arms out and says, what are we doing in the field, boys? Definitely less than Aussie's normal standard. Taking another single. Hodge now moves up to 12. 300 plus the target, says Daytime TV. And yeah, if they can put on their 300 plus, they'll be in a good position in this match, that is for sure. Like they've said at the moment, still nowhere near enough to win a test match with 137, but if they continue at this rate, they'll get towards a total that can be. Athanaze, just defending that one, hits it to the man at backward point, and Cam Green. He's looking straight into the sun at the moment, but he opts to not wear his sunglasses. Now, that for me seems risky. The only reason I say that is I actually played in a match last weekend at Drinks. The sun hadn't really affected me where I was fielding. I was fielding at cover, so no problem with the sun. So after the drinks break, I decided to leave my sunglasses off on my head. And then one of the first balls after drinks, the ball got skied up. It was my catch to take, and I looked straight into the sun, missed it by a few meters. I actually tried to reach for my glasses to put them back on while the ball was in the air, but sadly did not take that catch. That's why if I was Cam Green, I would have them on. Just in case you get a skyer, you don't want to be looking straight into the sun. Is this Hodges' debut match? He did play in the last match as well. The only debut for the West Indies in this contest is Sinclair. Pitched up that time. Australia doesn't seem to be having a good time, says Simran. Well, they're used to bowling teams out. And the West Indies are just manipulating the strike very nicely. 4 runs coming off that Nathan Lyon over. Oh. The commentators are just actually talking about catches win matches. But Steve Smith, of course, putting down that catch in the first session of the day. Travis Head lurking around the bat. Sinclair, the backflip king, says Daytime TV. Yes, certainly adding a bit of excitement out there for the West Indies when he took that wicket. Will be one that people remember for a very long time, mainly because you just don't see flips in Test match cricket at all, really. At the moment, Mark Wall wants another metre of spacing between the slip cordon for the sake of not having miscommunications when it comes to the catching. Bowled by Cam Green, 133 Ks, bangs it on that good length. Sometimes can rear up a little bit, create an outside edge, but the next chance for Australia in the air, they have to take it. They've dropped 2 catches, which is far too many for Australia's standards, both of which being dropped by Steve Smith, which are normally easy enough for the Aussies, and it can change a game. Saying again, catches win matches. Now Alex Carey, he has been doing very well. Good loud call of yes there from the West Indies. Oh, they go for it. This is going to be tight, but they do get back. Good running, but it was probably a little bit risky taking on the 2, Marnus Labuschagne. He's already had a run out so far in this matchup. And Smith's opening experiment has failed so far, says Daytime TV. It certainly has. Yeah, taking it on. He's quick between the wicket, Hodge. But I think by Marnus's standards, he'll be disappointed with that throw. Didn't quite get it to Alex Carey the way he would have liked. Just needed it right next to the stumps. Down the leg side quite drastically for Cam Green with the follow-up ball. Australia are human after all, says Stanley. Yeah, it's rare that we see so many errors coming from the Australians. Now, we could blame, of course, the fact that they are playing in extreme heat, and that kind of condition can make the brain do funny things. And you just lose that lapse of judgment sometimes. Normally, like I mentioned, Khawaja at first slip, that would have been his catch, easy peasy. Will Smith open when Australia bat again? He certainly will. They won't want to break that streak of him opening, mainly because he's only done it 3 times so far. And yes, he hasn't turned it into any real runs, but they won't want to say that they're wrong, and by moving him to somewhere else would say that they're wrong. Ronaldo can bat better than Smith, says O'Neill. I don't know about that, but I mean, a lot of these other Aussie batsmen have been batting better than Steve Smith. Alex Carey at the moment. Got about maybe 1.5 meters, maybe 2 meters between him and Usman Khawaja. Pitched up, driven, beautiful shot. One of the best shots in Test match cricket is the on drive. He holds the pose there, Hodge. Now, with just a couple misfields from the Australians and a couple, I guess, slight let-offs, the West Indies have turned 2 overs into 10 runs between the 2. And Bancroft got snubbed. He did. Matty Renshaw. To be honest, when Cam Green was unwell, I would have put Matty Renshaw in as an opener. Had Smith go back to 4, and it would have solved a lot of the problems. Now, of course, hindsight is a wonderful thing. Cam Green, he has got himself 1 wicket here, so he's at least bowling well. And it looks like they're just going to push him to the limit. We've got to remember, he also tested positive only a few days ago. So he's playing while sick and unwell, so that's going to be even more fatiguing in extreme heat. One's come back nicely for Cam Green, though, for the final ball of his over. The West Indies, after 39 overs, so 121 for 3. Just nicely getting that one to come back. Cam Green, that's actually the 2nd time in the last 2 overs. Oh, okay, Cam Green is now coming off the field. Right, Matthew Renshaw's gone to backward point. It means that more than likely we will see pace from the other end. Do you think Australia is ignorant? Says Daytime. I don't know if that's the word I'd describe Australia as. It's just sometimes they just, for me, don't make the right decisions, but because they are World Test champions and because they are so good, they can make bad decisions and still get away with it, if that makes sense. The likes of, let's say, for example, New Zealand. If New Zealand made some bad decisions, you'd know because they'd lose the Test match. Australia, even when they make poor decisions, when they drop catches, more times than not, they will still go on and win that match. So people can say, yes, it was a bad call, but they still won. Your commentary is great, says Stanley. Thank you very much, mate. Usually appreciate it. Currently a bit of a weird field set for Athanaze. the moment they have got the man at backward point, or actually more of a third man, then they've got point, short cover, and a man at mid-off on the ring. Driven down the ground, and I shouldn't forget, of course, they've got Travis Head only about 4 metres away from the bat at cover as well. No short leg. There we go. Ian Smith just said some very interesting comments there about the players in terms of what they can do to try and stay cool. So they've got pretty much a slushy that they can have. They've also got towels that they put around their heads. And alongside that, they aren't allowed ice baths, I think they said, because it will shock the system too much. But you are allowed a shower. But they've opted not to do that. Another glorious straight drive courtesy of the West Indian bat, says Jerome. Nicely played to the leg side for Athanaze. Now moves up to 34, fielded in the deep by Kawaja, who won't mind where he is at the moment. He is in the shade. And anytime you're in the shade in these conditions, it's a happy day. Of course, the better place to be is when you're in the dugout and you don't have to worry about being out there in the field running around. 7-11 Slurpee is great, says Daytime TV. Now Nathan Lyon, final ball of his over. Current temperature, they say, is 31.5 degrees, but the humidity of 71% makes that feel more like about 37. End of the over, though. 122 for 3, a tight one from Nathan Lyon, just the single coming off it. West Indies needs someone to score 100 in this inning, says Stanley. Yeah, if these two, one of them can convert into a century, that would be absolutely massive for the West Indies. Or, even better, let's see a 200-run partnership. We saw 149 in the first innings. If they can bring up 200 runs between these two, West Indies will well and truly be in the box seat. Just showing that dismissal of Kirk McKenzie. Did Tim Payne retire? I think almost. I think he's been playing some lower level cricket, like not international. Of course, because of international cricket, with what happened with him, it meant that he did have to stand down. And I don't think he'll be back in the side, seeing as Alex Carey is doing very well. But, yeah, I don't think we'll see him back in an international cricket kit for Australia anytime soon. Just pounding down where the bowlers are running in. It still seems like it's a relatively hard surface at the Gabba, and that will be down to the fact that there is so much heat. And that will also mean later on that perhaps we start to see a few cracks start to open up on the surface. But Josh Hazlewood back into the bowling attack now to replace Cam Green, who has made his way from the field. I'll mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Hazlewood so many times has been the man to create the breakthrough chance. Pitched up nicely, driven down the ground, but fielded by Captain Cummins. I don't think it would be a bad idea for the Australians to leave Nathan Lyon at one end, continuing his bowling, mainly because it means that your pace bowlers aren't being overworked. Athanaze so far in this series has been out 2 times, facing only 32 balls, and has only scored the 9 runs. So Hazlewood's been a little bit of the dark horse when it comes to Athanaze's batting, and he probably knows that. So have to stay disciplined here, not play at the wrong ball. Pitched up, great drive, but it goes out to Renshaw, who fields it well at point. West Indies building on a 144-run lead, closing in on the 150. This partnership between these two currently sitting on 38 runs off around 90 deliveries. So once again, they haven't been scoring at the fastest rate possible for the West Indies, but they are still out there. And that is exactly what the Windies want. They want to wear down on the Australians, tire them out in the field, and they would much rather be only having 2 of their men out there rather than 11 like the Australians currently find themselves with. There, Athanaze and Hodge C.S. Hansen. And Lara said Athanaze is one to watch. C.S. Stanley. I'll be honest, a lot of these young guys who have been brought into this West Indian team, I think that all of them have had at least one good innings, either with the ball or the bat. Kirk McKenzie, he's been consistently solid. He only had one test match before this series. Athanaze, this is his innings. I feel that he's really got to step up, and if he can do so, will be very handy for him. Sinclair, managing to have the 50 runs as well as picking up that crucial wicket last night, but the 50, I think, would be what is considered better for him. Hodge, and then that's not even to mention Shamar Joseph, who did it with the bat and the ball in the first test match. And Athanaze, 13, a duck, and 8. They are his 3 pass scores from this series, so he is well and truly above that now with 34. It's all about converting it into a big total. Windies, for who is going to win this contest, has it 50-50 currently. I'm just going to have a very quick look as well and see what the New Zealand betting does have it sitting at. I know that they don't favour the West Indies much, mainly because as soon as they do, people put a lot of money on them, and then, or more, they put money on Australia when Australia's odds are high, and then the TAB lose a lot of money. 38 off 68 now. Work to the lead side, another single taken, nice and easy from Athanaze to close out the over. These young guys are fighters, says Stanley. They certainly are. And I didn't even mention Greaves. His fielding is fantastic and also did pretty decently, I felt, with the ball. Has been unlucky with the bat because he does look like he's a very handy batsman. The West Indies currently $4.75 underdogs for us here in New Zealand. So even though it's 50-50 in the Windies Oz, it is not 50-50 for the New Zealanders. There we go. So far, De Silva is the leading run scorer of this match. Getting 79 in total for one innings, that is. If you're combining innings, it's actually Hodge with the most runs. Or in fact, no, sorry, Kawaja would have the most runs if you combine both innings. No, sorry, he's only had one innings. So never mind. Forget what I'm saying. It would be Hodge with the most runs in this test match, followed by De Silva, slashing shot. Goes out to Renshaw, no run taken by Athanaze. Partnership now on 37 between these two. And like they're saying, very interesting patch of this game. Oh. Big cheering from the crowd. I assume someone has been tackled. Off the edge. That's the wicket. Athanaze is gone. Unfortunately, we jinxed him by saying this was the one that he could go on to make a whole heap, and Smith has taken the catch. Your commentary is good, Kiwi lads. Says Owen L, thank you very much, mate. But that is the 4th wicket down now for the Australians. Loopy from Nathan Lyon draws him into playing it, and Nathan Lyon sees the catch taken. He does the fist bump. He was absolutely loving what he saw there. And Athanaze is being dismissed. 35 runs of 72 deliveries. And now Hodge and Greaves. I mentioned about Greaves, how he's been unlucky because he looks like a good batsman. Now we're about to find out just how good he is. Just floating it up there a little bit slower from Nathan Lyon. That's that experience, knowing that Athanaze was cutting, or at least trying to drive out through cover when given the chance. Nathan Lyon, big smiles on his face from getting that wicket. Very important one. Hugely important one. He's got 4 balls remaining of this over. If he can pick up a quick back-to-back, it would change this match. Now, remember what I said about 50-50? And remember what I said about $4.85 underdogs, the West Indies? that wicket there, I'm curious to see how much that has changed that now. And the answer is West Indies now move from $4.85 to $5.60. So not actually as much of a drop as I expected to see. But Greaves, I haven't seen him face a huge amount of spin throughout this series. It is normally more facing pace. Oh, almost snuck it straight through the gate there, Nathan Lyon, but he has worked it away to leg side. Greaves, no run taken though, just the dot ball. He has been a bit dry when it comes to wickets, Nathan Lyon, throughout this West Indian series. So perhaps this is now his chance of picking up those wickets that he hadn't before this stage. Still another hour and 30 or so minutes remaining in this session. It can feel like a long time. Australia, they'll have their tails up after managing to break that partnership of 37. Greaves once again pushing out at that ball, mitigating the spin. Shucks, says Stanley there as well. But yeah, it is a shame because West Indies in this test match have started building some quite nice partnerships. But that one was just not to be. Tapping his bat again here, Greaves. Still the slip, and the man at bat pad slashes at that one. He's got it through. He's an aggressive batsman, and when the ball is there to hit, he will go after it. 4 runs to close out the Nathan Lyon over, and Greaves now gets off the mark. 4 from 4 for that man. He tried to entice him into a similar shot to what we did see for... Yeah, that's a good shot. Just full extension in the drive. Gets the foot to the pitch of the ball. Toe pointing where he wanted the ball to travel as well, and goes wide at Pat Cummins for that 4 runs. Should I mention anyone who is new to the channel? Be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are closing in on a massive goal, which is 45,000 subscribers. So if you do want to help us get there, please be sure to hit that subscribe button. It is greatly appreciated. We are currently only sitting 38 away. So if you haven't already hit that subscribe button, we're closing in on it. Perhaps we can hit it before the end of this session. 2 slips in the gully for Hazlewood. And even though he wasn't the man to take the wicket, his bowling now will be extremely crucial for whether or not Australia can make it back to back. Hodge against Hazlewood this series. He has been dismissed twice as well. Hazlewood has been the man who has caused a lot of problems for the West Indian top to middle order. Just drove that at Athenaeus. Unfortunately there, I think in that scenario he needed to go with more of a cover drive rather than the cross bat. I think that that's actually what hurt him, because it was a little bit too close for that cross bat shot and a little bit too short to go for it as well. 149 run lead for the West Indies. Talking about how this is the most, I guess, beneficial session for the West Indies when it comes to how many runs they will be able to score just before the evening session, which does, of course, get very tricky to be able to pick that ball up. West Indies did it pretty well last night. Oh, that one's hit into the leg. Disappointed as well, Hodge. Quite a, I guess, animated batsman. You could say he does talk quite a bit when he's in the middle. Was talking to Nathan Lyon when he was bowling to him yesterday, which I think was just infuriating Nathan Lyon, seeing as they couldn't really get Hodge out. Ended up dismissed on 71. But one catch for Steve Smith, I feel like that is all it took for him to get that confidence back. Similar to probably his opening, because he hasn't got a big score yet while opening, but once he does, I feel like he'll be going, well, straight drive. Hodge holds the pose again. Hazlewood lets out some profanities. I can't actually repeat what he said, but I know he said something starting with F and ending with UCK. Great drive from Hodge. Kept the bat nice and straight and just watched it onto it. Nathan Lyon was chasing after it, but knew pretty quickly that he wasn't going to be able to catch it. A lot of on drives. One of the most popular scoring shots for the West Indies in this innings so far. 15 boundaries. I would say about 8 of those have come from the on drive. Short ball from Hazelwood. It was a little bit too short. Easily evaded by Hodge. "43 overs, almost being bowled by the Australians. Fatigue is the word of this test match. All the players sweating flat out. Nathan Lyon continuing his bowling spell is a good plan to try and rest some of these quick bowlers so that the evening session can come around and it won't be as hot. Currently the weather in Brisbane, though, I should mention. Currently sitting 32 degrees. Sunset will be at 6:44. Which I believe is still in another maybe 2 hours or so. Somewhere around there. So there's still a little bit of time. But as that sun goes down, it will slowly get a little bit cooler. The evening session's still going to be consisting of around 29 degrees. Those couple of degrees could make a lot of difference. And the couple of extra degrees of swing that Australia may get in the evening session could also make all the difference. The goal for Australia will be to get the West Indies as close to bowled out as they can by the time they reach 80 overs so that the new ball can clean up the tail. They still need another 4 or so wickets to be in that position that I just mentioned. Oh, that's a chance. He couldn't get to it, Travis said. It was Greaves' bat, then his pad, and it ballooned up on the leg side. Travis said chasing that one as quickly as he could, but he was still a few metres short. But the chances are coming thick and fast for Nathan Lyon. Yep, inside edge. And Travis said just not able to get to that ball. No matter how hard he tried to chase it, just kept on drifting away from him. Nice strategic shot there from the West Indies number 6, Greaves. Knew that he was under pressure with the angle from Nathan Lyon, so just taps it out to point and sneaks the quick single. Now it means that Hodge will be back on strike. We haven't seen too many aggressive shots from Hodge when facing off with Nathan Lyon. It's been more so just waiting for the straighter delivery from Lyon to tap it off his pads, work it down to fine leg. Pitched up. Oh, he's cut across there with the front foot to make sure. No chance of that ball coming back. I think Steve Smith and Travis Head here are both well and truly in the game now. Because just with that little bit of extra spin we saw from Nathan Lyon off his last delivery, there is a chance we could see an inside edge from Hodge here as well. Or if it's wide enough and he gets tempted into playing it, maybe we will see Steve Smith in there. Commendable that the West Indies have withstood and handled the fast bowling assault. But on the other hand, Nathan Lyon certainly has no business being a chief destroyer in the innings, says Jerome there. Well, that's the thing. He's been a little bit light when it comes to the wickets he's taken throughout this series, and perhaps he's just starting to show that the Gabba pitch might be a little bit more of a spinning pitch than we thought. Steve Smith liked that one. It was going to be missing the stumps by about maybe 30 centimetres, if not 50. Yeah, it's important for the Australians to keep Lyon in there so that they can keep their fast bowlers fresh. Work to the leg side there. No run taken though into the 44th over, and it is now 4 for 132. But Steve Smith, very talkative at the moment. That is all because of that wicket. Took that catch, and all of a sudden the confidence has come back for Steve Smith. Before that point, he was very quiet because he had dropped 2 catches for the innings, and that, of course, is not the standard that Steve Smith likes to keep himself at. Oh, one moment, we'll go like this. Just talking about whether or not it was a shot on offer. I believe there was some shot. He kind of just tapped the bat out. Should Tenjin Chanderpaul change his batting position? Are we talking in terms of what number he comes into bat? Or are we talking his setup in the way that he bats? Because I honestly think that at the moment, he just lacks a bit of confidence. Because he hasn't really been able... Like, he seems to just put extra pressure on himself with the amount of movement. And sometimes that works for certain batsmen. Oh, Pat Cummins back into the bowling attack. Has decided to take Josh Hazlewood out now. And Hamish, how you been, Cobber? I had any boils up lately? Says Hayden. Boils up. Is that a barbecue, Hayden? Maybe? If so, sadly no. But I would absolutely love one. Definitely in the weather we've got at the moment. Perfect barbecue weather. In Brisbane, it's almost too hot for a barbecue, I would say. Sitting about 32 degrees local. Now Cummins hangs in a little bit shorter. Nicely glided by Greaves. They'll take 2 runs. And this is just frustrating the Australians. Because times outside of this test match, that would have only been 1. Because the West Indies are trying to push the tempo, they're actually creating more opportunities for themselves to be able to sneak that extra run. Yes, there could be a chance of a run out if they do get it slightly wrong. But for now, it's working effectively. Oh, we will go like this. There we go. I think they're just talking about Joe Root. When is... I think the next time we see England versus Australia will actually be 2025. So we've got a bit of time. Now on the pot, brisket, watercress, potatoes, dough balls. Says Adam, well, I can tell you right now, I've not made any of those recently that I know of. But I've had some potatoes. They were all right. They don't quite sound as fancy as the dough balls, though. Cummins just going for the 2 runs off his first 3 balls outside off stump. Once again, it's on that hard to hit length how you want to get onto the back foot and try and play that covered back foot punch. But it also comes with the risk that if the ball does move, you either get it on the inside or it goes on the outside of your bat. Oh, we're going to go like this. And like that. Like that. And that. You guys will be very confused at what I am doing currently, but it will make sense in a very short moment. Pretty much what I've done is I've just scheduled a video of our preview for one of the quarterfinal matches in the Sevens. We managed to film it during the lunch break of this cricket. Luckily, we're only covering one of the quarterfinals that are coming up in the evening session of this test match, so there will be a lot less of me popping in and out, which is, I think, good news. And the way it felt a little bit weird in that last session, trying to balance doing the commentary as well as the Sevens alongside it, but we're going better now. Favourite Kiwi batsman? See, I'd probably still go Kane Williamson. Even though, like, at times lately he hasn't quite been able to deliver. But I just think with his patience and the way that he plays, I do what he does now with my bat in terms of, like, I'll spin it in my hands just to try and have a little bit of a softer grip on the bat. Because I normally hold the bat that hard that, like, you can actually see the imprint of where my hands hold the bat. I'll say, yeah, bro, that's New Zealand Māori delicacy. You don't get that down south, eh? I just had some. Says Hayden. They are just showing the LBW of Mackenzie. Unfortunately, went for the sweep shot. Got it wrong, and then Nathan Lyon picking up another wicket here of Athanaze. That was the most recent wicket to fall for the West Indies. So we've got another hour and 10 minutes remaining in this session. They've just said 328 is what India were able to chase successfully. And that was the highest number chased, I believe, at this ground. Work to the leg side. Take the quick single. Heading up to 157. And even if they can't score boundaries of Nathan Lyon's bowling, just to milk him around for the occasional 1 and 2. Oh, Greaves didn't middle that one, but he does get it out to Labuschagne, who's fielding it kind of a straighter mid-on. Or actually, sorry, a straighter mid-wicket. Steve Smith, the lone slip. Short leg and play great shot down the ground. Just again for the single. Already 2 runs. Oh, this is interesting. Kerry O'Keefe's just given us some very good analysis, which is Nathan Lyon is bowling a lot straight at the moment, going on middle and legs so that when he throws the wider ball, it's harder for the batsman to rotate to then play that next shot. Nice drive there, gone underneath Travis Head. Go straight to Cummins. Who's the best spin bowler in the world right now? Shane Warne the GOAT. Says Hayden. I would say that Shane Warne still is a lot of people's GOATs. Best spin bowler in world. Oh, that's a hard one. Someone from India says Teddy is bad. I mean, Nathan Lyon, in terms of the way he's been able to break down some of his wickets, is very impressive. I don't know whether or not he would be regarded as the best test spinner in current times, though. I don't think you go with any of the English blokes, mainly because they haven't really got an established spinner at the moment. Jadeja, not a bad shout, but outside of Indian spin-friendly conditions, does he have that same impact? Same with Ashwin. And someone from India, then Lyon, says Teddy is bad. 24 runs for Hodge, 8 runs for Greaves. So he's actually already got more runs than he had in the first innings. Anyone? Well, anyway, how you going? I'm doing very well, thanks, mate. It was a stressful first session, I can tell you that much. But we're a lot better now. Motti of the West Indies playing all formats, says Shubham. So hopefully he doesn't go to just short format, because that is the risk currently that we've had with a lot of great West Indian and South African players, all choosing the shorter format rather than test match cricket. Single taken, got to run in between the wickets, misfield from Renshaw. Very tight single, but it works out. Also the waving from Singler in there with the high. Welcome in, mate. Yeah, tapping it to the leg side. That's actually, that shot almost is exactly how I've run out 2 of our teammates. Or at least had run outs of 2 of our teammates in the last year or so. England are 121 for 3, by the way. Says Teddy is bad. Okay, so quite a similar position. How many runs behind are they at the moment? Teddy, are they still behind or have they just taken the lead? I think they'll still be behind, though. Lead for the West Indies at the moment. They sit with a 160 run lead. And it takes a couple quick wickets here before the end of this session for the West Indies to be in a little bit of trouble, trailing by 68. Also, they've still got a wee way to go, don't they? Although with Bazball, of course, it's not going to take too long for them to get there. At Cummins now, he is yet to get a wicket. And another single taken by the West Indies, rotating the strike, frustrating the Aussies in the field. Maybe they drop Cornwell from the squad. Says Chopin then. Yeah, we are actually going to be covering the short format on the channel as well. So anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is greatly appreciated you all being here for this test match. And like I said, we've got plenty more coming. If you haven't already hit that subscribe button, we're on the road to 45,000. And we aren't a mile away. So if you want to help us, we are only 27 subscribers away now. What do you think about Brad Hodge's statement about West Indies? He was the one who said that the Australians shouldn't have to play the West Indies, wasn't he? I think that was the one. I think that he's an idiot, to be honest, because like he'll be the same one like, he'll say that, right? Then if Australia lose their test series up against the West Indies, he'll be the one complaining that they don't play enough test match cricket in Australia. But if you're going to dishearten and discredit the opposition that you're going head-to-head with, like, you know, where's the spirit of the game? A mission impossible for England, says Daytime TV. Yeah, it's certainly going to be tough. Left alone there from Hodge. Scorecard says Nikhil at the moment is sitting 139 for 4. Lead of 161 for the West Indies. Do you remember a guy from the Black Cats, Brett Arnell, pace bowler, played for Northern Districts, I think. But he was my PE teacher at school. He bowled me at one time too. I think that name does ring a bell. How long ago was he playing? Was it like a decade or a little bit less or more? And yes, says Stanley. Short ball from Cummins. Well evaded there from the West Indian number 4 batsman. Still got another hour and 5 minutes remaining in this session for the West Indies. It's going to feel like a relatively long time, but yeah, like a decade ago, he only played a few tests. I think I remember him. He was actually, if I'm not wrong, he might have been in one of the old cricket games that I used to play. Maybe in the squad. Today's Daniel Vittori's birthday. Says Daytime TV. Do we have a join button? We do. Of course, for the channel membership, you do get access to exclusive emojis on the channel. But also, we have got that pinned comment, which is a link to a video that we filmed when we were batting with the GoPro on our helmet. Anyone who hasn't already, be sure to give that a look. And Azari Joseph, the most improved cricketer, says Shubham there. He's gone very well in this series. His batting has looked very strong. Now Nathan Lyon again. Oh, was there an edge? Umpire says no. I don't think Australia were too keen on that one. They were just hoping that he may have given it out. I'm going to see the replay here. Nope. Those end up hitting him on the thigh pad. They showed that replay very quickly. They probably shouldn't have, because Australia did have the chance to be able to review that if they wanted to. More of an arm ball there from the Lion. Getting it down there at 90 Ks. West Indies under 19 won a good match against against England under 19 yesterday. There's Stanley. And you know, Iftikhar Ali Khan, I do not know. Pitched up, a little bit over pitch from Nathan Lyon. So they again will get that single, hitting it to Pat Cummins. I believe Nathan Lyon now going to be continuing round the wicket to Hodge. Seems to be his tactic. Bowl it nice and straight. And eventually give him that wider ball. Go after. He was India's test captain. Says Daytime TV and 300 plus. And game on for the Indies. Says Nikhil. Oh, yep, well played. Well fielded by Marnus Labuschagne. And everything changed after Darren Sammy came back in maroon colours. Says Shubham. And even this partnership is slowly ticking over to a decent enough number here. Oh, a good straight ball. Well played from Hodge with the soft hands. That was a huge yawn. Says Imran, yeah, the weekend has not been a good one for trying to get sleep, or even the last couple of days, to be fair. Anyone who hasn't already, be sure to leave a like on the live stream. Subscribe to the channel as well, as we have still got plenty more of this test match coming just around the corner. Pitched up again. If he misses that, he is plumb LBW. So he has to make sure he's connecting with it, but that is the end of the over. 4 for 140. I believe Cummins will continue from the other end. I'm Indian, but I like West Indies cricket more than our cricket, says Shubham. And Marnus hasn't scored 100 in a while. Yeah, it's been quite some time since Marnus has got himself a big score. He's actually currently practicing his batting. getting a little bit of a feel for it for Marnus. He's going to be making his way out there at some stage. And Brent Arnell, sorry, it was actually that long ago when I was year 9 in college, almost 20 years ago. Sheesh, he played 6 tests for the Black Caps. 20 years. Geez, time flies, doesn't it? To be honest, like, it's crazy to think that it's been like 5 years or so since I was at school. Crazy. You have planned to start some podcast on this channel? Probably not, to be honest. Like, I don't go too badly live stream wise. Oh, okay, Pat Cummins, I think his towel ended up falling out. Yeah, Pat Cummins' towel ended up falling. It said sorry multiple times. But yeah, podcast wise, we've got a rugby podcast, but not a cricket podcast on this channel. And I guess in a way these commentaries are kind of extended podcast, if that makes sense, because we talk about the cricket as it happens, and then you guys get to also come in and let me know what you guys are thinking. The lone outside off stump. Come on, the West Indies, keep it at 3 runs per over, says Stanley. You see in my DP, who's my favourite cricketer, says Shupam. Is there any Barbados players in the West Indies side? I think there might be one. Can you make me a member or not? Says Teddy is bad, and maybe a cricket one. I mean, a cricket podcast would be quite cool in the future, but yeah, for now, I don't think our schedule would allow for it to happen, unfortunately. Plus, I feel like with a podcast, I need 2 or 3 other people who are also talking about cricket, just so that it's not just me. West Indies needs to start plotting the ideal time, start accelerating. A target of 250, 300 would be the base for me, says Jerome. Well fielded by Travis here, but they will still get back for the 2 runs. Greaves now moves up to 12 off 22 balls. Got an hour remaining in this session. I would say if the West Indies keep going at around, that 3 or so and over, like, they should probably get to the stage of lead of 210, I would say. I like a Joe Rogan podcast. Says Daytime TV. 3 more likes until 100. So yeah, anyone who hasn't already, be sure to hit that like button. Also, be sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We are 25 away from our big goal. Nicely played off the back foot, Greaves. My favourite is Dwayne Bravo, T20 star. Says Shupam there. Oh. What's happened there? When Pat Cummins just bowled that ball, I think a whole heap of water sprayed, or a whole heap of his sweat sprayed as he was bowling it. That's got to be off-putting for the batsman, I would think. A short ball there from Cummins. Did Joshua Da Silva go out? Not yet. He is not to the middle, but as soon as one of these two go out, Joshua Da Silva will be the next batsman to make his way out there. And then after him, it will be Alzari Joseph. Sinclair will follow. And then either Roach or Shamar Joseph, one of those two. 1 away. Says Teddy is bad. Luckily for a majority of the players, they are now finding themselves more often than not in the shade in the Gabba. Cummins again, short ball, just getting under it there. Greaves, he was very late, ducking underneath for Brendan McCullum. Be up there for me. Tough, says Hayden. Yeah, it was close to the back of his bat, the periscope. Oh, very close for Greaves. I think he realised halfway through as well how close his bat was to getting connected. He was nervous. Tariqa said, "Are you Muslim, please?" I am not, no. Oh, that was close. Inside edge. Again, would have been a plum LBW. 2 runs taken by the West Indies. They are running hard and they are getting a lot of extra runs that they wouldn't have gotten otherwise. Last time Australia lost a test in the Gabba. Oh, she's been a little while. The last time that they lost a test match to the West Indies in Australia was 1997. So before I was born. Let's get 200 likes on this video. Says Teddy is bad there. So anyone who hasn't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button as well. We are currently, like I mentioned, 25 away. Make that now 24 from the target. Got plenty more cricket coming up in the near future. So another 55 minutes. Now, of course, I was looking before at how many runs the West Indies could find themselves with at the end of that 55 minutes. But there's also a chance in 55 minutes. I know that this sounds really harsh, and I don't mean it to, but I would say maximum, absolute maximum, 4 wickets for Australia in 55 minutes. More likely, maybe just the one, if they can get that breakthrough, but then it depends on how he goes. The next man to the middle, which would be Joshua Da Silva. Looked pretty sound in his first innings. My favourite cricketers, New Zealand. Do you play games, video games? I do play a little bit, although I haven't had much of a chance recently, mainly because of the hectic schedule we've found ourselves on with the streaming, but I'd like to do something video game based in the future. We actually started out our channel doing rugby video gaming as well as a little bit of cricket. We did a cricket career mode. That was a lot of fun. I don't know why we stopped that series. I think it was just more of the case of it was during the off season and then it got back to the busy period and then I wasn't able to do it as much. I just realised, oh no, that's the roof of the building. I thought that was the edge of my green screen, but it is not. Just showing that breathway dismissal straight to Labuschagne. One question, says Nickel there. I am concerned, but go for it. Didn't get the sweep shot away there for Kurt McKenzie, and then Athanase, the last man to be dismissed for the West Indies. I'm from Pakistan, I love all the human, says Tariq. Oh, that's currently the drinks break for this session. 166 runs. The West Indies have the lead by. That's the break though. Oh, that's the breakthrough I was talking about, says O'Neill. So I will ask you guys the question. A simple number. 1 to 6, I guess it is in this case. How many wickets do you think the West Indies will lose in this remaining 55 minutes of this session? How many wickets will fall? I'm thinking 1. Like the commentators have just said, it's a 50-50 at the moment. One of the most popular sports in Australia and New Zealand, named top 3. So it is different for us in New Zealand than Australia. For us in New Zealand, it is rugby, cricket, and probably, I would say football or basketball, one of those two. I'm an optimist, so I'm going to say 0. None says Melbourne, none says Stanley, none says Babaliko. Everyone's saying 0 wickets have fallen for the West Indies in this session. Okay. So I'm the only one who said there could be a wicket in this session, by the looks of it. At this stage anyway, but it will be interesting. If they don't lose a wicket here, they should have, I would say, more than 200 run lead by the end of the session. If not, maybe 215. Taking school classes and listening to your commentary. 0 says Cornette Smith. Now Nathan Lyon going to continue bowling here. There happens to be one, you jinxed them. What if there's more than one? Dave Welsh and Granada, I'm saying no wickets. Says Dave there as well. Now I kind of feel bad because I'm the only one who said that there would be a wicket. Hazelwood is going to get one. Okay, we've got 2 people now who have said it. Australia is a sports powerhouse, in my opinion. They have good skills in a lot of areas, says Hayden. Up. Oh, it's got him in the box. That's the second time Hodge has been hit there. Unfortunately, he wanted to leave that ball to says Gordon. Yeah, Hodge certainly feeling that one right in the middle. Down the leg side, so just left it. And he's left it straight into the middle. Okay, there, guys, yelling nuts. Not real fans this guy up giving live, like and share. Well, they're going to take the single. That's actually, no, that's going to race away to the boundary for 4. I assume that it's going to count. Yes, it does. Hit the gloves, you're neutral, says Stanley. What do you think this test match ends up on day 5 or day 4? I think day 5's on, because the rain is supposed to be pouring for pretty much all of tomorrow at the cricket. So I would say if we don't have any rain delay, it could be over day 4. But if there is rain delay, I think that we could see it go to day 5. Locked in from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There'll be no wickets. Oi, playing that one just very deep in his crease there, Hodge. 3 wickets, says Teddy is bad. And even the young 22 guy put Djokovic to the sword yesterday in the tennis. Australia will chase down 350 and it will not be easy for Australia, says Tariq. All off the outside edge, but doesn't go to Smith. Instead goes to Green along the ground. Slightly quicker delivery from Nathan Lyon. It's going to be decently played. How do you pronounce H? I know that some people say H, but I say H. That might just be the Kiwi in me, though. Oh! Travis hit as sharp as nails, and I believe he's just run Hodge out. That is absolutely phenomenal fielding. Now, this might not be out, ladies and gentlemen, I should clarify, but if it is, that is a massive breakthrough moment in this test match because Hodge was playing his shot, hit it straight to Travis Head, and Travis Head then from there threw the ball at the stumps, hit the stumps as well. I think he might be gone. Hodge steps forward, plays it to Travis Head and close. He tried to run, and then Travis Head throws it at his stumps. The bat's in the air, and Hodge is gone. That is Travis Head's one of his most crucial bits of play, but the wicket has fallen within 5 minutes. And they told Holder from Test just because, or they dropped Holder from Test just because of the T20 practice. Yeah, the bat is in the air for Hodge. They're going to check this one more time, but the bat has not touched down, and he is going to be run out, ladies and gentlemen. A really disappointing way for a great batsman to go, but it's going to be the wicket for Australia that they've been chasing for a long time, and they've now got it. Same as New Zealand. To be honest, I just mean countries are good. And also we've got there just some focus more on few sports like South America. It's mostly soccer they care about. They're good at tennis and boxing, MMA. And yes, says Steady and run out. You is a jinx, bro, says Melvin. Maybe. I apologise, but I did say only 1 wicket. And there's still another 50 minutes remaining in this session. So if it's only 1 wicket now, it's probably not doing too badly for the West Indies. But Travis Head, sharp as he could be. He took that one down by his knees, chucked it at the stumps, hit it. Now, if it had gone to Alex Carey to then knock the bails off, it wouldn't have been out. It would have taken too long. But Kavem Hodge is dismissed. Cricket forever for me. Says Daytime TV and 300 score is what the West Indies looking for. It is indeed. And now they find themselves once again with a partnership that needs to be built between De Silva and this time it is Greaves rather than Hodge. You got your wish. It wasn't my wish. It was just my prediction. And as you guys know, my predictions are normally awful. So I'm surprised that that's happened. At least some of your predictions are coming true today. Says Simran. Oh, I just realised I said earlier on the maximum amount of wickets I felt Australia could take in the remaining time theoretically was 4. I said that they'd only get 1 though, but the fact that I said that they could get 4 makes me kind of concerned now. And wickets balling at the most inopportune periods in the innings, says Jerome, and your 170 in the lead department still is not enough. My wishes never come true. Says Daytime TV. The key is to wish for something really, really small. Like at the start of the day, say, I wish I won't stub my toe today. And then at the end of the day, you've done it. Joshua De Silva, though. It's the last ball of Nathan Lyon's over. De Silva here, so important in this chase. But it is actually going to be Greaves on strike. The run out, of course, was not successful. Here comes Mitchell Starc for his first ball in quite some time. Pink ball specialist is what a lot of people would call Mitchell Starc. Greaves on 14 on strike. And our Aussie have their tails up. Left alone. Outside of the off stump. What was your small wish today, Hamish? To not stub my toe. And so far I'm doing pretty well. Like they said, I disagree, actually, what they just said. They said that he lost his balance. I think he was just thinking it was going past Travis Head. So he was starting to run and then took a few steps too far. Got run out. I really enjoyed talking to you, mate. Says the Daytime TV. Yeah, it is always awesome to see you guys on these live streams. We're seeing so many new faces. Well, so many new names, I should say. The only face that is seen is me. Got your wish, Hamish. No, it wasn't my wish. It was just my prediction. And I will still give them 350 to chase, says Dave Welsh. And also, those are the things that win matches. Yeah, the sharpness and close to Travis Head. He went out for a golden duck. I feel like that has made up for it a little bit there. For that man. I'll be honest, watching cricket just makes you want to go have a bowl, doesn't it? Just showing some of the sharp work we have seen from Travis Head throughout this series in close. Shorter ball from Mitchell Starc. And we now need that partnership to get the score to 300. Yeah, I think De Silva is heavily important here. Because if De Silva can bat long and he can get himself another 50, I think that is something that will be hugely helpful. But if they don't, that is the concern. If they don't get a big partnership. What about the wishbones from chickens? Is that still a thing, says Hayden? Not sure. I haven't personally experienced it. Just like the wishbone, normally I just eat the chicken. That's now going to be a single, all they want to here. And they're going to take it on. Good, hard running there from the West Indies. Even to Sean Marsh, he did play for the Renegades a little while, I believe. Or he might actually be at a different BBL team now, but he's still around. And have a guess how old Jonathan is? He's probably about 24. No, he's probably a little bit less, actually. And Nathan Lyon suddenly becoming a menace, says Jerome. And yeah, it's just that consistent bowling, just getting it on a good length. And it's just making it very difficult for the West Indies to score runs, which is then creating pressure. And then that pressure is being relieved by some very good work from the Aussie short ball, and ducking out of the way of it was Greaves, or swaying away from that delivery. How good there. Australia are remarkable. Fighters in everything they do, says Stanley. Do you prefer batting or bowling? I'll be honest, I think I prefer batting, but I love being in the field. Unfortunately, when you're in the field, you do normally get hurt. Well, in my case, I normally get hurt. I have a terrible groin and a terrible calf muscle, so anytime I run, I hurt myself, but I still have fun. We've been playing on some very dry grounds lately, so anytime you dive, you end up ripping all the skin off of your arm. Like my elbow, it's almost healed. As you can see, pretty much ripped that all off in one dive and ripped all that off in the second dive. One of which was a drop catch, unfortunately, diving to my side for the right. Just couldn't quite hang on to it. Can Lyon break Vaughan's record? I don't think so. I don't think he's got enough time left in his career. And I might have to get me some chicken, or get me a chicken tonight. Says Hayden. I wouldn't mind a chicken, to be fair, if they're on offer. Currently 15 away from our subscriber goal as well, ladies and gentlemen. We were hoping to hit it by the end of this session. Still got 40 minutes. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. De Silva. This will be his first ball faced. He had 79 in the first innings. So only got himself 4 50s throughout his international career, one of which he went on to make the 100 up against England, getting exactly 100 not out. Bouncer from Green. So already they are trying to lure him into playing that pull shot that did dismiss him twice in the first innings. Should mention that Green is actually bowling rather than Nathan Lyon. I would have thought Nathan Lyon would have had a good few overs left in him, to be honest. And wings from local restaurant. We do not have a local restaurant, sadly, that does wings. It's very sad. Nowhere will be open either because it's 9 p.m. at night. And since I'm in a small town, there'll be nothing open. I was in November. Well, it was in November. Came true a few days after I did it. So yes, definitely some hard, not some hard chicken. Get some chicken and wish really hard. Cam Green has go. He does. And he still picked up a wicket. He dropped 2 catches. He didn't score many runs off the bat. But he's still trying, which I guess is the main thing for the Australians. Again, De Silva yet to get himself off the mark. 2 balls faced. Oh, that's close. That is close. That's come in a long way, and I like that one quite a bit. Cam Green. Was there an inside edge height? I think it was good. I would have given it out if I was the umpire. The Australians still have 3 reviews. Get that going. They're saying there might have been 2 noises. Oh, no, I hit him in the thigh pad. That's why I'm not an umpire, because I would get myself sacked pretty quickly. No inside edge, but did hit him on the thigh pad rather than the main pad. So yeah, too high. He's sick. They should have never played him in the first place, says Daytime TV. I also agree with that. I feel like there were other options they could have gone with. Pitched up. Nice drive from De Silva, and he's off the mark. Cummins going to chase after this one hard. Putting in the big strides. Fields it beautifully. Captain Cummins, and keeps it to 2. Trying to lead from the front here. All the players just drenched in sweat at the moment. Okay, De Silva averages 23 against pace and 31 against spin. So that is why they took Nathan Lyon off, because normally he is a bit more expensive. It's stupid they played him, says Diddy. Balls remaining in the Cam Green over, but De Silva getting his first runs on the board. Outside edge goes through the slip cordon. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck. And it has worked out that way. He now moves to 6 runs off 5 deliveries. Okay, we'll do thanks. Says Hayden. I have a question. If I got like a bucket of chicken from KFC, is there a wishbone in that? Or is it just like you actually have to have the whole chicken? Hang on, the wishbone, is that the one near the breasts? But like it's not even like hard? Is that the one? Says Anita there. Nice drive. Oh, fielded by Matty Renshaw. They'll still get the single. But it's got a bit of fielding to close out the over. 157 for 5. Hello everyone, says Anita. Welcome in. Lovely drive there. It's the one shaped kind of like a V. Is it actually a bone? Or is it... Because I'm thinking about the breasts, right? And the chicken as well. But the chicken... Like, there's kind of like that harder part down the middle, isn't there? But it's not like hard. It's kind of like your nose cartilage. Like that part of your nose. Is that it, or is that not it? Do all chickens have wishbones? Just going over the stumps for that LBW appeal from Cam Green earlier on. Howdy, says Teddy. Currently the West Indies leading by 179. As the sun starts to set, there's no bones in breast. No, not like on the breast, but like the part underneath, down the middle. Kind of at the front end, I think. Oh, or is it the back end? I think I got my chickens round the wrong way. I can't remember what way the chicken faces. Well, I can, but not the parts of the chicken. 3 runs over on track, says Stanley. And yeah, if they were to progress at that rate, they were looking at 300 by the end of the day. But I'll be honest, I think it's going to be a little bit less than that. I think that they more than likely, maybe a lead of about 280 could be on the cards here. But Stark to continue his bowling. He's only just come back into the attack. Pitches it up off the edge. Cam Green's taken it. And De Silva's gone. Green initially had the catch in his hands. It's popped out. Tell you what, we've got a ball. We'll bloody show you. It's gone up there. Cam Green, he's kind of knocked it up in the air. He hasn't panicked though. And it comes down right into that hand. De Silva is gone. What's the score, please? Remember, we're listening, not watching. Please comment on the actual game. Bowler, batter, fielder, score. Thanks. Says Chet, well, I can tell you right now, the score's looking a lot worse now because they just lost their wicket of De Silva. Lashed at a wide one, De Silva, and Cam Green got the 2 hands to it, knocked it up. Still opted to catch it with 1 hand. It's like a Y or a V. Let's all get them and make it a powerful wish, and knew it. And Mitchell Starc getting the breakthrough, his first wicket of this session. Hey, they're high-fiving Cam Green. Are they allowed to do that while he's sick? They weren't allowed to yesterday. They had to do kind of like the ear high-fives. But now Joshua De Silva will be gone. Maybe a prediction of 4 might come true. It might. Cam Green taking a great catch there. The majority of wickets which fell today were gifted, hence Australia more than in it with a sniff. Mental acuity and resolve lacking terribly, says Jerome. But yeah, just tell you what, that was almost another drop catch though for the Australians, and dropping that catch could have been absolutely crucial. They managed to take it. Now they're sitting 5 down. Or 6 down, in fact. 6 down. Yeah, and Alzarri Joseph will make his way out to the middle. I think we're going to see Australia batting in the final session. Just that 1 wicket for me has changed a lot. Because Greaves, don't get me wrong, he's batting very decently. But I think De Silva was his money man in terms of who was going to build a big partnership with him. Alzarri Joseph, I think he will bat very similar to what he did in the last session that he batted. Oh, it's Sinclair. Okay, they've actually promoted him up the order. And he's almost chopped the ball on. First delivery, he'll get it away to the boundary, but that could have been a hat-trick attempt or a chance for Mitchell Starc. They will take any runs they can get. A Sinclair with the inside edge. Yes, Joseph gives me the vibe of Courtney Walsh, says Iman. Hamish, what about when Aussies did New Zealand dirty? When he did an underarm bowl? And we can't forget the sneaky sandpaper against India. Haha, sneaky, says Aiden. Although it wasn't that sneaky because they got caught, didn't they? The Aussies for that one, but yeah, it's interesting. There's a rivaled history. I think that sandpaper incident still, the underarm incident is still talked about to this day by a lot of New Zealanders and Australians for the cricketing rivalry. Oh, Mitchell Starc 2 behind Dennis Lilly for wicket takers. Oh, he was disappointed for a start. Thought that Cam Green had dropped it, but he regathered at a very important time. What West Indies done to their test team lineup. Well, they've had to make a lot of changes due to all the other players ditching them for big money contracts overseas. Is the easiest way of describing it. So they've had to go with a young team. And to be honest, some of these young guys I would be putting in over the experienced guys that left the West Indies team. Aussie are sneaky, but they always win. Says Daytime TV. Good intensity shown from Mitch Marsh in the field. Trying to really G up his side. Like I said, getting that 1 wicket can become an energy pill for a side. They've still got another 32 minutes remaining in this session. The West Indies leading by 183. Still, in my opinion, not enough. They need at least 250 here. Gilly has just said on the commentary that West Indies can easily lose this test match in the next half hour if they aren't able to stick around. Left alone outside of the off stump from Sinclair. That'll be the end of the successful Stark over. 161 for 6. Have you ever tried Namo Bar? I have not, no. I have no idea what that is. Cam Green celebrating after the drop. Still managed to take it. So much emotion from Stark as well. His face went from he's dropped it to, yay, I've got another wicket. I think IPL should be banned because it is destroying cricket. What's your thought? I don't think it's the IPL's fault because all of the West Indian players who aren't available are playing in South Africa and the SA20. All the South African guys who aren't coming to New Zealand, they are playing in the SA20. But the only time that they can fit the SA20 in is during the same window as international test match cricket. And Drew caught red-handed he was, says Hayden. And there as well. Sweating profusely as Greaves. You can see the sweat just dripping from his helmet. Not an easy time to bat in this heat. And have you heard the English chant for Mitch Marsh? I've heard the one for Mitchell Johnson, but not Mitch Marsh, I don't think. They're just saying the false shots from the West Indies, that is coming from Brian Lara. That is what struggled to put on some big totals for the West Indies throughout the series, just playing the wrong ball. Those first 5 dismissals in the first innings, all shots that the men didn't have to play, but they got lured in, enticed into the shot. Nice straight drive, but well fielded by Cam Green, probably saved the boundary. That's what I'm trying to work out. Says Teddy. I've been buying franchises all over the world and banning Pakistan players. Oh, why have they done that? Says Aman. I mean, the good news is they haven't bought the BBL, and that seems to be where a lot of the Pakistan players are now situated. You know, that's where we saw someone like a Harris Ralph get his start back in the day. I think the Caribbean Premier League, we do still see Pakistan players in. Having to duck under that one there for Greaves. What is the biggest score of an individual player for the West Indies in this innings? So far in this innings, I believe the highest score was 41, I think it was Kirk McKenzie. First innings, it was 79 by Josh De Silva. You remind me of Charlie Brown. Good night, eye shut time, or shut eye time, says Stanley. So we will be back tomorrow as well, ladies and gentlemen, I should mention. So if you guys are new, be sure to hit that subscribe button again. A solid shot from Greaves. Knows that his wicket needs to be extremely high price. You got to put a price on your wicket. That's always what I've been told. Make it so that they have to bowl you an absolute ripper of a delivery to get you out. What have Pakistan players played in the IPL? What player you'll put in which team? I mean, I know that Sheehan Afridi would definitely be one who is highly requested. How many more subs you need? We are still 15 subscribers away from the 45,000 mark. So if you do want to help us get there, be sure to hit that subscribe button. It is free to do. You'll also be notified of when we go live. Nice shot. Oh, or is it? I thought it was nice off the bat, but it's actually just avoided Marnus Labuschagne. Now going to make the score 165. Green's been in the money here. When he's in the field, he's taking catches. When he's out of the field having a bowl, he's created opportunities. Score was 161 for 7. How did Australia get 289? Proof never underestimate Australia. Exactly right. They are a side that can always come back. Will you do IPL live commentary this year, please? Not sure yet, to be honest, mainly because the games are all on at about 3 a.m. New Zealand time, which is a pretty brutal time to start. And we'll already have quite a few other live streams that we are starting around that 3 a.m. mark. Fish and chips for everyone. Oh, it's off the edge. I think it fell short of Mitchell Marsh. It will race to the boundary, but the chances are coming thick and fast here for the Australians. And what about Mitchell Stark, hectic bowler? Says Hayden there. Which teams are looking strong in the under-20 or under-19 World Cup? According to the bowling attack, I mean, the West Indies winning that game up against England, I thought they did very well in that regard. That was just unlucky. It bounces before Marsh. This is a tough pitch to bat. Cam Green's swearing he is frustrated at the moment. Only 4 wickets away for the Australians, a lead of 191 now for the West Indies. Good morning, I'm from Granada. I would like to say thank you for letting us know what is going on with the cricket. No worries at all. And yeah, it has been greatly appreciated, you guys all popping in. I know that it's the middle of the night for yourself at the moment. So yeah, thank you very much for being here on the stream. Favourite movie, Terminator 2. Here's the house. And also favourite song. I'll be honest, I don't actually think I have a favourite song. Like, I've got a few songs that I listen to, but I don't know about a favourite song. Sinclair now on strike. Down the leg side. A run taken. PSL or BBL, says Aman. I prefer the BBL because it's on at decent times here in New Zealand. But, I mean, the PSL has some very good cricket being played. But yeah, I just prefer cricket that I can watch at a decent hour and still get up for work the next day. At CPL, PSL, or BPL? BPL? Or BBL, is that? Or no, that will be the Bangladesh Premier League one. I prefer CPL out of those three, I'd say. Sinclair, a little bit shorter. It's well played. They're talking about the fact that at the moment, Marner, Steve Smith, Khawaja, they'll be looking at what the ball is doing now and thinking maybe this isn't the best period to be batting in. I think Steve Smith, he was already just having a little bit of a shadow bat there. So he's at the point now where maybe he's starting to think they're in the hunt and they will be batting by the end of today. You can ask me a question. Says Daytime TV. I'm not used to asking the questions, other than, of course, how many wickets do you think will fall in this session in the last 25 minutes? We've already had 2 in the last 25. Will we see another 2 in the next 25? Which bowler is looking complete fast bowler in Test cricket? I mean, Pat Cummins is always one to look at. Hazelwood, I think, has been phenomenal for the Australians. But yeah, I'll probably go with one of those 2. Stark is erratic and it works, but other times it can be quite expensive. Currently only 2 wickets away from catching up with Lilly. He will have quite a goal by the end of this test match. If he picks up 2 of the wickets, he'll be tying. If he picks up 3, he will have 4 in the match. Or in this innings, I should say. Well left again from Sinclair. And the 7 South Africa just can't get rid of playing their biggest rivals, Fiji, in the quarters or the semis. Says Marnus, yeah, to be honest, like, that is the big match, in my opinion, for the quarterfinals. All the other matches, like, don't get me wrong, like, Ireland, France is all well and good. Australia, USA, I think, is another one. And then you've got Argentina, Spain. But, yeah, the big match is definitely Fiji versus South Africa. And I think everyone will be keeping a close eye on that one. Once again, left alone. Ducked under it for Sinclair, under 21, best fast bowler in Test cricket. Couldn't tell you. Unfortunately, I don't know enough of the young guys to be able to comment on who is the very best. Talking about that Cummins declaration. Okay. So the commentators have said West Indies need to score quicker because they need to be bowling tonight and try and pick up those couple quick wickets like Australia tried to last night. But of course, to be able to do that, they would have to score a lot quicker because they still need to get towards that 300 mark. I think that Alzari Joseph will bring that aggressive nature. Shamar Joseph, he will also look to be aggressive. A lot of swing at the moment on offer for this pitch, but it's doing enough. It was spinning earlier. So perhaps after a little while, we see Nathan Lyon come back into the bowling attack. I think they'll probably replace Mitchell Stark with Nathan Lyon in a couple more overs time. And Nassine or Harris Ralph or Joseph in Test cricket is better, says Iman. You're talking Alzari Joseph or Shamir Joseph? Oh, okay, my apologies. They've actually gone now, Nathan Lyon, to replace Cam Green. So taking the spin in just a little bit more. Can you give me the scorecard of the West Indies, please, says Vanessa. So far for the West Indies, I should mention this is across 2 days that they have batted because they had a very short stint last night. But Craig Braithwaite, 16 runs off 54 deliveries. Tanjanarayan Chandapur, he was the player dismissed last night, 4 runs off 26. Kirk McKenzie, 41 off 50, 35 off 72 for Athanaze. Kavem Hodge, 29 off 74. Justin Greaves not out, 24 off 18. Off 38. And De Silva out 7 off 8 balls. And then, of course, Sinclair's still there in the middle currently. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is greatly appreciated. Your being here for these matches, nicely whipped down the ground, straight to Labuschagne for the dot. And there's a little bit of an extra spring in the step at the moment of the Australians. Is Chris Gale still playing? Do you remember Don't Blush, Baby? Says Aiden. I don't think he's playing any format of cricket. He might still be in a T20 league somewhere around the world. Yeah, not too sure. Is this a day-night test match? It certainly is. I got handed to Toi Koala. Got told, I hope Australia wins. And my response was, why would you do that? Says Zimran. That's the thing. They're in a good position here, Australia. If, and I mean if, they can get another wicket soon. Alzari Joseph or Nassim or Harris Ralph or Mark Wood or Nokia in Test cricket is better in England, says Oman. I mean, Mark Wood's probably not too bad in English conditions. The others we haven't really seen a huge amount of in England, or not to the same extent as Mark Wood. Although Mark Wood not getting many opportunities. Once again, played well off the back foot for Justin Greaves. The over 8 ticking over quite nicely here. And the fact that there aren't many runs that are ticking over puts that little bit more pressure back on the West Indies batsmen to try and progress this game forward. Last ball of the over. Outside off stump. Little faint edge. And that'll be another boundary. What time is it in New Zealand? At the moment, it is 9:21 p.m. New Zealand time. So this session will be coming to a close in 19 minutes' time. Third session of the day will be starting at 10 p.m. New Zealand time. And also 9:21 p.m. in New Zealand, says Hayden there as well. And that reminds me, while we are at it, I will quickly do this and do this as well. There we go. I've just updated the little thing that will come up on the bottom of the screen. We are going to be away for 20 minutes during the break. Richest cricketer in the world. I'd assume Virat Kohli would have to be right up there. Definitely with the brand deals that he has outside of cricket. Give me your Fab 5 present batsman. Oof. See, to be honest, like my Fab 5 has changed a little bit because of current form, some of those guys who would have been in there wouldn't get in there now. So it's a tricky one. Cummins now continuing bowling, but this time from the Stark end, a little bit of an extra pop off the surface. Sinclair just glides it down. Are you watching the whole third session? Says Teddy is bad. We are at least covering 2 hours of that final session. I believe the last 30 minutes of the day, we are going to be covering a game in the sevens, which will mean that we do unfortunately miss that little last patch. But other than that, we are doing the full final session. So at least another 2 hours remaining of cricket that we are covering on the channel. Good morning, West Indies. Keep pressing on and keep your tails up. I sense victory, says Glenn Thompson. And the Windies to win, says Austin. Left alone. On about that, maybe 8th stump line, but too wide from Pat Cummins. He's got to entice him into driving or at least playing straight. Okay, I'll watch that too. Says Teddy is bad. It's going to be an awesome matchup. Fiji versus South Africa. Always a hard one to predict. Which best 5 all-rounders in Pakistan history? I could not tell you, mate. I feel like I would need a lot more time to think about it than just this short little patch on the stream. And Hamish says, Brandon, welcome in. And West Indies have to get the Aussies out in the field until tomorrow, says Winston. And as well as just keeping those runs ticking over, I mentioned that the West Indies would want to be leading by 300 by the end of today. Might be a little bit tricky to get there now, seeing as they've only got 17 minutes remaining in this session. The extended 30 minutes at the end of the day might actually help them out. But, yeah, I think Australia, they will want to be batting by the end of tonight, but they won't be looking forward to batting in what will be a very tough little session to get through. In a day-night test match, the first session break is tea, second break is dinner, and the third session is stumps, right? Says Marnus, pretty much. I still call it lunch for that first session, seeing as it does finish at about 2 p.m. local time. Well, sorry, it actually finishes at around 4 p.m. local time. So it's a bit of a different timing, I guess you could say. Still 2 slips and the gully in play for the Australians. They have kept that relatively consistent all throughout this test match, with the exception of when Nathan Lyon is bowling, where they just go to Steve Smith and then they put the leg slip in play, as well as normally a man at bat pad. It was actually Travis Head at bat pad who managed to do extremely well and got that run out of Hodge, which could have been the game-changing wicket. We have got there, these 2 batsmen has to take it deep. Says Rakesh, yeah, if these guys get through this 15-minute period, as well as the first, I would say, hour of the next session, they'll be in a decent position. If they're watching from St. Lucia, West Indies all the way, and what's the schedule for tomorrow and how's the boys? The schedule, we have got the semi-finals of the Sevens alongside a lot of this cricket match. Not able to field that one nicely was Cam Green. They will look for 2 runs, but well fielded by Labuschagne to keep it to the single. And that is the kind of intensity that Australia normally have throughout their whole innings of batting. But it is an interesting scenario because just a little bit ago when Australia weren't taking wickets, those were turning into 2 runs rather than just the single. I'm just asking you, have you ever seen Brian Lara bat? I ask because it seems like you are a young person. Says Vanessa, I've seen clips of him batting. I don't think I've ever watched him bat live on TV, but yeah, I've watched clips of him batting after. And I've also seen him, actually, no, that's a lie. I saw him batting in the New Zealand T20 Black Clash earlier on in the month when he went head-to-head with Team Rugby. Was the batting coach for the Windies? It's a good question. I'm not actually too sure. Who was it? I know that they've got, is it Sean Tate? I think it's one of their bowling coaches. Lead of 100 and 98. Nicely cut away. Fielded though by Mitchell Stark. They will still get through for the single. Jamal Fahim or Steiners in Test cricket. There's a helicopter at the moment that they are just showing, lurking over Brisbane. That'll be a hot day up there flying. You like asking questions, don't you, man? They're quick fire. They're just bang, bang, bang after each other. But, like, it depends on conditions. It also depends on what you're asking of each of the individuals. Sometimes, you know, if it's a situation where you need a lot of runs in a hurry, Stoinis is a good option. If you need someone who's going to bowl consistently or keep it tight, you know, you might go for one of the other two. So, yeah, it's a tricky one. Greaves, he has moved up to 28 runs. Looking very decent at the moment. Oi, that one came back a long way. Do you enjoy what you saw? He was the best. He's a very talented batsman, and he makes it look so effortless as well, Brian Lara. Very good technique. And it's always awesome listening to him in the commentary because you get a few of the insights from what some people regard as the best batsman in the world. It's going to be the single taken. I think they will get to. Yes, they will. Very good running from the West Indies again. Oh, they wanted an extra. They thought about the overthrow and what it should have stayed for the series. He would have added at least 500 runs. says Porto. Oh, it'll be interesting for Australia when they start losing a few of their other established players, such as a Steve Smith, Usman Khawaja. That one didn't spin as much for Nathan Lyon. Pitched on about that 5th stump. Trying to work out what the crowd are chanting, but I can't quite pick what it is. Monty Desai is the batting coach for the West Indies, says Curse. Oi! That was almost the ankle getting broken at Greaves. The way he played the one, he stepped forward and just kind of, awkwardly stumbled a little bit. And Renshaw should have been in the starting 11 in my opinion, I agree. And Brian Lara wasn't even that good. He just got lucky a lot, says Porto. Okay, so what was happening there between Nathan Lyon and Sinclair is pretty much Nathan Lyon was asking Sinclair, what am I doing? Or he said something along the lines of, you got any tips for me? And Sinclair was like, yep. And then Nathan Lyon asked what they were and Sinclair wouldn't tell them. Of course, you could teach Nathan Lyon how to backflip. Imagine that. Imagine Nathan Lyon takes a wicket and does a backflip. I feel like the crowd would go absolutely insane. Renshaw would have got a pair. We don't know that. Lara was the prince. He was exquisite. And Sinclair should say, D's nuts, says Porto. I'm glad he didn't say that. I feel like he would have gone laughed off the ground. West Indies just short of that 200-run lead. Still another 10 minutes remaining. Should also mention 22 overs away from the new ball. When the new ball comes for the Australians, that is normally when wickets closely follow. Bayani or Nahari or Beef Burger. Well, I've only had one of the three, which is the Beef Burger. I don't know about the other two. Lyon, the only backflip he will do, or he will be doing to the physio table, says Porto. Even if he did a backflip on a physio table, I feel like that would be impressive. I can't do a backwards roly-poly, I don't think, but Nathan Lyon can. He's doing pretty well. Cummins digging in deep here for the Australians, trying to get another one just before the end of the session, which has actually been a time where Australia have struck multiple times throughout these two test matches. Is there a bowler that always aims at the toes? I feel like that be a good tactic. Keep them on their toes, twinkle toes, LBW lol, says Hayden. I mean, Mitchell Stark's in-swinging Yorker is always very handy. And it's not swinging at the moment much. Such body movements are well behind me, unless in water. See, even doing a backflip in water, I feel like I couldn't do, mainly because normally the water goes up your nose, doesn't it? And then it's just not fun. Well, if Lara was not good, just lucky, then no player is good. There are days they are just lucky, says Hezekiah. There were a lot of times that Lara was just a league above everyone that he played up against. And Renshaw would be a good number 4 and an opener, or an opener. So here's Remy. 4 dot balls in a row for Pat Cummins. The lights are on in Brisbane, and I believe the lights will become more substantial as this evening wears on, but well played by Sinclair. No hurry from him at the moment. It was something that he did in the first innings at times that made me a bit concerned, was how slowly he was scoring the runs. But the good news is he's got Greaves at the other end, so he is just going to play that support role. Help Greaves get towards his 50. Taldu Shamar Joseph hit the balls, says Aman. He can hit a ball, yes. He managed to get himself a couple sixes in his first innings of batting for the West Indies. The run rate at the moment is sitting 3.01. So it is still ticking just over that 3 mark. And Lara's the king, Says Rakesh. Eight minutes till the end of this session. Then they will have the tea break, which is 20 minutes long. And then, of course, we are back for the final session of the day. Come on, Windies, says Hanoi. You know when you put water in your mouth and you forget how to swallow? That's what just happened. And only water, thank you. Can he, the batsman and the balls? Oh, you want him to hit the batsman and the balls is what you're saying, Iman. Yeah, I'd say so. Rearrange the box. Hamish, do you know the women's scores for the quarterfinals? I actually don't. I'm going to have a look now, though, because I know that New Zealand were playing Australia in the women's quarterfinals, which for me is a massive game to have. And Australia won. Oh, no, sorry, Australia's still playing. But they are 10 points ahead of the New Zealanders. Ireland beat Fiji, that's a shame. And then Great Britain beat Canada 7-0. France versus USA just around the corner. And we said he's have a chance of winning if they lead 350. Nice and solid again from Greaves. And Virat Kohli is my favourite Indian player. Always going off his nut. Add spice to the game, says Hayden. And yep, not televised for free in Oz, which is a shame seeing as it's in Australia that the sevens are taking place. I would have thought if there was any time to televise it free, it would have been that leg. Once again, very repetitive at the moment. Nathan Lyon puts it just outside of off stump. Greaves gets forward, shuts it down, and blocks the ball. I was working in Warwickshire in the 90s when Lara played for us. The feats that man performed on the pitch were incredible. He was so good, both sets of fans would celebrate him. It was just that good. Mighty Australia is far too powerful for New Zealand in the women's sevens. Ooh. Another single taken down too long on. England bundled out on 170. Says Neutrino. And Ozzo Renshaw should have started because he's going to be 30 in 2026. Here's Remy. Yeah, currently in the England versus India test match. England trail by 18 runs and they are 5 down. So not exactly sitting where they wanted to be in that test match. That was almost half a chance for Travis Head. It may have carried. Do you ever cheer against the All Blacks? I'm cheering for the Windies here, even though I'm an Aussie. I mean, we always do the commentary down the middle in the rugby. Oh, just out of reach for Travis Head. Didn't get his hand down low enough. Would have been an absolute screamer of a catch if he got there. I should never wish loss to my team. Wouldn't it be great for the Windies to win? Oh, big shot there from Sinclair. Goes over the top. It was pitched up from Lyon. And scores the boundary off the final ball of the over. Now taking the Windies to a 204 lead and 182 for 6. A little bit too much flight there from Nathan Lyon. Although, I think that that's actually a good thing for Australia. Because, reason being, if they put it a little bit wider, perhaps Sinclair will try and slash it. I should rename the channel to the Aussie lads, but I'm not from Australia. The Anzac lads. Says Porto. And Lara is the best. He is the master. Love your commentary. Keep me up all night. Keep going, the Windies. Says Wilbert. And of course, we are going to be back tomorrow for day 4 of this test match. There is no way for this test to end tonight, unless, of course, Australia were to be bowled out in extremely cheap fashion. At the moment, I mean, who knows? Very hard to tell what will happen. How can somebody say that Lara was a lucky player? Just going 549, 375, and over 12 double centuries. Yeah, it's a bit too good to be luck for Brian Lara, isn't it? Well, cricket and the Windies, if they beat Oz, one loss won't hurt the boys. Says Hanoi, you always side with Aussie. Says Neutrino, have you heard the commentary I've done today? Actually, yesterday, I was being extremely cruel to Aussie. I was giving them a bit of stick about the sandpaper and whatnot. which of course I shouldn't have been because it was Australia Day, but I was ripping into them for their poor choices. Now, mate, Kiwi lads, keep your underarms and sandpapers to yourself. Says Hayden. My favourite bowler was Wazim the Wonderful Akram. And Malik, third marriage, tell what you think. I don't even know who that is, mate, to be honest with you, but seems like he hasn't quite picked the one yet. Maybe he's found her now, though, for the third time. Get expensive after a while, I would be thinking. Especially coming from sheep shaggers. Says Porto there. Yeah. And I read the test in New Zealand is sold out versus Oz in a few weeks. Says Hanoi. I think the one in Christchurch is also very close to being sold out. I haven't bought a ticket yet, so I probably won't get to go, unfortunately. But you win some, you lose some. What do you see, or what do you want to see, Windies or Australia, says Sudeep. I mean, it would be massively beneficial, like someone said just before, for the West Indies to win this test match. But Australia, they still have plenty of fight in them. And they've still got plenty of time left in this test match. So they can get these last 4 wickets for less than 100 runs. They will still consider themselves as favourites to go on and win. We can't afford sheep these days. Price of living is ridiculous. Says Porto there. This will be the last over of the session. So far, a single off the first ball and then 2 dots for Pat Cummins, who is actually yet to pick up a wicket here. And I might be correct in saying this. I think he's the only Australian bowler now who hasn't got a wicket. Who was the greatest era batsman by current era batsman? It's a tricky one because there are some guys that could be future, like give them another 5 years and they might be the best. But of course, you've got the Mount Rushmore of batsmen that are normally talked about, which of course would be Joe Root, Kane Williamson. Well, actually, no, I'll go with it. Joe Root, Kane Williamson, Babar Azam, Steve Smith. Those seem to be the 4. Labuschagne, he's got his name up there now. One of the best in the world. I just realised I didn't put Virat Kohli in there, did I? I meant to have Virat Kohli in there. I meant to have the 5 rather than the 4. I want bowling to play versus New Zealand, so hopefully Windies win and there's a bowling reshuffle. Says Hanoi. And more impressively, this Windies side have been able to bowl Australia out twice so far. Says Hezekiah, and Windies would be good at rugby 7s if it was promoted there. And Kohli, Smith, Williamson. Says Porto. Last ball of this session. It's a slower delivery from Cummins. 113 Ks. And that'll be the end of session number 2. 2 wickets falling for the West Indies, currently with that lead of 205 runs. We've got the 20-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. And then from there, we are back for session number 3. But if you haven't already, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. We will be back, like I said, in 20 minutes' time for the 3rd and final session of day 3. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are ready for the final session of the day. At the moment, Greaves and Sinclair starting their partnership once again. And this last session, it's been known in these day-night test matches to be the ones that we see a lot of wickets falling. For the West Indies, they cannot afford to lose any early wickets in this session. They need to continue building this partnership as they work their way towards that 300-run lead. They are 95 away currently. Looks like it will be Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon to continue from each of the ends. In fact, we might see a change of Cummins, but for now, Nathan Lyon, I think it's a very good choice to have him still bowling. 19 overs away from the new ball for Australia. $105-run lead for the West Indies. Now, we should mention Australia. They were able to get 289, and that was when they were 24 for 4. So I feel like they still need over that 300 mark. Nathan Lyon so far has bowled 16 overs for 40 runs, 2 wickets falling. Being able to break those partnerships, and also off his bowling, we did see the run out of Hodge. Although not a stock standard run out, actually more of the case of almost a modified stumping from Travis Head on Hodge for that delivery. But now Australia going with the aggressive field set. 2 men under helmets on the leg side, 1 at short leg and 1 almost a short gully type region. Solid from Greaves. No run taken off the first delivery of the final session in the day. Now, I should mention, tomorrow and the next day, Brisbane's weather conditions are not supposed to be too flash, which could mean that rain... Oh, hang on. Got a helmet being run off from Matty Renshaw. I think maybe Marnus Labuschagne got the wrong helmet. But he's still going to be under the lid. Nice and close to the bat. Work to the leg side, finding a gap there for Greaves. Just gets the single, and that is exactly what the West Indies need to do. Keep on rotating the strike while Australia are being aggressive, because at least you're still getting those runs ticking over nicely. But at the start of play tomorrow, there is an 80% chance of rain alongside thunderstorms. Then there is a 90% chance of rain after the first hour, 60% right through to the time that we are at currently. So it means more than likely we could miss 2 sessions of cricket, but hopefully that isn't the case. Hopefully we get to see the full day of play. As if we do, I believe we will get to see a result on day number 4. At the moment in England versus India as well, I should mention England trailing by 17 runs. So they've still got a little way to go. West Indies definitely in a better position than the English in this away series. As he played by Sinclair, soft hands. He one that fell short of the slip cordon in that last session. 10 off 32, got his debut 50 in the last test match, or in the last test innings. On debut as well. Big opportunity for the youngster. Greaves at the other end on 33 runs off 56. Ticking along very nicely and keeping the runs flowing. We saw the most aggressive shot from Sinclair of the day, actually on one of the final overs of the last session, where he went after Nathan Lyon when he overpitched it, hit him down the ground for the 4 runs. If I was in the starting 11 for Australia, I know Renshaw can probably score more runs than me by a lot. I would try to get myself hurt so he can have a chance to bat. Says Remy there, although that would also slightly be counted as match fixing. Definitely if you told anyone you were going to do that. But, yeah, I mean, Renshaw probably should have got the chance. We have got there rugby question where you call the men's QTs and the semis from Perth, or quarterfinals and finals. Says Hanoi. So at the moment, the only quarterfinal we are calling is Fiji versus South Africa. It's a bit of a shame with the teams remaining, to be honest. I thought we'd see a little bit more oomph from them, but we are covering, I believe, the semi-finals and the final as well. But yeah, just for these ones, for the quarterfinals, that is, we are just covering the one, but we will keep you guys updated on the score throughout the 2 matches while the cricket is on, if that makes sense. I'm back from raiding my mum's bag for gifts. Says Simran there. Hopefully you found some. If they're McDonald's chicken nuggets, then you'll be very happy. Pitched up. Nicely played down the ground. Okay, cool, says Hanoi. Yeah, it's been really unfortunate, the time zone overlap that we've got, seeing as both games, or both competitions, of course, are taking place in Australia. It means that they are a little bit identical in that regard. Hazelwood, he's bowled 11 overs, only going for the 22 runs, but he did pick up the wicket. Was the one last night of Chandapur, once again pitched up, well driven down the ground. The West Indies, they play with confidence straight, and that is why a majority of the boundaries that we have seen from the Windies have come from hitting the ball straight down the ground. Don't know why Green got the spot. We already have good enough bowling attack, so I feel like Renshaw should have got the number 4 spot. Yeah, I feel like it was the perfect opportunity for them to blood some new players into the team, but they did not. They did not decide to do that. Unfortunately, no Nuggies, says Simran, although I think McDonald's is still open, depending on where you're from. That was down leg. Most McDonald's open till like 11 or 12, aren't they? Just checking the odds for this one. And the West Indies are still considered underdogs. Even though they're ahead by 206, they still come in as underdogs, ladies and gentlemen. I would have thought runs on the board would have put them a little bit closer to favourites. That's the... Oh, Alex Carey almost dropped it, but he's still taken it. He's swatted the ball away afterwards. Greaves is going to be dismissed. That is the second catch for Australia that they have fumbled but then regathered. And he didn't just fumble it once, he fumbled it 3 times. Slapped into the gloves, came out. Slapped into the glove, came out. Got it just before he hits the ground. I think, oh, hang on. On-field decision, I think I just saw from the umpire. He said it's not out. Okay, we don't get to find out what the umpire's call was. But I believe the umpire just said that he thought it was not out. But Alex Carey slaps it up and has another crack at it. Doesn't take it, but he does manage to regather it in his gloves before he hits the ground. And yep, that's a safe catch for Alex Carey. He's out by the third umpire. It better not be out, thank you. Well, it is, unfortunately. Another wicket falling, and that was Greaves, the set batsman for the West Indies. So Australia striking just after the tea break. But I got lots of gifts, plus my mum got a little something for the guy I'm seeing. Oops, he's dropped the ball. Got it back. That's out by the third, or he's out by the third umpire. Just the edge. I have to say, Alex Carey has done extremely well to take that one. They said it's such an orthodox catch, but it was up there. It was about this high. So unfortunately for him, it kind of hit him in the chest and bounced up. But now 7 down, the West Indies. I mentioned that 206 was not enough. And they now need a few more. This is the easiest way to say it. They need a few more runs, ladies and gents. I should mention, anyone else who is watching, who does enjoy a bit of rugby as well, we have got a rugby live stream taking place in around 2 hours' time. And then also in 4 hours' time, we will be live with a URC live stream between the Bulls and the Lions. Be sure to give that a look. And now Alzarri Joseph to the middle. He doesn't like to mess around, although it is a dot ball for the burst ball first delivery. Yeah, it's just come up on him a little bit too much. Hit him about there. This is another test. That will finish in 4 days or less, says CK. Although it could be worse. It could be India versus England. Oh, nicely driven by Alzarri Joseph. When was the last time a test went 5 days? Probably one that was heavily affected by rain, to be honest. That seems to be the only thing And that's changed the odds again. Big time. Alex Carey, he is very nervous. I heard at pre-game that the commentary team said it isn't going to be swinging as much as the other days. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I don't think we're seeing as much of the regular swing. Josh Hazlewood, though, just a little bit shorter. He's so good at precisely hitting the same spot over and over and over again. Only 10 minutes into this final session as well, I should mention, which means there is more than enough time for Australia to have the bat in hand. And it might not be a bad thing for the West Indies. Of course, they want as many runs as they can get before that patch. But the other benefit that they've got is we could possibly see West Indies do to Australia what Australia tried to do to West Indies last night. And that is try and get those couple wickets right near the end of the day. Right, the question mark on everyone's mind though, are these two going to absolutely swing for the fences, try and play more aggressive to get those runs in a quick hurry, or will we see them be patient? I think Alzarri Joseph has to play his natural game, which is hitting the ball hard, and he often will find gaps when he does so. Yes, he might get unlucky, which would be a shame, but it's what they need to do here. They're at this point now that runs are becoming much more important than the amount of overs that they face. Oh, misfield from Cam Green, but they still don't sneak the run. If Renshaw got a starting spot, he would probably be the best player to be in the slip position. See, here's Remy there. Oh, chopping outside of the off stump. Didn't quite time it there, Sinclair. Unfortunately, he's going to end up in a similar situation as he was last night. Or yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before when he was batting? He might have been just kicked that ball away from the stumps. And Kumar Roach is going to be crucial for the West Indies in Australia's second innings. So here's Michael. But yeah, I think Sinclair, because of how tentative he has been, he's actually going to find himself running out of batting partners. Now, I'm not saying Alzarri Joseph will disappear very quickly, or the others. I think that they will be able to bat for a decent amount of time, but I just see them possibly running out of time for Sinclair to bat long. In the Big Bash, I'm pretty sure that when Renshaw got most of his catches in the slip position. So here's Remy. Go. The West Indies, I've just pretty much seen that if they lose the wicket here of Sinclair, their odds are going to plummet for the chance of winning this match, even with the 200 ahead. Ducking under that one was Alzarri Joseph. Hazlewood will not want to pitch it up because in the last innings, Alzarri Joseph was just smashing it around. Another wicket, says Remy. Also, I talk about Renshaw because he's my favourite player. 3.1 overs down already in this session. The run rate has dried right up of 0.32. So just the one run being scored and already one wicket has been taken. Oh, yep, that is the catch for Steve Smith. Double-handed take above his head, and Alzarri Joseph is dismissed. I think Smith's hurt himself in the process of taking that catch. Yeah, I think he's stretched an abdominal muscle or something. Does look in a bit of discomfort, but that is going to be another wicket for the Australians. I think you might have been a little bit ahead, Remy, so try your best not to spoil it if you do see it before I do. But Alzarri Joseph stepping. And that is a fantastic catch for Steve Smith, as that could have easily travelled over his head. Like I said, he may have almost caught it. Steve Smith. That is now his second catch in this match, I believe. As we mentioned earlier, 300-ish needed. And please say you've heard a lot. We can't bet, says Remy. Tell you what, I think 250 is now the new task here for the West Indies. And unfortunately for them, like I just said, Sinclair, he's going to run out of batting partners. He needs to start getting on with it a little bit more. Because if he doesn't, unfortunately, he is going to sit there. Renshaw just came on for Smith. Here's Remy. Yeah, he's been taken off for Steve Smith. Just reaching above his head, stretching big time, and then just straining the abdominal region. Now Roach. Oh, good ball from Hazelwood. And very quickly, this innings has changed big time. Azari Joseph, the last wicket. Brian Lara said in the tea break that 250 isn't probably enough. And to be honest, it isn't. But, oh no, I think it's actually groin here for Steve Smith. The way he's lifting his leg up, I think that might actually be the groin. When he's stretched up, done the big leap. Pulled something in the groin. Solid from Kumar Roach. Shamar Joseph, he will be the last batsman to make his way out there for the West Indies. And these couple of wickets have changed this game drastically. Just as a quick update, in terms of the betting wise, you and Smith can have similar injuries. Yeah, that's true. My groin doesn't work, so we would fall into the same category there. You come on, I want him to get edged. Renshaw catches the ball, so West Indies are now $8.80 underdogs in this one. Oh, ugly bouncer. Almost hits Kumar Roach, but he just gets his head out of the way. Just saying that West Indies more than likely will be getting the opportunity with the ball in hand by the end of tonight. It's a question of can they bring up that 250. Once again, 200 is not enough. 250 in some regards is not enough. But it's at least a start to be able to build on. Still looks like a good pitch to bat on as well. Pitched up, work to the lead side. From this time it was Roach. Gets the single off the final ball. Oh, they considered two. Just the one Mitch Marsh says to him, you stay there, mate. And the wicket fall before the 150 runs. The West Indies are the breakthrough wicket for Australia, and lack of experience in the Windies team has cost them this match. And Spiff is back. Now I'm pretty sure, says Remy. Yep, he is just making his way back out there, so didn't stay off for too long at all for Steve Smith. At the moment, the most runs scored by a West Indian, Kirk McKenzie, with 41 off 50 deliveries. Athanase behind him on 35 off 72. Sinclair sitting on 10 off 40. He's a capable batsman. We saw that when he brought up his 50, getting a boundary with the 4 and then a 6. Right, the aggressive field set. They've got a man at short cover for Kumar Roach, as well as short leg. Nicely controlled block, though. And I'm proud of the Windies. They're doing better than the first match, I think. Yeah, they've been competitive throughout this contest. Just that extra 40 or so runs would make a world of difference. That's close. Hit him outside the line, though, I believe. Australia have 3 reviews. So they could go upstairs for it if they really want to. Cummins is going to say no. I think they want to keep the momentum flowing. They don't want to wait around to see whether or not it's out. Even though I'm pretty sure that time Kumar Roach, yeah, I'd say just hit outside the line. I remember loving Renshaw when he scored 168, 2017 against Pakistan, I'm pretty sure. And once again, good areas being bowled by Nathan Lyon. He's been a talisman for the Australians because the wickets have been falling at the other end. But Nathan Lyon's kept it tight enough. They also wouldn't want to waste them, just in case. It is true, although with only 3 left and 2 batsmen to get, they'll be confident. I've read all the chat. I thought I missed a message earlier on, but no. Got it all. Nathan Lyon, 2 balls remaining. That one came back a little bit more. The crowd are starting to get a bit louder for the Australians. They feel like they're only 1 wicket once more away from breaking a partnership. But we got to remember the West Indies in that first match, Kumar Roach and Shamar Joseph brought up a 50-run partnership. Australia, they averaged 20 runs conceded for a last wicket partnership. Australia like that one. Steve Smith thought it was out. Marnus thought it was. But it's not going to be out. That's the end of a maiden over from Nathan Lyon. It's pretty much dried up all of the runs from one end, which has then allowed Hazlewood to really flourish at the other, picking up quick succession wickets. Alex Carey taking that catch just prior. The fact that they have lost 2 wickets since lunch really does hurt the West Indies. They were 6 down, 205 or so run lead, which didn't sit too badly for them, but they needed more. Marnus always thinks everything is out. Marnus is very much like myself, and that is if you hear even half a noise, you think it's out. No one else agrees. They actually have that one, or one like that, because we do the GoPro. I had a GoPro on the umpire, and there was one when I was wicket keeping, and I was adamant that there was an edge. No one else went up for it. And then I watched the replay back on the GoPro, and there was actually an edge, but no one else heard it, so of course not out. In that regard, nice and solid from Sinclair. Just showing that Alzari Joseph shot. The last man to go out. Great catch from Steve Smith. No, it did cost him his groin. He still managed to take an excellent catch. I should mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is greatly appreciated. You all being here. We have actually flown past our goal that we had. So now be sure to continue hitting that subscribe button. Let's go towards that next one. A little bit of swing there for Josh Hazlewood. In swing and delivery. Well watched by Sinclair. Smith, only 1 catch behind Mark Waugh from 107 matches. Well, you should have showed your team the video. Be like, you should trust me every single time now. Well, it was one of those ones, though, that since the umpire didn't give it out, like the rest of the team, they just assumed there was nothing on it. But there was a little edge involved in it. Played late under the eyes for Sinclair. I missed yesterday, says Sabir, but it was great to see you today. Of course, day 3 is just around the corner. Oh, sorry, day 4 of this test match just around the corner, and we will also be covering that one on the channel. And what did Australia declare? Says Sabir, the reason behind it, I believe, was because they wanted 30 minutes of bowling at the West Indies right at the end of the day, with the pink ball swinging drastically in the evening session. That's normally when Australia pick up 2 or 3 wickets. They were able to get the one of Chanderpaul, but they felt like for the sacrifice of getting 22 more runs, it was worth putting the West Indies in and having a decent go at them. Now, earlier on, when the West Indies had a good lead and they had only lost 3 or so wickets, it seemed like the wrong decision from Australia. But now that we're sitting here in this match, with it being 207 lead, I feel like maybe Australia did make that right decision. And maybe it just didn't quite execute as well as they wanted to, because of course they would have liked 2 or 3 wickets rather than just the one. of the last 34 balls, we have seen 2 runs and 2 wickets. So the only man who tried to increase the run rate was Alzadi Joseph, who unfortunately did succumb to a great delivery from Josh Hazlewood, was defeated by the duck. And no, Australia didn't want to be bowled out by the West Indies for the second time, bro, says Akil. That is the other theory, of course, that I've heard. It seems to be a little bit of both. But yeah, of course, Australia didn't want to be bowled out, is one thing. But they also, I believe, when you look at the stats in terms of Australia's effectiveness, 30 minutes away from the final ball being bowled, they always get at least 1 wicket. And I think that they were working on that theory of not only does it mentally frustrate the West Indies that they couldn't bowl them out, but also if they get a couple wickets, then they're in the box seat well and truly. I'll be back. I need to help get in the shopping out of my brother's car, I'm pretty sure, says Remy. So we'll see you a little bit later on. Hazlewood, another maiden bowled. The run's just drying up completely. I'm undefeated and sleeping, says Daytime TV. And dinner score on day 3, West Indies were 6 for 183. Since then, we have had 6 overs, 2 runs have been scored. At the moment, the West Indies, they are 34% likely to win this test match. Australia have taken charge with a 66% chance that they will walk away with the victory. Kumar Roach, he is on strike. A lot of men around the bat at the moment for Australia. The outside edge of Roach, but does fall safely. Ian Smith on the commentary has just said, it feels like we're waiting for the inevitable. If Roach isn't attacking and Sinclair isn't attacking, all that's going to happen for the West Indies is they are eventually going to lose their wickets, probably for only another 5 runs. Shamar Joseph, I think, will be the game changer for them because he plays some very nice strokes and he'll be willing to go after the bad ball. I don't think these two are. I think that they are happy enough just sitting here, tapping it around and using up a little bit more time in this test match. Alan Border in the commentary box just said West Indies are digging their own grave by only scoring 2 runs in the last 28 minutes of play. And yes, to a certain extent, you can put it down to good bowling. But there's still been a couple in there. I think Marnus Labuschagne, they were just talking about trying to stump Roach. Labuschagne said that he wouldn't do it to him. Once again, solid from Roach. We've got to remember as well, we're 12 overs away from the new ball for the Australians. So yes, the runs may start flying with that new ball, but so could those 2 wickets. It's a real chess match, I'll be honest. I feel like it's an interesting approach for the West Indies. That was almost half a chance. Might have been an inside edge from Roach, but that'll be the end of the over. He is now 1 off 16. He's relying on Sinclair to attack, but Sinclair is not. And he did it in the first innings as well. He wasn't willing to pull the trigger and really try and, I guess, progress forward. You mentioned anyone who is following the Sevens, Samoa and Great Britain are now going to golden point time. It always happens. Any game that we don't cover of the Sevens ends up being a very good one. Yeah, 19-19 at the moment. They are going to golden point time, like I said. And they need at least 250, says Daytime TV. Yeah, Mitchell Starc back into the bowling attack. That will be to replace Josh Hazlewood. The runs have dried up. 42 balls, we have seen 2 runs scored. India win, says Satyapal as well. Yeah, they're doing very well at the moment, India. They have England still 5 down, though. England have put on 23 runs since we last checked, which is promising. Here we go, Mitchell Stark again. Gonna pitch it up, nicely played from Sinclair. Mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. It is greatly appreciated you all being here for these live streams. We have got plenty more coming up in the near future. So yeah, if you are new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Including the ODI and T20 series, which I think could be some very entertaining cricket between the sides. Stark first over since this session began. Good straight delivery, just sub says Remy. Thank you very much, mate. Well, fielded by Mitch Marsh. He's loving it in the field at the moment. He's trying to show intent, saying that they could have taken the single, but Sinclair, this is like, I don't know how to say it without it sounding bad, but Sinclair for me is just making bad decisions at the moment. Now, he got 50 in the first innings, don't get me wrong. Brilliant batting from the youngster. But he also did this at times. He wanted to be on strike for a majority of the over, but would never attack the bowlers. He's at least tried to swing at that one. He's missed it badly by about this much, but at least he showed intent. Yeah, I think Sinclair's pretty much been told by the tail and by, I think, the men who ran on the drinks, get after it. Try and hit this ball. Which is fair enough. At the end of the day, they still want to have an hour at the West Indies if they can get away with it. I think the crowd are chanting boring. Short ball again. Left alone for Sinclair. At the moment, their run rate per over since returning from the break is 0.26. And we know that the West Indies are better than that. Sinclair's still on 10 off 50. Strike rate of 20 at the moment. But he's trying to stay compact in his defence. Trying not to throw his wicket away. But unfortunately, sometimes by going so defensive, you do end up throwing your wicket away because you were thinking about blocking it when you finally attack. Left that one alone, a bit too wide to go after there. Now one ball remaining in the over. This is where more than likely we'll see Sinclair try and take a single and keep the strike for the next over so that he can block 6 deliveries. And I'm back all nestled with a 90 cup of tea. I'm ready for the Windies to keep going because they've got this. Yeah, although they haven't scored any runs in this session other than 2. So far, West Indies only need 15 more runs and they have something to bowl at. Get some quick runs and get a crack at the Australian team tonight, says Hezekiah. Exactly right. Like, this is the best session for bowling. So I'm very confused at why the West Indies aren't trying to push the pace a little bit more because they will be bowling at Australia tonight. I feel like at this stage, that is a guarantee. Unless, of course, we see some brilliance from Shamar Joseph again, but more than likely, he'll make his way to the middle. He'll get a quick fire 30 or 40 runs if he does bat well, and then he'll end up going out, or Sinclair or Roach will go out, but at least they'll have 250. Sinclair has shown that he's got batting ability and that he can hit 6s and 4s, but he doesn't seem to want to. He wants to bat out for another 200 balls to get another 20 or so runs. Shush is called optimism. I have faith. It's a run, but now will be Nathan Lyon bowling to Kumar Roach. That one spun a lot and it's given by the umpire. That one has done an acre off the surface. It spun about this much. Roach will go upstairs. He might be saved by a height here. He's out now. You know, wait, because I'm ahead. Although you just said he's out. So you kind of still said it. How many runs can England win? Oh, they're going to need a lot. If England want a chance of winning, they need a lead of at least 200, and they are currently struggling to build a lead of 50. They've gone upstairs. The on-field decision is out. Came back along. Oh, I think height here. I have a feeling it's going to be umpire's call, though, which would, of course, favour the Australians, seeing as the umpire did give it as originally out. There's no bat on it for Kumar Roach. You are still ahead, Remy, so you are still spoiling things when you say them. They are now checking this one. Impact in line. Umpire's call. The West Indies will retain their review, but it doesn't help them out as that one is still hitting the stumps and the decision will remain as out. They are now 9 down. That little period there, they were their own worst enemy. And I'd like to think that Shamar Joseph will go out there and at least show some intent, because at least that way they'll get some runs on the board before getting inevitably bowled out by the Australians. And that one has spun a long way. Probably lucky to get the umpire's call on it for Nathan Lyon, although there's been quite a few throughout this test match and the prior one where umpire's call did favour the Australians. And that's it for the Windies. Says daytime TV. Mitchell Starc was loving it when he saw it. The West Indies player celebration gymnastics is going viral in India. Have you seen it? I have. He actually played in this test match. And it was actually Sinclair, the man who was batting now. 6.5 degrees of spin. So he has given that some... Oh, there you go. Biggest spinning delivery of the match. And it has gone a mile. Pitched about on 7th stump and gone right across to almost miss the leg stump. Now Shamar Joseph makes his way to the middle. His best is 36. He has been out once, but he was not out in the first innings. Sinclair didn't really want to give Shamar Joseph the strike. Are you from New Zealand or South African? Because you sound like either one of those countries, says Remy, so I am from New Zealand. Shamar Joseph, a little bit of extra bounce there for Nathan Lyon. The pitch is still doing enough that the West Indies, if they do bowl tonight, which I think is a certainty at the moment, they will end up in the scenario of the possibility of taking a few wickets. I'll play it again from Shamar Joseph. Brian Lara in the commentary box has just said pretty much the description that Brian Lara said is they've been very poor in their planning for the tail end. If a girl tells you, I love you, what will you answer? Says Sudeep. Well, it depends on who the girl is, I think would be a good start. If I know them or not, that would help. I think England is at 200 for 5, says Remy. They certainly are. 3 dot balls in a row here for Nathan Lyon, who is looking to pick up 4 wickets for this innings. It's been a dreadful 40 minutes for the West Indies, to describe it lightly. It's been shocking. They've scored 2 runs, they've lost 3 wickets, and they've faced about 10 overs worth of bowling. Australia on the verge of having a run rate in this session from the West Indies of 0.15. Shamar Joseph, though, trying to speed it up. He's faced 4 deliveries, all dots, but he at least showed intent with that last delivery. Plays it with soft hands, and that will be the end of the over now. Wicket maiden for Nathan Lyon, 9 for 185. I have a cousin sister. I think you'll like it. Wait, is she your cousin or is she your sister? Because that kind of changed. Well, it doesn't change anything on my end, but yeah. Cousin and sister, 2 different things for us anyway. Yeah, that one, it did look plumb, to be fair, but it did spin right across the stumps. They're just showing there, without the deviation, it would have gone right across. No runs yet, says Smoke Boss. Yeah, only the 2 runs in this session so far. And our Kochi, our cousins are considered our siblings, says Simran there. Okay, so it's your cousin, but she's also considered your sister. I get it. Oh, it's off the edge. It's gone over the top. Sinclair has got a little bit of luck. And that one will be going to the boundary. Sinclair, out yourself. I'm tired, says Smoke Boss. Oh, an extra 4 runs. They could be crucial. And Edged and nearly caught. Says Remy, see, that was better timing, seeing as I had seen it before you did put your message. So that, good job. Sinclair. And that is because he hasn't been aggressive. And he isn't timing a lot because he's been so defensively orientated that he's just willing to tap it and tap it again So when he finally does attack, throws himself all out of sorts. So Marnus Labuschagne helping him out at the moment. In terms of that arm guard, I am back, says Teddy is bad. Welcome in, Teddy. A lot has changed since you were here. How many down were the West Indies when you left, Teddy? Because I'd assume it was quite a few more in the sleeve or up their sleeve. Nicely played. And just imagine Sinclair's celebration if he scored 100. Says Daytime TV. I mean, if he tried to do the backflip with the pads on, the good news is if he didn't fully rotate, he at least would be sitting there with the helmet on. And 53 balls, 14 runs, F-off, says Smoke Boss. It is pretty slow, really, isn't it? Definitely at a time in the game where your tail needs to be wagging in terms of the runs that the tail end is scoring, and they just haven't. How are the West Indies looking? Not very good now, John, I'll be honest with you. She's changed a lot in the last 30 minutes. Okay, I'm going to type it as soon as you start talking about it. It's a good plan. Do you live from your home? From somewhere else? Do mum and dad say anything to you or not? In our India, every work is done after asking mum and dad, says Sudeep. So yeah, I do live with my parents at the moment, which is easy enough. It's nice and casual, you know. But like they know about the YouTube side of things. At this point, they have to know because like of all the live streams I do in the middle of the night. But they seem to be relatively supportive of it. West Indies just totally losing their senses in the second innings. Says Michael, yeah, they got off to such a good start. And it's actually crazy when you really break it down because in the first innings, it was the middle order and the tail that helped the West Indies. In this innings, it was the top order and the middle to a certain extent that helped them. The tail have done almost nothing in this second innings. Last 52 balls, 5 runs, 3 wickets. 4 of those runs came from one shot. And that was an edge of Sinclair. Let's talk about cricket, our family. Says Smoke Boss. Steve Smith in the slip cord and looking keen to take another catch if it becomes available. Nicely in behind it for Sinclair. Are the West Indies winning? No. Nah, they're in a tough patch at the moment. They needed at least 250 to be really competitive in this final session or final innings of the game. And at the moment, they are in a bad place. But that's not to say that their bowling attack can't save them. England are 204 for 5. They're leading by 15 runs, says Teddy. There as well. Steve Smith, big yawn coming from him. He's all tuckered out after his big day in the field. And soon he will have to take the bat. No run for Sinclair. Marnus could have had a bit of a crack at it if he wanted to. They're saying Australia have done well to keep Sinclair on strike. I honestly think that they want Sinclair on strike. They're probably more likely to pick up his wicket than Shamar Joseph for less runs. Does New Zealand have elephants? Only in a zoo, I think. But not a huge amount. Commentary good though, says Smoke Boss. Thank you very much, mate. Anyone who is new to the channel, of course, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Got plenty more commentary coming today, including a rugby match that has taken place at 2 a.m. New Zealand time. We are still commentating. That will take us into our 10th hour of commentary for the day after following up 8 hours and a half yesterday and 8 hours the day before. So the fact that I still have a voice, I am quite surprised, although I can already hear it starting to cut out now, which is not good. The West Indies win the match, then it will be a very historic day for them, says Sudeep. And Fiji versus South Africa, right, says Daytime TV. That is the one that has taken place in an hour and 15 minutes time. But yeah, we are covering that one on the channel as well. I'll be honest, once I put this ball in my hand, now I can't stop playing with it. Interesting sentence, but you guys know what I mean. It's a nice shiny one too. There you go. Nice shiny cherry, 4-piece white ball. Of course, the ODI series just around the corner. They're going to be using one of these very soon. Solid again for Shamar Joseph. Straight ball by Nathan Lyon. If he gets his length wrong, Shamar Joseph will try and attack in the air. And balls are fun to play with, says Daytime TV. Yeah, I'm the same. I'm doing that right now with a big bash ball, says Remy. Nicely played again. And thank you for your hard work in the commentary. I love watching, says Teddy. And of course, we are going to be back with plenty more in the near future. Even when our voice does almost completely cut out, we have still done big days of commentary in the past. I remember the BBL a couple years ago we were covering, and I couldn't talk during some of the streams. Like, I was trying to shout and nothing was coming out. But we kept doing it. And eventually the voice did heal, but it took a while. And are all the balls the same weight and size? So for the international cricket, they use a 156 gram ball. For junior cricket, they use a 142 gram ball. And in terms of size, a lot of them are like very similar. That's in the air, but it does fall safe for Mitchell Starc. The 142 gram though is just that little bit smaller. And another difference is international cricket, they use a 4-piece ball, which pretty much means there is a down there, as you can see, and there is also a line down there, as you can see, whereas in younger cricket, oh yeah, I'm blurry, they will only use a 2-piece ball, which is pretty much the ball without the 2 extra parts. Dry ginger really helps your voice. Here's daytime. And Sinclair needs to attack. He does. I'll be honest, he's taken far too long. And I mentioned it earlier on, if he doesn't attack soon, he's going to run out of partners, or he's going to go out playing a silly shot because he's put too much pressure on the final couple of overs that he will be facing. Current temperature is still 29 degrees Celsius, so it is warm out there. Maybe that is in the back of the West Indian bowler's mind. It's going to be even warmer tomorrow, though. Cut shot. It's it straight to the fielder. Hasn't got it through the gap, and that will be the end of the over. 190 for 9. It's hard enough. We have to fight the Aussie, but it seems as though we are fighting the umpires as well. I'll be honest, in terms of this series, we've seen a lot more umpires' calls go in favour of Australia than the West Indies. Sinclair is entertaining. Do you have a preference on which ball you like, batting or bowling? So normally when I bat, it is up against the new ball since I'm an opener. So I don't really get a chance to face anything other than a rock-solid ball. So overall, I don't really mind. I've played against 4-piece. I've played against 2-piece. 2-piece normally swings a little bit more. So in some regards, it's easier when it's a 4-piece. New Zealand defeated in the 2019 World Cup. How did you feel in the final? Because you lost on the basis of boundaries, says Sudeep. I mean, I watched that game live, which was quite cool, although we did have to stay up till about 7 a.m. to be able to watch it. I think at that stage, it was just more of the case of, I'm glad it's over so that I can sleep. But that was back when I wasn't trained in staying up all night and not sleeping at all. I'm a cricketer also. I need a chance to against Aussie, says Smoke Boss. And if anyone wants to see an innings where I was batting with the GoPro on my helmet, be sure to check out that pinned comment. You will be able to see the innings. Oh, big swing there from Shamar Joseph. A little bit too far outside off stump though. Do you want to know under 19 scores in the World Cup? Go for it. And Kane Williamson is a gentleman, says it was there from Daytime TV. What we will do is we will go like this and like this. That is the link, ladies and gentlemen, that I was talking about in terms of my 50 runs that I was able to bring up. West Indies still only 212 as the current lead. I still am firmly in belief that it's not enough. If it is, then I will be pleasantly surprised. The shot, it's gone through the gap. Shamar Joseph, he will get at least 2 runs for this one. Travis Head chasing after it hard to try and keep it to 2. And that is exactly what he's been able to do. GoPros in international cricket would be great. Says Sabir, would be pretty awesome. I wonder what happens if the Australians start batting tonight and one of the batters get concussion. Does Renshaw come in straight after he leaves the field, or does the next batter in the lineup come in to bat? I believe it's the next batter in the lineup would come in. Yeah, very well played. Because I don't think they could guarantee he has a concussion until later on type thing. So tomorrow, maybe the new batsman will be able to come in. Hi, says Harris. Welcome in, mate. Yes, Kane is one of the most intelligent batsmen in the world. Tries the ramp shot there. Shamar Joseph. Doesn't quite time it. They've actually got a man at fly slip as well. So the fact that he tried that shot Tells you he still has quite a bit of confidence in his timing and was hoping to get it right over the top. And why West Indies playing so slow? Unfortunately, they've batted themselves into a little bit of a hole. They were going at 3 runs per over, and then the break happened, and they've really gone to a negative mindset since then. And it's hurt them quite badly. That's a good Yorker. It's been given. I think that one was missing as well, I think. If anything, it's going to be another umpire's call, unfortunately, and I think they will be very unlucky here, West Indies, if this is out. Shamar Joseph got hit right on the toe. He's taken his shoe off almost by the looks of it. Oh, it's a no ball from Mitchell Starc. So he has just broken Shamar Joseph's foot, and it's going to be a no ball from Mitchell Starc. I think that was missing the stumps anyway. I think that the umpire just got a bit excited and gave it as out. A very good interviewing at the end of that video. I would have thought sarcasm better because he's a commentator. I'm not making fun of him. Shamar Joseph's toes. It looks very painful. Steve Smith making his way off the field. Then it was a no ball, so he had to run back out onto the field. And Jason Pundit, as my real name says, Daytime TV. So what's happened here, ladies and gents? And third umpires, or these umpires are us, says Winston. I'd like to see a replay. Was this plum? No. That was missing the stumps by, I would say, about this much. And the umpire gave it out. Now, I'd like to see the full replay to see if it wasn't a no ball, how close it would have been. But in my eyes, that was missing the stumps by quite a margin. And you did say earlier that Mitchell Starc can bowl Yorkers at the feet. He certainly can. And that toe of Shamar Joseph looks like there's some blood coming out of it. The problem that the West Indies have at the moment is they do not have any other batsmen. This is their last combination. Shamar Joseph will not be able to run. Doesn't even look like he can stand on that foot at the moment. So Mitchell Starc, even though it is going to be not out, it might end up being out because he may not be able to continue in this innings. They are just showing it in slow motion of it plummeting right on the end of the toe. And to be honest, that is, yep, here we go. Impact in line. Oh, it was another umpire's call. So they would have got lucky. Okay, this looks like it's the end of the innings. So it is 193. I think that is going to be retired hurt for Shamar Joseph. Mitchell Starc gives him a pat on the back. Nathan Lyon does the same. But this looks like it's going to be the end of the series, maybe for Shamar Joseph, and that's what time wasting does. It says it was Smoke Boss, and they have no other batsman. True, and that was missing the stumps by a wide margin. The umpire has been terrible, shameful, although it still was umpire's call in the end, which I'm quite surprised about. I thought that it was going to be missing the stumps completely, so must have been swinging more than I thought. No, says Simran. So now, not only is that a West Indian batsman now out, that is also going to be a bowler, no longer as an option for the West Indies. He gets a round of applause as he makes his way from the field. Shamar Joseph Sinclair, 14 runs off 59, not out. Congratulations to him, but he could have been on 35, 40, 50 by now if he had looked to attack the ball. And all I'm going to say is those 35 extra runs gets them to 250. They, either Joe Root or Ben Stokes, had to play a good innings for England, but they could not play. If they had played, England would have been in a good position, says Sudeep there. So ladies and gentlemen, even though it says they are still 9 down, it is the end of the West Indies innings. And now Australia, they are ready to bat. So it would have been out if it wasn't a no ball from Mitchell Starc, but in the process of bowling, he has more than likely broken the toe of Shamar Joseph, or at least extremely badly damaged that toe. So the number 11 had to retire hurt anyway. I feel like bowling the ball, but I shouldn't because there are a lot of things that could break around here, but Nice little leg spinner. Currently, we have got the 10-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to go pro in cricket, but I'm scared facing against like 130, 140, 150 speed coming at me, says Remy. I mean, the benefit of facing such quick bowling, like it's all about slowly building it up. It's like a tolerance in some regards. Like if you're terrible with spice, for instance, then the way that you get better at handling spice is by just slowly increasing it. So it's the same with cricket and facing quick bowlers. You know, you start off facing the slower deliveries, and then from there you just slowly crank it up just that little bit more, and then eventually you're facing 120 and it will feel comfortable for you. And all you got to remember is if your technique is sound, that is the best case scenario for you, because at least that way your mind doesn't have to do all of the planning. And that is something that I was told very early, cricketing wise as well. And the main thing about it is, you know, if your head's in the right place, if your arm's in the right place, the elbow's high, the foot's going to the ball, then you've got less things to worry about when the ball is bowled. So all you have to do is just get ready to hit that ball. And I can't even eat salami, and that's very spicy for me. I'm the same. Like, I find sweet chili sauce spicy, which people get confused about. They're saying a few nervous Australian batsmen will be in the field. In 2015 World Cup final, New Zealand versus South Africa semi-final match was the best match you saw. I don't even remember it, to be honest. I feel like if I watched it again or watched the highlights, I'd be like, oh yeah, that one. But for now, I can't think of it off the top of my head, which is really bad of myself, of course. Australia will still have an hour and a half that they have to bat for at the end of this day. It's quite a bit of time remaining. If West Indies can get them 4, well, no, I'm gonna take that back. I think they need to get them 5 down, because we saw Australia were 4 down for 24 runs, and they still managed to put on a total that was extremely impressive. So, yeah, I think they need a few more on the board. Anyone who wants something to do during this quick innings changeover, it's about 10 minutes. If you want something to watch, be sure to check out that GoPro cricket video that I have just linked in the comments, and you will be able to see me in action with the bat. Like that. And I like that. There we go. So yeah, be sure to check out that video. It was actually my first ever 50 that I was able to get. They did just show the win viz at the moment for these two sides in terms of their percentages of being able to win it. West Indies 35%, Australia 65%. I honestly thought Australia would be a little bit higher, but the thing that ends up being a bit of an equaling factor here is the fact that it's night. Sounds like such a simple sentence, but the night session has caused a lot of problems for teams in the past. So I think that the West Indies, they will still feel confident that they can get the job done here as long as they are able to deal with a little bit of the early adversity, and as long as they can get those early wickets and keep those wickets flowing. They let their foot off the gas in that first innings up against the Australians, had them really scampering, but then they didn't get that next wicket that would have really helped them. They've just said 88 minutes, 216 runs. How aggressive do we see Australia go here as well? I think that they will try and play their shots similar to what we saw at the start of their last innings. Now, of course, they did make some bad decisions with the shots that they did decide to play, but anytime that there are boundaries on offer, I believe Australia do have to take them, because you want to get as close to that total as you can. I think that Australia, with 88 minutes remaining, they can cut this down to less than 150, maybe even less than 130 by the end of this session. They've just said they've got approximately 20 overs remaining in the day. We are going to be covering at least 12 of them on the channel. We are covering right through till 12, and then we have got that 7s live stream to close out the day. But after that 7 stream, we will be back for the final 5 minutes of the match. So be sure to stick around for that. But Steve Smith and Usman Khawaja, both about to make their way out to the middle. Smith dismissed in the first over of the first innings for the Australians. Usman Khawaja, he batted a long time, but eventually did succumb to Sinclair, who celebrated with a backflip. Something you don't hear every day in Test match cricket. And Brathwaite just really looking like he's giving his team a good team huddle chat, trying to G them up. Of course, we won't see Shamar Joseph out there early on in this session. That is due to the toe injury he sustained from Mitchell Starc. Here comes Khawaja, and here comes Steve Smith. I don't want injuries to happen, but I hope Smith gets concussed tonight, so Renshaw has a chance tomorrow. So here's Remy. Khawaja, left-hander. Steve Smith, right-hander. So that combo normally works pretty nicely for the Australians, although we don't normally see it in the opening duo. We are used to seeing Warner and Khawaja, both lefties. That is the way it's been for quite some time for the Australians recently. Water is good for you. That's what they tell you anyway. Best for Steve Smith, 239. Average of 57.49. And also has had 50 surpassed 40 times for Steve Smith. You probably have the best or the sport commentary on YouTube live streams. So here's Remy. Usman Khawaja at the other end. His best is 195 not out. He averages 47. And he has passed 50 26 times. It's going to be Kumar Roach to bowl the first over. Now he dismissed Steve Smith LBW. And to be honest, with the movement that we're starting to see off the surface, similar to Nathan Lyon's spin, I think that Kumar Roach might get this ball to talk a little bit. But they've got 4 slips in play for the West Indies. We are ready to go, ladies and gents. Oh, that ball swung majorly for Kumar Roach. That's moved about that much in terms of the swing. Started it, and it's just come around. It seamed back in big time too. And if you see that ball as Steve Smith, you'd think, oh, this LBW could be on once again. Target, of course, of 216 for the Australians. Kumar Roach, second delivery. Puts it up there. That's hit the pad. It's gone down leg, though. Don't believe they will go upstairs for it. They weren't as confident with that one as the last time that they dismissed Steve Smith. But this ball is doing plenty for Roach. It's looping around all over the place. And I think it's going to be a very difficult patch. Big swing, big seam. The same thing nearly happened again, like the same LBW. Says Remy. This pitch is starting to do a bit. This 216 may be a little bit further away than we anticipated. Definitely with this evening session. One swinging majorly as well. Hello, Smithy. Says Fluffy. Oh, we normally do the prediction, don't we? How many runs does everyone think Steve Smith will get here? Do let me know. Just showing the replay, he was almost caught out to the exact same ball that got him in the first innings from Kumar Roach. And 7 retired hurt. Says Fluffy there for the prediction. 3 balls faced, no runs on the board as of yet. A little bit shorter from Roach banging it in. 128.5 Ks. That is one of the quicker balls you will see from Kumar Roach. And Smith needs to get out early. There's some around there in between 0 and 50. And I'm going to say around 20-ish. There's some run there as well. 2 balls remaining. And let me see if these umpire or biased umpires are going to hold onto their whistle when West Indies are bowling. So here's Winston. Pitched up. Full. Steve Smith tried to drive. He gives Roach a little nod and says, yep, you may have got me there. Shouldn't have played that shot. Roach looking extremely calm at the moment. Something that is so important for the West Indies. Really stay in the fight. They've got 203 overs remaining, I've just seen. So they only need about a run and over to chase this down. But they all want to score it a lot quicker. Drive from Smith. And that's gone through the gap. That'll be the first boundary, or will it? It's a long chase. And he can't stop it there, Craig Brathwaite. First boundary of the day for Steve Smith. And it is now 4 for none after the first over. I just remembered I'm ahead. I was about to type something. Says Remy. But a good start for Roach with the ball. That one was a little bit too full, though. That allowed Smith to be able to drive. But it's still a risky shot with the amount of movement that is happening for Roach at the moment. Yeah, it was a good shot, though. Getting the foot across. And very nice bit of work there from Steve Smith. Alzarri Joseph, the next man who is going to be taking that ball and trying to make it do a bit. How much do you think Smith will make, says Randy? Oh, I'm thinking around 30-something, to be honest. I feel like he is due to get a little bit more, but this is such a tough batting period that I think he'll either go out before getting 10 or he'll go on to get 30 plus. There's my prediction. Probably going to be wrong. I'm very good at predicting wrong. 90 wickets for Alzarri Joseph. 212 runs to win. 53 fours in Australia are there. When you put it like that, that sounds like quite a few. Can you see your streams? Or is it a YouTube terms of service thing? Says Fluffy. It's more just the case of I'm watching on Sky Sport now, and it is about 30 seconds behind or so. Unfortunately, plus with the stream delay, it means that you guys see what I'm seeing in terms of what I say about maybe 10 or 20 seconds later as well. Another single taken, this time by Usman Khawaja, who turns it off his hip. It's off the mark. Which actually ended up hitting him on the glove. Will you be surprised if he gets 100? Not really, because at the end of the day, he is Steve Smith. We know Steve Smith is a very capable batsman. Whether you like the guy or hate the guy, you know he can bat. And now it's going to be Alzarri Joseph. They've made a field change here. 3 slips the gully, and they have got a man at square leg, almost forward square leg now. Perhaps that's trying to indicate to Steve Smith that he might get a short ball every once in a while. Nice bit of a way swing for Alzarri Joseph. A lollipop has created a wonderful century. What would you like to say about it? Says Sudeep, who is Lollipop? Lollipop. Is that Ollie Pope? I mean, of 155 balls, it's not too bad for him, to be fair. I live around an hour away from the Gabba. I would go, but I can't survive watching cricket at the game this long. Also with the heat, yeah, it's very warm. Cut shot from Steve Smith, gets it away through the gap, and it will be another boundary for Steve Smith. Ollie Pop has got a very good century. What would you like to say about it? It's a very good century from the sounds of it. Have to watch it on the highlights later, I would say. Another good shot from Steve Smith. Good attacking intent. When the ball is there to be hit, Steve Smith is trying to hit it away. And that tells me already that Australia are looking to try and bring up around maybe even 100 runs just in this evening's session. I'm in Red Hill. I'm going to go to the Spring Hill pub for a pot. Where's Red Hill? Like, isn't that in Australia? It's a bit far away from myself, I think. And well bowled by Joseph. Good answer back after going for the boundary, bringing the line and length just a little bit further in and a bit more full. Five runs. This Joseph. I mean, he was actually quite expensive in the first innings as well, though, when bowling to the Australians, but he picked up crucial wickets. Moment in the slips. Hodges first, Athanaze second, Greaves third, and Mackenzie is fourth, but he also is almost more of a 6th or 7th slip, almost gully region. I could possibly go to a T20 game because I went to Oh, good ball. My first 2 Big Bash games, and it wasn't too long. Says Remy. That'll be the end of the over for Alzari Joseph. There's 9 for none off the 2 overs for the Australians. They mentioned how there was a possibility of having a total of maybe 20 overs. I said lollipop instead of Ollie Pop. Still need the E on the end of pop, and then you're all good. In fact, I think his first name's spelt the other way too, isn't it? Must be one that autocorrect gets a hold of. Possibly. But yeah, very good innings from Ollie Pope, trying to turn it around for the English. Kawaja is going to be back on strike. Kemar Roach trying to get this ball to go across him. Oh, no. In fact, I think he's going around the wicket here. He's trying to get it to come back in and then swing away late. I like that because when we saw how much swing he was getting earlier on, just from that first over bowling to Steve Smith, it's going to be tricky. Oh, you're watching it on Stan Sport? I'm watching it on Fox Cricket. That's why I'm ahead. Says Remy, great ball. You can't play that. If you're Usman Khawaja, that ball has just done too much. Moving beautifully. But I'm watching on Sky Sport here in New Zealand. So they are also a little bit delayed, but that is a great delivery. Easily could have found the outside edge of Usman Khawaja with that one. But sometimes you need a little bit of luck as well when you're an opening batsman. Khawaja seems to have a little bit of that. He was dropped in the last test match when he was only on the 3 runs, went on to make 40-something. Another opener who was dropped recently was Craig Braithwaite. Did end up getting dropped on 3, but he wasn't able to turn it into a big innings for the West Indies. Well, Braithwaite having a bit of a chat there with Usman Khawaja. Just showing the Mitchell Stark. Yeah, just really got the toe of Shamar Joseph right on the front. Have India dispatched the Palms yet? They have not, fun fact. India are actually still chasing that next wicket. England is still 5 down. And they currently lead by 55 runs. Another dot ball. If England's wicket does not fall today, well, they bat for 1 session tomorrow. And then the match will be interesting, says Sudeep. And I should mention that we are actually hoping to pick up the coverage from that test match when we end up, yeah, you can see the blood actually coming out of the end of the toe. Yeah, we are hoping to cover a bit of England versus India on the channel as well. That is if this test match does not go long, although we should still get a relatively full day 4. Pitched up, worked off middle stump from Steve Smith to hit the leg, and they managed to get another single. Keeping that attacking mindset here. And Ravi Shastri will be getting anxious. It looks like Steve Smith has changed his technique slightly to Kemar Roach, not stepping across as much to the offside, so felt like he may have got caught off guard with that LBW. A little bit shorter, Khawaja punches it out through point. They will just get the single, though, well fielded for the West Indies. Australia will definitely be trying to work this below 150 runs required tomorrow with no wickets falling. That is actually what they were able to do in the first test match. They managed to chase down the total without losing those all-important wickets. And if they get to 24 without losing a wicket, that is already better than they were when they lost 4 wickets. Big full toss from Roach. Smith disappointed that he wasn't able to get it through a gap, but that'll be the end of the over, and it is now 0 for 12. Definitely still hot in Brisbane. Sitting at 29 degrees Celsius, even though it's the evening. Now tomorrow, they are actually expecting a lot of rain. So that could also be one of the reasons Australia are looking to be slightly more attacking than normal. Because they know that there is a chance that rain could affect this test match. And they certainly do not want to be in the scenario of running out of time. But I would think that they will still get some batting in throughout the next couple of days, even with a lot of rain around down the leg side from Alzarri Joseph. Kawaja evades and just allows that ball to run through to the keeper. Joshua De Silva was dismissed for 7. A little bit more of a disappointing innings from him compared to his previous innings in the first spell, and that was 79 runs he managed for himself, which still remains as the highest score by an individual batsman throughout this test match. 4 likes to 150. Everyone likes, says Teddy is bad. Anyone who hasn't already, be sure to hit that like button. Also, if you are new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Usman Khawaja not timing that one. It's actually hit it into his own waist region. And flaming hailstones predicted for tomorrow, says Fluffy. And I mean, rain could be the West Indies' best friend here because they haven't got a huge amount of runs on the board to be able to defend. But the more overs that are taken out of this game due to the bad weather, maybe it puts a little bit more pressure on Australia to attack and try and score these runs quicker, which is why a couple wickets tonight for the West Indies could be massive. I said that they would need at least 4 within this hour and a bit that they've got remaining if they want a good chance of taking the Aussies out tomorrow. What's going on with cricket this year? Where every team has like 5 wickets against them, they start scoring a lot of runs. And tell that person to ask you about cricket. Says, was there from Jermaine? Which person are we talking about, Jermaine? Smith. 9 runs off 14, 3 balls remaining in the Alzarri Joseph over. We are in the evening session, so West Indies will be trying their best to have their frontline bowlers and attack for as long as possible. Now that they've lost Shamar Joseph, though, we might see a bit more of Sinclair's bowling. I'm a bit concerned about it, only because, yes, he picked up the wicket of Usman Khawaja yesterday, but he also went for a lot of runs at an economy of around 6, I believe. For Sinclair. Although it may have dropped a little bit near the end of the innings. 3 slips and a gully. Still in play here for the West Indies. Driven by Smith again. He's got it through the gap, and that'll be his 3rd boundary now. And only the 16 balls, but he just times the ball to perfection when he picks the ball that he wants to go after. Look at that, just perfectly pushes that ball out through point. They've got Chanderpaul at backward point, but there was no chance of him being able to catch up with that ball once Steve Smith timed it, and now the run chase has got to less than 200, ladies and gents. Right out of the middle of the bat again for Steve Smith here. This is almost his best score as an opening batsman, sitting on only 13 at this point, but he's had a few cheap dismissals throughout his early Test career as an opener. The end of the over for Joseph once again goes for the 5 runs, so consistent across his 2 overs bowled. And just showing Usman Khawaja's footwork here in terms of the way that he was stepping around. I honestly do not know what's going on with my hair. It does not look great at the moment. We will go like this and like this as well. There we go. Anyone who is new to the channel, of course, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are back tomorrow with day 4 of this test match. Even if there is rain affecting it, we will still be about. Yeah, looks fine. There's some run. It looks better now than it did because it kind of looked like it was a bit of a roller coaster at the front side. No run taken for Usman Khawaja. 199 to win. Still a long way to go. Few wickets can change a game drastically. And I'll be honest, I feel like the West Indies, they've got some wickets in them. Oh, I was paying attention to Samoa versus Great Britain. Who won that game? Samoa did. Olafippo, scoring in the 19th minute. Good stuff, Samoa. I think they will face now New Zealand. That was very close. Tight lead from Usman Khawaja to grow a mullet. I don't think a mullet would look good on my head, to be honest. I don't think it's not the right shape. I feel like the Aussies are doing a little bit worse than the first test at Adelaide because Smith has a bit more excitement than now. So here's Remy. It was Winkawaja, tight leave, but it doesn't cost him his wicket. And that is the main thing for the Australians, not losing those early wickets in this evening's session. Still another hour and 10 minutes to go. Whacked away to the leg side, pulled to perfection for Usman Khawaja. And that'll be his first runs coming from a boundary in this innings. And Australia already a tenth of the way there. The runs, to be fair, mullets don't look good on anyone's head, says Fluffy. Well, yes, so Samoa and New Zealand, I believe, will be going head-to-head tomorrow. It'll be exciting. Unfortunately, it starts right at the time that the day 5 of this match starts. So depending on rain, of course, will depend if we are covering straight from the first ball. Interesting. Roach, player of his experience, will know that sometimes you just got to take a bit more time to create the wicket chance. Sometimes you bowl 4 overs straight just to see one half little moment where you're like, oh, if I bowl that again, I could get him out. And then sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And that is the challenge of test match cricket. When the wickets aren't falling, the harder you try, sometimes the harder it gets. And one like we can do it, says Teddy. So yeah, anyone who hasn't already, be sure to hit that like button. Also subscribe to the channel if you are new. Anyone wondering about the men's sevens at the moment, France are leading at halftime over Ireland, 14 points to 7. Next quarterfinal will be Argentina versus Spain. Run rate at the moment for the Aussies is sitting at 4.34. A lot more aggressive than the West Indies were early on. In their whole innings, the West Indies, I believe they only sat at around that 2.5 as their run rate. So not quite scoring quick enough for their own liking, I would say. Next 3 batsmen to the crease, Marnus, Labuschagne, Cam Green and Travis Head. Work to the leg side from Kawaji, wants 2 straight away. I just liked it, and I don't know if the like count was updated for me. I seem to have lost my like button. What app can you check the rugby on? I can't find it, says Teddy is bad. So I use Tribe. And if you want a way of downloading Tribe, it's actually in the description of this video. But something else that's good about Tribe is it doesn't just have rugby. It also has, like, I've got everything on it. Sounds like it's sponsored. It's actually not, although I have got, like, that link that they gave me a while ago. But, like, I've got cricket on here, rugby. I can see that New Zealand are struggling in the Under-19 Cricket World Cup, sitting 122 for 7. Not ideal. And it also tells you when games are taking place. The likes of Bulls versus Lions. That is in 2 hours, 36 minutes time. We are live for that game on the channel as well. Alzari Joseph. Ready to bowl to Steve Smith again. They need to take the wicket early. My wife hates me, says Daytime. Weren't you a ghost yesterday? Is your wife also a ghost? They're just showing the head position is a lot better. Alongside that front foot. Still streaming another sport match after the test match finishes today. We are. So at 12 New Zealand time, which is in 35 minutes time, we have got the quarterfinal match between Fiji and South Africa that we are covering on the channel. And then after that, at 2 a.m. New Zealand time, we have got the URC Rugby Union match between the Bulls and the Lions. So we are going to be ticking over about 11 hours of commentary for the day. I use Flash Score for sport normally. It's normally a good one. Keep track of as well for Flash Score. Okay, so here's Remy. Another single taken by Steve Smith. But thanks for the Tribe app. Australia could easily chase this West Indies, have lost a golden chance to beat Australia. So here's coding. You better not be in a situation daytime. Oh, well blocked by Khawaja. Don't think he's going to play too aggressively, although he's sitting on 10 runs off 14, so maybe he is. It's a very hard man to predict. Can't believe I'm still playing with the cricket ball in my hand, says Remy. See, I had to put mine down because I knew that I'd keep on playing with it all throughout this session. 192 runs required for the Australians. It's going to be down below 150 by the end of the day. The big question for the West Indies is, will they have some wickets to be able to bowl to tomorrow? Oh, it's at Khawaja on the thigh pad. 140 Ks that one came in at. The next quarter-final is actually is Argentina versus Spain in the 7. So there's a few interesting contests that are coming up very soon, ladies and gents, in the old 7 circuit. Oh, there we go. Now Alzarri Joseph again, outside off stump. Doesn't get lured in. Playing at it. Might have to get some new cricket balls, says Fluffy. Well, that's the thing. This is a brand new ball. I'm worried that if I play with it too much, then eventually it's not going to be a new ball. And that would be quite sad. So, got to limit it. I was meaning the movie situation since he has a ghost wife, says Simran. One ball remaining here. The Alzarri Joseph over. Khawaja looking locked in, focused. Down the leg side, he's edged that. Or has he? Yes, he is. I thought for a second the umpire wasn't going to give it, but Alzarri Joseph picks up the first wicket of Khawaja. That's what they needed. A breakthrough tonight. Like they've said on the commentary, the biggest wicket that they could have had tonight. Of course, Steve Smith is a big one too, don't get me wrong, but getting that wicket right near the end of the day, there's still an hour remaining. To be intimate with a ghost wife, you just got to use your imagination. And Usman just got edged, says Remy, and let's go the Windies, says Simran, but 10 runs off 17 deliveries for Usman Khawaja. You can see how frustrated he is, and now it's going to be Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith. For the first time in this series up against the West Indies, those two will be batting alongside each other. And Uzi and Smudge tonight will make things spicy, says Fluffy. They certainly would. I said that the West Indies needed 4 wickets tonight to make it really good for tomorrow. I know, just a few more wickets, says Hanoi. I know the most recent one, just type was so sus, says Arimi. And now just a few more wickets, says Annoy there as well. A few more, and this gets very interesting. Anyone who wants the update in the 7s, currently 14 each for Ireland and France. So I believe they're getting very close to going to extra time. 2 more wickets, says Smoke Boss. Marnus Labuschagne, though, has made his way to the middle. He has got 19 50s, 1100s to his name, and averages over 50. Steve Smith, though, now on strike. Wrestling update, says Daytime TV. What wrestling is going on? I know the Royal Rumble's tomorrow, but not sure about any other. And as we look there, let's go Ireland. Where's the 7's being streamed on? I believe it is on Stan Sport, if I'm not wrong. But here comes Greaves into the bowling attack. Have replaced Kumar Roach after just the 3 overs. While Ireland has improved a lot in the 7s, says Hanoi. I think Ireland and France both have, to be honest. They're both going very well. And to be honest, out of all the teams in the top 8, this one's wide open for the Perth 7s. Well, Ireland has really improved a lot in 7s, says Hanoi. Can you mud wrestle with a ghost wife? I guess if you did, you'd at least be able to see some of her, right? Shot. Steve Smith pulls it away off his back foot. Moves up now to 18 runs and his 4th boundary of the night. Certainly looking to get this done and dusted in quick succession here for Steve Smith. You cannot afford to put it in as a half tracker up against Steve Smith. Didn't bounce up enough, so it just sat up in the pocket for him to be able to slash it away extra slippery. Says Fluffy, you can do anything and everything. And Irish rugby is weakened by Gaelic football, and many of their athletes get poached by the AFL. Says Hanoi. Now Greaves, how does he answer back? A little bit shorter outside off stump, and it's once again just going to be placed by Steve Smith. Didn't try and overhit it, and he'll get himself another 2 runs. This is his best total as an opening batsman this far in his short opening career. Only this series, of course, has been used. And they need to get Smith out soon, says Simran. They certainly do. I did mention if he got more than 10, more than likely we would see him go all the way to 30 plus. And it looks like it's not going to take him very long to get to 30. Keeping out the good ball, though. That was much better from Greaves. Can't give him width. Can't give him a short ball to try and get it up there. And Sandpaper Smith must go, says Hanoi. Labuschagne just watching on at the non-striker's end. Since making his way to the middle, he's seen Smith hit 6 runs off just 4 balls. Greaves, that one's been left alone by Smith. Oh my God, the Royal Rumble is tomorrow, and the Socceroos play tomorrow, the Asian Cup, and I'm pretty sure the Ravens play the Chiefs tomorrow and get Smith out for small scores. Humble Australians for making him open. Says Jaden, and 3 Windies hat-tricks would be nice. It would certainly get the job done. I'm going to have to watch all of them. Says Remy and Sandpaper. So yesterday, Sandblaster Smith. Says Fluffy. Not many men deep at the moment for the West Indies. Got the man at deep fine leg and a man at deep square leg. That'll be the end of the over. 1 for 30 now for the Australians after 7. Mention Ireland versus France is still sitting 14 all. So no one has been able to secure themselves the win as of yet. Now Ravens and the Chiefs are on Monday. So here's Damien McKenzie there. I've said next 10 to 12 overs. Extremely important here for the West Indies and for Australia. West Indies, they need wickets. Motti is on the field. That is for Shamar Joseph. If so, where is Bancroft? Sandpaper Saga still affects the selections. Says Hanoi. Be Alzari Joseph to continue his bowling spell. He's only bowled the 3 overs at this point. So he can keep going for a little bit longer. 4 slips and the gully for Marnus Labuschagne. Of course, he was dismissed off the outside edge. Brilliant take from Sinclair in the gully region. Oh, that one's hit him right in the box, I believe, for Marnus. West Indies can still win. They just have to bowl a good length or line and length. Says Patrick, who are you supporting, Ireland or France? I'll be honest, I don't really mind either way who makes their way through. But I think that Ireland, in terms of the progression that they've made, they probably do deserve to go a little bit further in the competition. Now, Marnus Labuschagne still yet to get off the mark. And that one's left alone, a bit wider and full from Alzari Joseph. There's so much I want to watch tomorrow. Says Remy, and we should mention all those things that you were mentioning. We haven't even mentioned the test match. Of course, day 4 of this match will be underway alongside the Rugby Sevens. The semi-finals and the finals will both be taking place as well. Hooter has sounded in the game between Ireland and France, but I don't believe the game is over just yet. Do you think Mahomes can win another ring? Mahomes. Why does that name ring a bell, Hanoi? But I can't think of who he is. When is the quarterfinal starts? Says One Piece. So at the moment, France versus Ireland is taking place in the sevens quarterfinals. The next game is Argentina versus Spain. But then after that, we are covering the game between South Africa and Fiji on the channel. And that is starting at midnight New Zealand time. Also, we have got a bit tough on Bancroft, to be fair, though. Says Fluffy. Oh, that was a very, very tight leave from Marnus Labuschagne. I have no idea how that hasn't hit the stumps. Alzarri Joseph, he's just watching the replay on the big screen. He wants to see how close this one was. Oh. That much. Over the stumps. Ireland have won their game up against France as well, ladies and gentlemen. And Mahomes from Brisbane. And Ollie Pope just scored 100, says Daytime TV, although he's a bit further than his 100 now, isn't he? I think he scored it about 20 minutes ago. Another leave. Nice shape from Alzarri Joseph. And that ball to swing, I would say about a degree, somewhere around there. And geez, come on, Lolly Pope, says Fluffy. Oh, there we go. Call from Mark Waugh. Alzarri Joseph needs to take 5 for 50 for the West Indies to win this contest. He's already got the one of Usman Khawaja. Doesn't pick up Marnus in that over. It is a maiden. Australia still sitting on the 1 for 30. Well bowled by Alzarri Joseph. Just having a bit of a conversation there with the umpire. Not sure what that would have been about. Assume it wasn't with where he was putting his feet. He should be alright in terms of where he is following through. Alzarri Joseph, congratulations to Ireland. So here's Daytime TV. So yeah, they did win that game 21 points to 14. Now I should mention the game between Fiji and South Africa that we are covering on the channel. It is only 22 minutes away from kicking off. And of course, as soon as that starts, we will be going over to that coverage. This live stream will remain running. And then we will actually pop back for the last 5 minutes or so of this game and also have a bit of a post-match chat or post-day chat about the cricket as well. Greaves at the moment sitting 6 runs off his first over. They can't really afford to give away so many runs early. So France choked in the quarterfinals yet again. Says Hanoi, they certainly did, although Ireland did not in this case. You know how bearable or unbearable it would be if England somehow won a series and India can't be allowed. Says Fluffy. Smith on strike. Today's attendance only 11,000 compared to the previous day where it was sitting around, I think it was 26,000. Ireland made it past the quarterfinals, OMG. Here's Damien McKenzie. And this will be tricky for the West Indies, not having Shamar Joseph. Was becoming one of their frontline bowlers, someone that they relied on. Unfortunately for them at the moment, he's no longer that option. Pulled away by Smith. He's pounced on the length early. No cover back there for Greaves, and now he moves to 24 runs off 27 deliveries. He's on track for one of his fastest 50s here, Steve Smith. Seeing the ball extremely well, and luckily the Irish woohoo. Will the Wallabies do better with Schmidt? I mean, they can't do much worse than Eddie Jones. They got their worst ever finish in a Rugby World Cup, and also their coach left them to go chase the big money deal in Japan. So, yes, better, but will they be great? We'll have to wait and see. Oh, down the leg side. Great keeping from Joshua Da Silva. I wish the All Blacks won the Rugby World Cup last year because a lot of players are leaving now, especially Aaron Smith. So here's Remy. Yeah, although it does now mean that the younger guys have to now step up and try and win themselves a World Cup of their own, be it 2027, a little bit of time before that one does roll around. Aaron won though. Says Damien McKenzie, we need another wicket before the close of play. Says Patrick Davey. Left alone by Smith. Wide. Just not quite finding his channel at the moment for Greaves. He's been a bit erratic with the line that he's been bowling. Brody got one, Baddock got one, Aaron got one, Cole's got one. Whitelock got two. There's Damien. Yeah, the toe cruncher as they've described that Shamar Joseph Yorker from Mitchell Stark. It's him right on the end. Okay, Shamar Joseph has not left the ground for an x-ray as of yet. He's icing it heavily. He is in a lot of pain. I should also mention Mark Waugh. Even though we saw the replay and it said it was umpire's call with it hitting the stumps, Mark Waugh in the replay said it was missing leg. So, you know, the natural variation, I guess, of the TMO, how bad does his toe look painful, is bleeding out the end. So it got him right square on the end. And I guess the best way of describing it, if this is his toe, right? Just imagine that's the toe. Normally when you're batting and you get hit on the toe, it's normally, you know, you crush it a little bit and that really hurts. That bruises bad. And it doesn't feel great, but sometimes you avoid an injury. Unfortunately for Shamar Joseph, the ball's come in and it's hit him there. So it's kind of, I would say, pushed his toe back and then also cut down the front. So there's actually a bit of blood. And that can sometimes happen from a broken toe if the bone has then severed and also kind of pierced through the skin. I don't know if that is the case for him there. It didn't look like it was a bone sticking out the front, but that is something that can also happen, or just due to the pure impact of the shoe hitting the ball. Good morning, Hamish. Are you covering the match between the Bulls and the Lions in the URC? We certainly are, Mornay. We are also covering South Africa's quarter-final. That is coming up in 17 minutes' time up against the Fijians. Be sure to pop in for that one too. Going to be 19 in 2027, I'm pretty sure. See, here's Remy. How much time is there for today? Still another 45 or so minutes remaining. And do the shoes have guards in the front like WorkSafe shoes? They do not, know. Or some of them have a little bit, but a cricket ball smacking into it's still going to do damage. But I think there is a regulation because you're not allowed like a steel cap, mainly because if the ball hits it, it's going to ping off and you're probably going to get more runs. So normally it's like a little bit harder at the front, but not a huge amount. Is that going to be on this channel, the match with South Africa? It certainly is, Remy. That one round the corner with the quarterfinal of the sevens is going to be on this one. And then also the URC match as well. Please check the weather forecast tomorrow at the Gabba. Will it rain tomorrow? Probably. It's about a 90% chance of rain at the start of play. And it's supposed to be about 60% chance of rain all throughout the day with thunderstorms as well. The weather's not looking great. But that could actually favour the West Indies. Currently the way that it sits, start of play is going to be an 80% chance of rain. And then, 60% pretty much right through. And then in the evening, it's actually supposed to rain more. So they might struggle to get a lot of game time in. Which could be why we've seen Steve Smith be quite aggressive here. Because he knows that the time might be limited. And what about Monday? Monday is also supposed to be relatively similar. A 90% chance of rain on Monday too. So, it might be a bit of a struggle if they can't get a lot of overs in. Perhaps this one does go deep into day 5. And just saw a guy glide down a snow hill and smash into a pole and got folded in half. That does not sound ideal. I'm going to watch the Sevens match on Stan, so we'll probably we'll be close of time when things are happening, but there's still a stream delay. So here's Remy, and it seems Australia are going to win this test match, says Monet Lagrange, and could get a draw the Windies, says Hanoi. And yes, it would be a little bit of help from the weather, but they always say you can't predict it. You just got to work around it. Nicely worked to the left side from Marnus Labuschagne. He's waited 10 balls for his first scoring opportunity, and he will get away for the 3 of his first delivery. Again, they only got 193. Yeah, it just didn't seem like it was going to be enough against such a strong Australian lineup. Already Australia, we got to remember they were 24 for 4 in the first innings that they batted. Still a long way to go in this test match, but a few more wickets tonight would be massive for the West Indies. Steve Smith back on strike. I know really cheered against the Aussies, but the Windies are a likeable bunch. So yeah, it's annoying. I heard that on day 2, 3, and 4 that it's supposed to rain, but that all didn't happen. Oh, Steve Smith, top edge, but it does end up falling safe. Motti in the deep does field it, and they get back for the 2 runs. A little bit of risk. I do want any rain, and it was a no ball from Alzarri Joseph, so it wouldn't have mattered if there was a man underneath it. I want cricket and the better team to win, says Patrick. Just overstepping the mark there for Alzarri Joseph. And I always cheer against Australia except against India, says Damien McKenzie. Brisbane evening, still very warm, 28 degrees or so. Supposed to be quite warm tomorrow as well, I should mention. Australia on 40. Still 2 balls remaining, and Alzarri Joseph's over. That one is a dot. And D-Mac, where are you from, though? Says Hanoi. Anyone wondering about the 7 side of things? Argentina have taken a lead over Spain, 7 points to 5, after the Spanish did score themselves the first try in that matchup. Only the weather could save the West Indies. The weather looks bad for the next 2 days, says Monet Lagrange. New Zealand, says Damien. Whereabouts he's located. ...176 runs. Australia are going to cut that down to less than 150 by the end of tonight. Another short ball this time. Steve Smith does duck the hands down. Sways backwards. That'll be the end of Alzarri Joseph's over. 1 for 40 here for the Australians. I think Braithwaite just asking him, do you want another one? Not sure whether Alzarri Joseph will feel confident with facing one more or bowling one more. Kind of has to though, unfortunately. Because they don't have Shamar Joseph, they need a huge effort here from their other frontline bowler. And come on, the West Indies, we can do it, says Patrick. Steve Smith just slowing down play at the moment. He wants to know where middle is from this end. Yeah, this will actually be the first time Steve Smith has faced Greaves, is it? No, he's faced him earlier on, but I guess he's marking centre again just to make sure he's got it all sorted out. It's just kind of boring with Oz winning all the time and Cummins being more woke, speaking about every issue. Besides cricket go the Windies. So here's Hanoi. Now Greaves charging in. Or tries to roll the hands over that one. Looks like they are going to be running quick and running hard here, the Aussies, and they will manage to get back for the 2. Did you cover the whole test match? If you did, you must be tired, says Morning. We've covered a majority of it. I think we've done about 25 hours of streaming across the last 3 days for this test match. For some reason, Hamish, all the sports teams I support. Red Chiefs, Red CK, or KC Chiefs. Red Liverpool, Barcelona, Reddish. Says a Damien. Marnus looks awful lately. Says Luffy, yeah, he hasn't really been timing too much, Marnus, but... Oh, and he's out. It is the dismissal. Sinclair takes the catch. He turns his back and puts his arms together crossed. Marnus gone. Never mind, the Ravens versus Chiefs are on Monday, and that is a big wicket again for the West Indies. Greaves bowls it outside of off stump. Yeah, just off the outside edge. Very similar catch. In fact, if you put them side by side, almost identical to how he went out in the last innings. Sinclair took the catch. The showman Sinclair. That is a big wicket to have for the West Indies. Marnus disappointed. And he's going to be dismissed. 5 runs off 12 deliveries. Wish it was Smith, says Damien McKenzie. Now we see Cameron Green make his way to the middle. I said the Windies needed 4 in this session. They have currently got 2. In fact, I originally said they needed 5. But I thought I'd cut it back a little bit soon. Hamish, I'm going to bed soon with my girlfriend. Sounds like you're just rubbing it in, Ollie. I am going to be going to bed at about 4 a.m. by myself. Okay, Renshaw will probably do better than most of this opening order. There's Remy. His girlfriend a ghost. There's Fluffy. I feel like the voice is just starting to get hit by the fact that we have streamed for 24 hours, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be a little bit raspy, a little bit rough for the next few hours. She my girlfriend. There's Ollie there. I'm going to bed with my hand, says David McKenzie. D-Mac, your favourite food, KFC also or Red Rooster? Says Hanoi. Green ain't lasting long. Says Jaden, yeah, if they can get Steve Smith tonight and Travis Head, Cam Green, I don't think they'll mind him being out in the middle for too long, but Smith and then also Travis Head. Nami loves some pizza. Well, if this test match ends early, I might be able to get pizza tomorrow. So I have to heavily rely on it ending early so that I can get pizza. But actually I can't, unfortunately, because, it doesn't work with the 7 streams that we've got on tomorrow as well. That's what I'm talking about, line and length, and we will get the wicket. Yeah, just the faint edge for Usman Khawaja, and then the next edge from Marnus. Levershane surely get us some. Says Damien, pizza from where? Says no, probably Pizza Hut. Unfortunately, though, I would have to travel 30 minutes to get it. Why do West Indies only score 195 for 9? Is someone injured? They are. Shamar Joseph, their frontline bowler, is unfortunately not there. They should deliver to small town, so sad. I can understand why they don't, to be honest, just because it is so far away. Like 30-minute drive, that's like unless people are willing to pay like $25 for delivery. In fact, they'd have to pay $50 for delivery for there and back. To be fair, if you order enough pizza, I would happily do that. Is pizza? No, we don't. The closest is 30 minutes away. Like, if you order $100 worth of pizza and they're like, it's $50 to deliver it, I'd still consider it. I don't know what I'd do with $100 worth of pizza, but I'd be happier with the pizza than without it. How many overs left today? I believe they will still get through probably another 9 or 10 for today. Cam Green. Batting at number 4 here. We'll be on strike to Greaves. Smith at the other end, 26 off 34. Where is he injured? He hit it on his toe. Handed out to Homeless. Says Remy. Short ball straight away from Greaves. I tried to dodge that one. Would it be open now, though? No. Can you eat a full pizza? I can try. And that's the main thing, putting in the effort. And bro, my pizza is $17, but I get it delivered. I'm only 10 minutes away, but it's like an extra $15 to $20. Says Damien, franchise opportunity. Why many Pizza Hut? Nah, there's not enough people, to be honest. Like, I can see it working for like a week, and then they'd lose money a lot. Now, nicely worked off his pads, Cam Green. Plays that one very nicely, and they will manage 2 runs. Not many of the Australians have got off the mark with a single. I believe the only man to do so was actually Usman Khawaja. Labuschagne, Green and Smith all getting off to at least 1 run. Or at least 2. Should mention that currently Argentina are winning their game up against Spain. I ate a whole extra large load of pepperoni pizza. Still probably eat another one. And ouch, it must be Mitchell Starc. It was Mitchell Starc. Yep, you called it well there. Oh, bold. I could have a small restaurant or small pizza restaurant instead, support local. Yeah, I still don't think it would do well enough. Like, I think the local pub has pizza. I don't know whether they sell many of them, but I guess that's one option for pizza if you really want it. But Yeah, I don't think it will catch on a pizza place. We've had like a few places pop up and then they disappear pretty much straight after because there's no money in the town. Deep dish Chicago style pizza. There's daytime. I'm getting very hungry now. Last ball. That was close, but I think it's gone a little bit too high. When I was younger, I was able to eat 2 whole boxes of 24 nuggets from McDonald's. So here's Remy. Nonetheless, that is going to be the end of the over, ladies and gentlemen. Doing extremely well. I will quickly put, we'll be back at, it will be 12:25 a.m. Just asking for a bail change. One of the West Indies. I think that is possibly Hodge, who's chatting along to the stump mic. Nicely worked to the leg side from Smith. Another single off Alzadi. Joseph's bowling. He is really working hard at the moment. So what we will be doing, ladies and gentlemen, is we are very, very soon popping over to that other live stream that I mentioned about, which is the Sevens live stream between the Australians, between South Africa and Fiji. Ozzy, you already are going to get arrested, Fluffy? You've been streaming a while. Have you eaten, says Simran? Nope. No, not really. I had like a little tiny oat bar thing about 4 hours ago. That was all right. Casey packed everywhere in Oz too, says Hanoi. But yeah, so what will be happening is we will be popping away for around 25 minutes, but we are back for the final 5 minutes of the day, as well as alongside that, we are going to have a few final moments where we talk about what's happened in the cricket. So that is the plan, ladies and gents. I know we are only a little bit halfway through the over, but we are popping over to that next live stream between Fiji and South Africa. So I will see you all in around 25 minutes for the remainder of the day. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. We will turn that music off and we will say a nice hello to everyone who is in attendance still. It is greatly appreciated you all sticking around. Now, I should mention, at the moment, the chance of rain, not for tonight, but tomorrow, is extremely high. We're maybe going to end up seeing a total of, I think, at least a few hours we're going to see of rain tomorrow. So, it's a little bit concerning. But hopefully, we still get to see a little bit more action tonight. 57 for 2 after the 17 overs. I believe we have still got 1 over remaining in the day, if not 2. Kumar Roach has come back into the bowling attack. Greaves is continuing. Steve Smith currently sitting on 32 runs of 50 for deliveries. But Roach, this could be his final over of the day, more than likely. Nice straight drive. Oh, no run called. The throw was a little bit weak. I think it was because he didn't want overthrows to come for the Australians. Of course, every run is crucial. Last wicket falling was Marnus Labuschagne, which is a massive one to have. Yeah, massive call of no from Cam Green, and in the end, a very good call. 159 runs to win. So Australia, even though they did seem like they would get less than 150 required, it does seem like they've dropped a little bit in terms of the rate that they've scored. That was a very tight leave from Cam Green. Almost ended up cleaning up his off stump. Still moving plenty for Kumar Roach today. Yeah, no, it's a good leave in the end from Cam Green. Probably a good few inches away from it in the stump. I should mention Australia currently playing in the sevens up against the USA. So anyone who is new, sure leave a like and subscribe, because we are going to be covering the sevens tomorrow, as well as, of course, this cricket day 4. Even if there is rain, we're going to be popping in and out. We'll probably do some cricket quizzes along the way as well. That is close, but going down leg for Kumar Roach. Just getting the ball to talk too much here. Makes it very difficult to pick up the LBW. We've got an hour and 20 minutes till the next live stream that we are covering on the channel, ladies and gentlemen. That being the Bulls versus the Lions in the URC. Should be an entertaining game. The Bulls, the best of the South African sides at the moment in terms of rankings, and the Lions, side that have pulled off a few upsets. Great cover drive there from Cam Green, but it goes straight to Brathwaite. There would have been plenty of steam on that ball. He's got his body in behind it. One of the most important aspects of fielding. You got to be willing to put the body on the line, not allow it to go through your legs. Currently 2 minutes remaining. Cam Green taking a little bit more time, trying to wear on the clock. He wouldn't mind one bit if this was the last over of the evening session, although with the amount of time remaining, I think they will still have time for just the one more over. Pitched up, Cam Green takes the single. Set out to Chanderpaul and gets the one. Right, Steve Smith, he's got about a minute to try and burn on the clock. And he's normally pretty good at time wasting, Steve Smith, to be fair to him. So I wouldn't be surprised if he can use up that little bit more time here. See what he can do. Like they've said, there should still be an over after this. Kumar Roach a little bit slower getting back to his mark. I didn't actually expect to see him as the man who slows it down. Now, last ball of Roach is over. On drive from Smith, goes straight to the fielder Joseph. And that'll be the end of the over. 2 for 58 with just the one remaining in the day. Well, we will go like this. And like that as well. Here we go. So far, the run rate in this final session has only been 2.87. Now, that is not down to the Australians. They have actually been ticking over at just over 3 and over. West Indies, they were quite slow in their scoring. I think that was actually part of their downfall, the fact that they weren't being aggressive enough, not attacking the balls that they should have West Indies lost, says John. They haven't lost yet, but they are on their way to it if they can't break this partnership soon. Call of no run from Cam Green. Just 5 balls left in the day. Greaves the bowler. Just showing that Cam Green last over. Quite a bit of deviation on the ball from Greaves, which is making it very challenging. Almost carried to the slips in the last over. 8 forced shots in his 27 deliveries. They've just said he's left that one a tight leave, but was a strategic one. Can't afford to go out now, or else that is very similar to what we saw for Chunder Paul right at the end of the day. Four balls left, and these 4 balls will probably take a couple minutes at least, just because they'll have bit of a warm down period. Plus, you have to still try and G yourself up that little bit more. Left alone this time, Greaves. Not enticing Cam Green to play. And I think these last 3 balls all have to be close enough that Cam Green at least gets bat on them. You may concede a few runs, but you want to have the batsman playing in these final 3 balls. It might be the most swing that you will get throughout the rest of this test match. You have to try and make the most of it. I mentioned about the rain. It's supposed to be about an 80% chance of rain tomorrow all throughout play. I believe the day after is supposed to be relatively similar. Probably not ideal conditions for cricket. It's going to be nicely punched by Cam Green. They'll get the single, so his job, you would think, is relatively done for the day. Just the one more ball that he could potentially face. Steve Smith on strike, though, for the final 2. I'm talking about the fact there was only 11,000 in attendance, of course, with the pure heat. Not too many people too keen on going out. Only South Africa. Sorry, not South Africa. Australia. Still 66% chance of winning. West Indies 34%. So that hasn't really changed too much. And I think those 2 wickets falling of Khawaja and Labuschagne have kept it close. Steve Smith hits it deep to fine leg. They won't get the 2. And now Cam Green has to face the last ball of the over. Commentators laughing at Steve Smith there, saying that there was never going to be a second run, but he just wanted to make it look like he was running hard enough that there could have been, just to say no to the second but final ball. Can the West Indies sneak one? I wonder how you guys are doing who placed bets yesterday. So here's some run. We've seen a couple of them pop in, but a majority who back the West Indies, of course, will be quite nervous at the moment, unless the ball, this one here from Greaves, can pick up the final wicket. Slower ball. Sit down the ground, and that'll be the end of the day's play. Day 3 comes to a close, and the West Indies have Australia 60 for 2. 156 more runs required, so that is 2 sessions worth. The question is, can we get that with the amount of rain that is expected over the next 2 days? But we will be live on the channel covering, of course, the matches that are taking place. Sevens update just for anyone who is curious. Australia versus USA currently playing off in the sevens, and it is sitting 14-0 for the Australians, so more than likely we'll be facing the Fijians in the quarterfinal, but nonetheless, the semi-final. But I do thank you all very much for tuning in for the day's play. It's been very enjoyable. We have been going for 7 hours and 43 minutes, but we are back tomorrow doing the exact same. I mentioned that we have got that live stream just around the corner, which is going to be the matchup of the URC taking place between the South African sides and the Bulls, as well as the Lions. So what we will do, ladies and gentlemen, as well, is I will make it so that as soon as this live stream ends, you will be transferred over to that live stream, just in case you do want to stick around. If not, no worries whatsoever, but it is going to be taking place in around an hour and 25 minutes time. But thank you all very much for tuning in. Hope you have enjoyed the day. If you are new, be sure to hit that subscribe button, as we've got plenty more coming in the near future, and I will see you all for the next one.